Yo legends, welcome back to the channel. Grab your headphones and lock in because today's story is on another level. Want the next chapter? Drop a comment below, and if the legend continues, I'm bringing it straight to you. Disclaimer, I do not claim ownership of this story. All rights belong to the original creators. Note, I'm constantly tweaking the settings to make it as immersive as possible. Comprehensive Comics, Rise from the Bone King. Comprehensive Comics, Rise from the Bone King. Comprehensive Comics, Rise from the Bone King. Author, WTR Scraper. Son of the White Dragon King. The Angelicia Mountains, which divide the Riesti's kingdom and the Bahar's empire, are like a forbidden zone where humans cannot survive. Because in this mountain range, not only is the surface dominated by powerful monsters, but even within the mountains, frost dragons and frost giants at the top of the ecosystem fight for dominance. The once prosperous Dwarven kingdom has already fallen into a crisis of national extinction because the Frost Dragon clan seized the capital, Fio-Burkana. The Dwarven capital, Fio-Burkana. The royal castle, the core of the city, is now the palace of the Frost Dragon King, Orsatic Hyliar. The Frost Dragon clan is also known as the White Dragons who rule the Frost, so the Frost Dragon King's true title is actually the White Dragon King. The Throne Room. The White Dragon King Orsatic lay on a small hill made of gold and various treasures, with his 3 wives and children beside him. Via Helias looked at the lazy, sleeping figure of the White Dragon King Orsatic, still unable to believe that he had become one of Orsatic's older children. There is only a 1-word difference between the White Dragon King and the Platinum Dragon King, yet there is a desperate and massive gap in their strength. Without using items, the Platinum Dragon King could absolutely dominate the Bone King. In the case of the White Dragon King, even if the Bone King didn't use items, he could still seize victory with absolute strength. In other words, even if Vaya told this dragon father about the future, he could not change the ending where the Frost Dragon clan is conquered by the Bone King and serves the sorcerer kingdom of Aints Ul Gaun. Vaya's gaze turned to Orsatic's wife, Muvinia Irislam. She was the strongest among the 3 dragon consorts and was once a powerful rival who fought Orsatic for territory. Her son, Torrigilit, was also the strongest among Orsatic's children. Since Muvinia was ultimately defeated and conquered by Orsatic, it was even more impossible for her to possess the strength to oppose the Bone King. Another dragon consort, Kilistrin Danchishuya, was Vaya's biological mother. Her specialty was mastering first-tier faith magic. The last dragon consort was Mayanatelin Fernes. In this world, the dragon race grows stronger with age. Because Mayanatelin was the youngest dragon consort, her strength was also the weakest among them. The Dragon King and his consorts were all so pathetic, and Vaya's 2 older brothers, Torrigilit and Hajimer, were even more despair-inducing. After their dragon father Orsatic was killed, Torrigilit would actually be foolish enough to challenge the Bone King and throw his life away for nothing. Hajimer surrendered to the Bone King, securing a chance to survive for himself. I don't want to be killed, nor do I want to become the Bone King's slave. In the end, I can only rely on myself. Just as the Bone King and the guild's NPCs crossed over and possessed the powerful strength to conquer the world. Vaya's soul had transmigrated into his current body, and similarly obtained special powers. Via Helias. Race, White Dragon. Race levels, Hatchling LV10, Juvenile LV10, Young Adult LV10. Job levels, World Guardian LV1, Priest of the Dragon God LV1, Dragon Chanter LV1, Primal Chanter LV4, World Connector LV4. Total level, LV41. Special abilities, Ancestral True Dragon, Dragon Race Talent, Magic Talent, Combat Talent, Form Transformation. Origin Magic, Limit Break. Perhaps because the transmigrated soul was too special, Vaya not only possessed the player interface that Yggdrasil brought to this world, but also caused this body's bloodline to revert to its ancestors, granting him origin magic. Looking at his attribute panel, Vaya firmed up his resolve. As long as I possess strength rivaling that of the true Dragon Kings, perhaps I can negotiate an alliance with them to fight against the great tomb of Nazarick together. As possessors of origin magic, the true Dragon Kings, including the Platinum Dragon King, are extremely powerful. As long as they unite, there is hope of defeating the great tomb of Nazarick. Now, if Vaya wants to achieve this goal, the first thing he must do is leave the Angelicia Mountains. Father. Hearing Vaya's call, Orisadik opened his eyes and woke up, looking at Vaya with his majestic gaze. What is it? Do you want to bring food to your brother Hajimer? Vaya and Hajimer were both children of the dragon consort Kilistrin Danchashuya. Because Hajimer was always hiding in his room reading books, even his food was delivered to him by his younger brothers, including Vaya. Vaya shook his head. I want to tell you that I want to leave this place. Orisadik showed a displeased expression. After dragon children are born, they are usually raised until they are about 1 year old and then driven out of the nest. Orisadik kept his children by his side in order to establish a dragon empire and defeat the frost giants who always gathered in groups. Vaya's desire to break away from his rule would cause the dragon empire to lose an important source of strength. My son, are you dissatisfied with me, your father? Father, I am no longer a child. Vaya met Orisadik's gaze with fearless eyes. I also want to become a dragon king who can stand on my own and have my own territory. HMPH. Orisadik gave a cold laugh. Without my protection, could you have survived in this world until now? Since you have such a foolish idea, I will allow you to leave the clan. Once you know how dangerous the outside world is, you will obediently return to my side. When the Bone King came to the dwarven capital, because he could not stand Hajimer, Orisadik took the initiative to say he would drive Hajimer out, proving that Orisadik did not care about the clan losing a young adult dragon. Clearly, Vaya's gamble had paid off. Thank you, father. After thanking Orisadik, Vaya left the palace directly. Watching Vaya leave, Orisadik lay back down on the mountain of treasure, wanting to go back to sleep. As if sensing something unusual, Orisadik widened his eyes and carefully inspected his treasure. In the next instant, who stole my treasure? Orisadik's roar echoed throughout the palace, reaching the ears of Vaya as he walked out of the palace gates. In the current dwarven capital, there was not only the Frost Dragon clan living in the palace, but also a large number of earth-digging orcs. The earth-digging orcs are a demi-human race that look like moles standing on 2 legs, with an average height of about 1.4 meters and an average weight of 140 pounds, having a stout build. Their fur is mostly dark brown, followed by black and brown. If it is a special color like blue or red, they are rare powerhouses. They live underground and almost never appear in places with light, so their eyesight is sharper than that of humans. The earth-digging orcs have a low level of civilization and do not try to forge weapons or armor, because their own claws and fur are more useful than inferior weapons or armor. The long body hair covering their entire bodies has a proud hardness equivalent to metal armor. They also possess the ability to absorb attacks from metal weapons. The rarer the metal they eat during their childhood, the higher this resistance becomes. As for how strong their resistance is, one can tell just by looking at the color of their fur. Dragon Warrior LV1. The earth-digging orcs were previously divided into 8 clans, each with approximately 10,000 members. Now, Beriulo, the peerless king of the earth-digging orcs, has unified all the clans with overwhelming power. The dwarven capital's Chamber of Commerce is the center of Beriulo's rule. Vaya, who was leaving the capital, looked at the group of earth-digging orcs blocking his way, a solemn expression on his face. Because the leader of this group of earth-digging orcs had red fur, it was none other than Beriulo, the clan king of the earth-digging orcs. Beriulo, do you wish to challenge me? Prince Vaya, I have no foolish intention of offending the son of the White Dragon King. Beriulo forced a false smile. As a loyal subject of the great White Dragon King Orisadik, I merely wish to know why Prince Vaya is leaving the royal palace. As the king who ruled all earth-digging orcs, Beriulo would naturally not willingly submit to the Frost Dragon clan. But he knew that the current earth-digging orcs did not yet possess the strength to challenge the Frost Dragon clan. Beriulo, I shall satisfy your curiosity. Vaya revealed a playful smile. My departure from the royal palace has nothing to do with you earth-digging orcs. It's because I wish to stand on my own and become a dragon king with my own territory. You are so young, yet you already harbor the ambition to become a dragon king. Beriulo showed an excited expression. If you don't mind, I suggest you go to the Bahars Empire to develop. The Blood Emperor, Gilk Arabic Noon Arabic Yet Arabic Fa Rune Fardel, who currently rules the Bahars Empire, is my close friend. He will surely welcome you warmly and grant you a fertile and prosperous territory. Thank you for the suggestion, but I prefer to go to the Riesti's kingdom. Flap. Flap. As Vaya was about to flap his wings and fly away, the sound of flapping wings and an anxious call came from behind him. Vaya. Vaya turned around and saw Dragon Mother Chilistrin Danshushua descending from the sky. I just woke up and heard your father say you were running away from home. Do you know how worried I was? Mother, I'm not running away from home. Vaya explained helplessly. I no longer want to be my royal father's child. I want to become a dragon king who stands on his own and has his own territory. Chilistrin's eyes widened in disbelief. You are a young dragon now. You don't have the strength to become a dragon king at all. The title of Dragon King holds special significance among dragons. Basically, only dragons who have reached the highest age stage, the ancient class, or dragon powerhouses with special abilities, as well as dragons capable of using unique magic, among other outstanding dragons, can enjoy such an honor. Because Mother imparted to me her experience in mastering faith magic, I now possess the abilities of a priest of the dragon god and a dragon chanter. My strength is no longer inferior to Mother's. Vaya reassured Chilistrin. Please believe me, Mother. Even if I encounter enemies stronger than me outside, I will survive by running away. Feeling Vaya's firm resolve, Chilistrin could only instruct him. Vaya, you must not show off unnecessarily. When you can't survive outside, you must return to us immediately. Okay. After agreeing to the Dragon Mother's request, Vaya flapped his wings and flew up. My child. Watching Vaya's receding figure, tears continuously welled up from the corners of Chilistrin's eyes. In the ecosystem of the Angelicia Mountains, only frost giants could pose a threat to Vaya. So Vaya avoided the territory of the Frost Giant clan and successfully reached the surface above the Angelicia Mountains. Looking down from the sky at the border between the Riesti's kingdom and the Bahars Empire, Beriulo's suggestion once again appeared in Vaya's mind. The Blood Emperor Gilk Arabic Noon Arabic Yet Arabic Fa, who ruled the Bahars Empire, was indeed an excellent ruler. As long as Vaya demonstrated value that could be utilized by him, he would certainly grant Vaya the highest level of treatment. It was precisely because of his wisdom that the Bahars Empire was able to avoid being ravaged by the Great Tomb of Nazarek. Unfortunately, Vaya's choice remained the Riesti's kingdom. Because under the offensive of the sorceress kingdom of Aints Ul Gaun, the Riesti's kingdom suffered the most. In the war that destroyed the Riesti's kingdom, the sorceress kingdom of Aints Ul Gaun launched a brutal campaign that completely annihilated attacked villages or cities, leaving no survivors. After the silent advance of the sorceress kingdom's death legions, what remained were not desolate ruins, but broken walls and shattered remnants. Vaya had to use the Riesti's kingdom as a base to solidify his determination to resist the Great Tomb of Nazarek to the end. Tob Great Forest. This is a vast forest area surrounding the southern end of the Angelicia Mountains, covering an area of 4,800 square kilometers. Using his dragon wings to fly above the Tob Great Forest, Vaya descended from the sky and landed by a small river, looking down at his reflection on the water's surface. A white dragon with golden eyes, white scales, white wings, and 4 dragon claws. This was Vaya's current form. Form transformation. As Vaya used his special ability, his massive dragon body visibly shrunk, transforming into a human teenager approximately 17 years old. Long black hair with bangs, sparkling golden eyes, a handsome, expressionless face. This special ability, form transformation, which allows dragons to transform into human form, is only possessed by true dragon kings and special individuals among dragons. Looking at his human form, Vaya showed an expression of dissatisfaction. Since I'm a young dragon, my human appearance should be over 20 years old, right? Is the youth period for humans in this world starting at 18? After complaining, Vaya opened his item space and put on a set of white full-body armor, with an item level exceeding 20 as his clothes. For dragons, treasures worth collecting include not only gold and gems, but also highly valuable items. Therefore, equipment crafted by the Dwarven Kingdom was also among the White Dragon King Orisadic's collectibles. As Vaya was about to leave the forest, a group of green creatures appeared in front of him. They were about the height of children, with crooked faces all having flat noses. Their ragged clothes were a scorched brown, either dirty or dyed, and they wore crude tanned animal hides as armor. One hand held a wooden club, the other a small shield. Goblins! Looking at the goblins targeting him, Vaya's eyes lit up. You've come at just the right time. Let me verify if I can level up by killing monsters. Under the command of the goblin leader, 13 goblins simultaneously swung their wooden clubs, attacking Vaya in a group. Too slow. Vaya arrived in front of the goblin leader with lightning speed, snatched the wooden club from his hand, and smashed it onto his head. The next instant, Vaya felt his strength increase. I leveled up. Vaya eagerly used the wooden club to smash all the remaining goblins to death, then checked his status panel. Vaya Helias. Race, White Dragon. Racial level, Infant LV10, Juvenile LV10, Young LV10. Job level, Dragon Warrior LV1, World Guardian LV1, Priest of the Dragon God LV1, Dragon Chanter LV1, Primal Chanter LV4, World Connector LV4. Overall level, LV42. Special abilities, Ancestral True Dragon, Dragon Race Talent, Magic Talent, Combat Talent, Form Transformation. Origin Magic, Limit Break. Dragon Warrior. Looking at his new profession, Vaya's eyes lit up. Because dragons are a race that possesses both magic talent and warrior talent, unlike the human warrior profession, Dragon Warrior can also provide Vaya with casting levels for tier magic. Kiarania, Viscount Flats territory. This is a frontier territory, located between Marquis Raven's domain and the fortress city of Erantal. Because it borders the Tob Great Forest, which is dominated by monsters, the population here is sparse, with only over 3,000 people in the entire territory. Bellat Village. As a border village in Viscount Flats territory, its advantage is abundant resources. Even orphans who have lost their parents can fill their stomachs with wild vegetables and fruits. Kiarania Bellin and Silesia Bellin are a pair of orphan sisters in Bellat Village. At this moment, smoke was rising from the Bellin family home. Kiarania, wearing an apron, was cooking oatmeal. This 15-year-old girl had dazzling golden long hair, beautiful jewel-like blue eyes, fair skin, and a delicate, lovely small face, too perfect to be a village girl. Selly. When the oatmeal was cooked, Kiarania's gaze turned to the bedroom. Lunch is ready. A poker-faced Silesia walked out of the bedroom. She had dark brown hair and large blue eyes, and her skin tone was similar to her sister's, but her beauty had a clear gap compared to her sister's. Sister, how long will you keep taking care of me? Silesia asked with an unhappy expression. You're already of marriageable age, and there are so many people who want to marry you. You don't need to stay in this house at all. Even without you, I can survive on my own. Selly, is that what you truly feel? A mischievous smile appeared on Kiarania's small face. When you talk in your sleep at night, you always shout, Sister, sister, don't leave me. If Big Sister really gets married and leaves this home, Selly will definitely be very lonely, so Big Sister won't marry until I've raised you. You're not my mom. After retorting, Silesia couldn't help but show a joyful smile. Just as Kiarania and Silesia were about to enjoy their lunch, a flurry of footsteps came from outside. Kiarania turned her head. and saw a group of fully armed soldiers push open the door and enter. Kiarania Bellin, we are Viscount Flat soldiers. His lordship wants you to become his concubine. Come with us to the castle immediately. Becoming the Viscount's concubine. For a commoner girl, it might be a good outcome. The problem was that Viscount Flat was infamous, and many girls who were forced to become his concubines had mysteriously disappeared. Rumor had it that those missing girls were sold to brothels by Viscount Flat. My sister already has a fiancé, so she cannot become the Viscount's concubine. Selija stood up, trying to stop the soldiers from taking her sister away. Sally, don't do this. Kiarania said, forcing a smile. If we defy the Lord's orders, we might be demoted to slaves. Big sister will find happiness as the Viscount's concubine, so you must take good care of yourself. After saying this, Kiarania voluntarily followed the soldiers away. Because she knew how severe the consequences of defying a lord were in the Riesti's kingdom. Sister. Selija tried to grab her sister's arm, but a soldier immediately punched her in the head, knocking her unconscious. After an unknown amount of time, Selija woke up from her coma and found that her sister and the soldiers had already left. Sister, I'm going to save sister. If it weren't for me, this burden, sister would have already been married and wouldn't have been targeted by Viscount Flat. From her home to the village street, Selija looked at the villagers with pleading eyes. Because she knew she couldn't go to the Lord's castle alone. She was just a 13-year-old girl now. Even a goblin could defeat her. Unfortunately, no one responded to Selija's plea. No one is willing to help me. No one is willing to offend the Lord. After her parents passed away, Selija had received a lot of help from the villagers, so she knew there were many kind people among them. The villagers were unwilling to lend a hand, now simply, because they couldn't bear the consequences of offending the Lord. On the small path worn by cartwheels, Vaya looked at his status panel and confirmed one thing. It seems I cannot level up by killing enemies to gain experience. Fighting in a human manner allowed Vaya to obtain the Dragon Warrior class. Since he couldn't level up in the game's way, Vaya could only learn from humans to improve his Dragon Warrior level. The strongest warriors in the Riesti's kingdom are Warrior Commander Gazef, and then Brian Anglais. They can definitely teach me how to raise Dragon Warrior to LV10. Sir Knight. Hearing the little girl's voice calling for a knight, Vaya turned his head and saw a little girl in a coarse cloth dress anxiously running towards him. There were no bad guys or monsters chasing her behind her, only a small village. The girl ran in front of Vaya, stopped, and started panting. Was the knight you just called me? Confirming that there were no people on horseback around, Vaya said to the girl, I am not a mounted warrior, nor do I have the title of knight. Please, help me. The girl looked at Vaya with anxious eyes. My sister was taken away by the Lord's soldiers. If I don't go save her, she will eventually be sold by the Lord. Where should we go to save your sister? There. The girl pointed forward with her hand. Our Lord's castle is in that direction. Fly. Vaya used the 3rd-tier magic fly on the girl, and her body immediately floated into the air. Seeing the girl's bewildered reaction, Vaya also used fly on himself and flew to the girl's side, then grabbed her wrist and flew towards the Lord's castle. In this world, dragons originally used primordial magic called origin magic. Later, the 8 Desires King changed the world's laws with a world-class item, causing newborn dragons to be unable to use origin magic. As compensation from the world to newborn dragons would gradually gain the ability to use magic system spells as they grew. Therefore, Vaya naturally learned many spells from the 1st tier to the 6th tier, and the 3rd-tier magic fly was one of them. Viscount Flat's castle was located in a small town with over 1,000 people. As Vaya and the girl flew over the Viscount's castle, they happened to see a carriage entering the castle courtyard, with a dazzling golden-haired girl and soldiers surrounding her inside the carriage. Sister, the girl cried out joyfully. Confirming that the golden-haired girl was the girl's sister, Vaya pulled the girl down from the sky. Is that really Selly? The golden-haired girl stared at her sister with disbelief, her eyes wide. She tried to leave the carriage, but was grabbed by the soldiers around her. A magic chanter. This is Viscount Flat's castle, and you've trespassed without permission. That girl is Kiarania's sister, and this magic chanter is an enemy. The castle soldiers surrounded them warily, and Vaya extended his right hand towards the soldiers. Dragon Thunder. Dragon Thunder is a 5th-tier magic. As the magic activated, surging magical power transformed into lightning and coursed through Vaya's right hand. Seeing this, the soldiers immediately retreated from Vaya. Because Viscount Flat was not worth their dying loyalty. Dragon Ruler. Viscount Flat walked into the castle courtyard with elegant steps. Upon seeing Kiarania on the carriage, the middle-aged noble, who already possessed several concubines, immediately had his eyes light up. Because Kiarania, even in her coarse cloth skirt, was more beautiful than many noble daughters, looking nothing like a simple village girl. Is this my bride? She's just like the rumors say, as beautiful as a noble's daughter. The great gods truly favor me. Lord Viscount. A soldier called out to Viscount Flat to get his attention. That woman's sister brought a magic chanter with her. A magic chanter. Viscount Flat's gaze shifted toward Vaya. The title magic chanter has a very broad meaning. It is a collective term for magical professions including priests, high priests, druids, arcane magic casters, sorcerers, wizards, bards, miko, talisman users, sages, and more. In the Bahar's Empire, magic chanters are highly valued, and there is even a magic academy dedicated to training them. In the Riesti's kingdom, magic chanters usually can only find work as adventurers. Are you an adventurer too? If you leave my castle now, I can give you 2 gold coins. Vaya looked at Viscount Flat with a playful, mocking smile. Viscount Flat, the girl beside me accuses you of forcing her sister to be your concubine. What is your explanation? Viscount Flat's expression turned to one of rage. I am the lord of this territory. It wouldn't even be a problem if I made her a slave. If you have an objection to me exercising my rights, this is my answer. Truly a noble of the kingdom. Vaya had long known that among the human nations of this world, the slave-holding Riesti's kingdom was the worst. Even without the sorcerer kingdom of Aints Ul Gaun, the Bahar's empire, growing stronger under the rule of the Blood Emperor Gilk Arabic Noon Arabic Yet Arabic Fa, would have eventually annexed the Riesti's kingdom. However, witnessing the evil of the kingdom's nobility firsthand still filled Vaya's heart with anger. I didn't come to the Riesti's kingdom to protect nobles like you. As he spoke, Vaya released Dragon Thunder toward Viscount Flat. The lightning, shaped like a dragon serpent, struck Viscount Flat's body, instantly claiming his life. Seeing Viscount Flat's charred corpse collapse, the soldiers looked at each other in bewilderment. Sully, remember us at 101 can't you? Come. Kiarania broke free from the soldiers' restraint and ran to Vaya's side, tearfully embracing her sister. Sister, Selija said happily. Viscount Flat is dead. You don't have to be his concubine anymore. Kiarania gave a bitter smile. The Lord was killed because of us. His family will certainly not let us go. We must leave the kingdom and head to the Bahar's empire or the slain theocracy. Sir Knight. Selija looked at Vaya with pleading eyes. Can you take us away from the kingdom? Vaya acted as if he hadn't heard Selija, staring at his status panel with eyes full of surprise. Vaya Helios. Race, White Dragon. Racial level, Infant LV. 10 Juvenile LV, 10 Young LV, 10. Job level, Dragon Warrior LV. 1 World Guardian LV. 1 Priest of the Dragon God LV. 1 Dragon Chanter LV. 1 Primal Chanter LV. 4 World Connector LV. 4 Dragon Ruler LV. 1. Total level LV, 43. Special abilities: Ancestral True Dragon, Dragon Race Talent, Magic Talent, Combat Talent, Form Transformation. Origin Magic, Limit Break. Dragon Ruler. Could it be that because I killed Viscount Flat, it's considered that I've seized his territory to rule? To test his theory, Vaya looked toward the castle soldiers. Viscount Flat is dead. From now on, I am the lord of this territory. If you work as my soldiers, your monthly salary will be 2 gold coins. Vaya then opened his item space, took out 200 gold coins, and threw them on the ground. If you do not wish to work for me, you may take 2 gold coins and leave. This is this month's salary I am paying you on behalf of Viscount Flat. In the Riesti's kingdom, the average salary was only 1 gold coin. Viscount Flat soldiers received the same, with their only extra benefit being free food. Vaya offering a job with a monthly salary of 2 gold coins was naturally very tempting to the soldiers. But Vaya was not their lord. Even if Viscount Flat and his family could not defeat Vaya, the king and the great nobles would absolutely never allow Vaya to seize the Viscount's castle and territory. The soldiers looked at one another, and eventually, led by several captains, they took 2 gold coins and left the castle. A moment later, only Vaya, Kiarania, Silesia, and about 20 soldiers remained in the castle courtyard. Are you willing to work for me? Hearing Vaya's question, a 30-year-old soldier flashed a cunning smile. I've participated in the wars between the kingdom and the empire. I know that the magic you just used was of the 5th tier. There's no reason His Majesty, the king, would refuse a powerhouse like you becoming the lord of a frontier territory. Another young soldier added, I need money. As long as you give enough gold coins, I'd even fight against the king. Clatter, clatter. Vaya took 50 gold coins from his item space and threw them on the ground. This is your payment for working for me this month. My first order to you is to drive everyone else out of the castle. As the soldiers took the gold and began their task, Vaya turned his gaze toward the bewildered Kiarania and Silesia. Let me send you home. Are you really going to become the lord here? Kiarania's face was full of worry. His Majesty, the king, will not allow such an act. Don't worry about me. Vaya gave a confident smile. I dare to do this because I have the strength to defeat the king. As long as the king doesn't want his nation to fall right now, he will certainly accept me as the lord. Then please let us stay. Kiarania said, with a determined look. Since you've driven everyone out of the castle, you will surely need to recruit new maids. You want to be my maid? You saved me, of course I must repay your kindness. Kiarania lowered her head as she spoke. If I stay by your side, I can also prevent this kind of thing from happening again. Kiarania had reached marriageable age. Because of her beauty, more and more people were proposing to her. As long as she didn't want to marry, there would surely be others who would try to force her into it. Then you shall stay. Vaya intended to rule as a lord, so he naturally needed people he could trust. Since Vaya had saved Kiarania, her loyalty would certainly be higher than others. Master, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Kiarania Bellin. You may call me Kiarania. After Kiarania finished her introduction, Silesia followed suit. Master, my name is Silesia Bellin. Silesia, you don't need to call me master. I won't have you working for me until you are 15. Then Vaya took 2 gold coins from his item space and handed them to Kiarania. This is your salary for 1 month, kings and nobles. The Riesti's kingdom is a nation with over 200 years of history, located in the midwestern region of the northwest corner of the continent, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and facing the sea on 2, creating a geographical advantage that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Although it is bordered by the Bahar's Empire to the east, the Slain Theocracy to the south, and the Agrand Council Nation to the north, creating a geopolitical situation of being sandwiched by 3 nations, the natural geographical barriers have shielded the kingdom from attacks by demi-humans and the military forces of other countries. Because the land is fertile and mostly flat, the kingdom's population ranks second among the surrounding human nations, which allows for a wealth of talent. Unfortunately, the long-term environment of peace and stability not only failed to allow the kingdom to rise as the hegemon of this region, but instead caused the upper echelons of the country to gradually decay and corrupt. The royal capital. As the symbol of the Riesti's kingdom, this city is entirely composed of low, old buildings. It is a decrepit, aging city, much like Ramses III, who rules the kingdom. The royal castle Rolent, located in the deepest part of the royal capital, is built on a hill and is an old structure protected by double walls. with these walls connected by over 20 giant circular towers. Situated in the heart of the royal castle is the Francia Palace, which has a very large meeting room where the royal family and many nobles are currently holding a court meeting. Seated on the throne in the meeting room is the elderly Ramses III. This king, who inherited the throne at 21, has ruled the kingdom for 35 years and has become a 56-year-old man. Beneath the golden crown is his disheveled white hair and a slightly pale complexion, and his body is also alarmingly frail. Standing behind Ramses III is a tall man with dark skin tanned from long exposure to the sun. He is about 30 years old, his short black hair is neatly trimmed, and his pair of black eyes has a gaze as sharp as a sword. He looks exactly like a bodyguard for Ramses III. In fact, as the champion of the Imperial Martial Arts Tournament, although Ramses III did not grant him noble status, he gave him the position of warrior commander, who leads the warriors. He is the kingdom's strongest warrior, Gaze of Storonov. To the left and right of Ramses III are his two sons. First Prince Bablo is about 30 years old, with a tall stature and a handsome face, and he keeps his golden beard neatly trimmed. Second Prince Sinek is about 20 years old, with a short and fat stature unlike his older brother, and there is loose flesh on his face. Next to Sinek is a 12-year-old blonde girl, who is none other than Ramses III's youngest daughter, Princess Lachius. She inherited her mother's dazzling beauty. Her golden hair is long and lustrous, and her deep blue eyes, resembling sapphires, carry a gentle hue. The white dress full of design sense worn on her body only deepens the pure impression she gives people, and the golden necklace hanging around her neck seems to symbolize her noble soul. With first Prince Bablo and second Prince Sinek as heirs to the throne, Lachius has absolutely no hope of becoming queen. Therefore, Lachius has a special reason for attending this court meeting. Ramses III swept his gaze, devoid of emotion, over the nobles of the noble faction and the royalist faction, then spoke in a low, aged voice. Perhaps you all already know the content of today's meeting. My youngest daughter, Lachius, as a member of the royal family, has proposed some national policies to me, His Majesty the King. The first policy Lachius proposed is to abolish the slave system in the kingdom. Are you willing to support this? After hearing these words, some nobles looked at Lachius, who had an innocent smile on her face, with sympathetic eyes. Because these nobles felt that Lachius was just a puppet princess being used by Ramses III. Slavery is prevalent in this world. However, among human nations, only the Riesti's kingdom still has a slave system that does not target demi-humans. Anyone who is a normal person knows that abolishing the slave system in the kingdom is the general trend. In the past, no one advocated for the abolition of the slave system, not because they couldn't think of it, but simply because they didn't want to offend the greatest beneficiaries of the slave system, the kingdom's nobles. Only 30% of the Riesti's kingdom's territory is ruled by the king, while the remaining 70% is entirely controlled by the nobles. In other words, the royal family cannot bear the consequences of offending all the nobles. If first Prince Bablo advocated for the abolition of the slave system, the nobles hostile to him would support second Prince Sinek, making it impossible for him, the first heir, to inherit the throne. If second Prince Sinek advocated for the abolition of the slave system, he would lose the last shred of hope in competing for the throne against first Prince Bablo. Princess Lachius could never have inherited the throne in the first place, so there was no need to worry about the consequences of offending all the nobles. Perhaps it was precisely because Ramses III saw this point that he let Lachius advocate for the abolition of the slave system. His Majesty the King, is this really a national policy proposed by Princess Lachius? The leader of the noble faction, Marquis Borelip, is a warrior about 50 years old, with eyes and a voice that remind one of a bird of prey. He looked at Ramses III with a fearless gaze and questioned him. Is this not your own idea, Your Majesty? Marquis Borelip, you may think this is my idea if you wish. Ramses III looked calm. Nowadays, the Bahar's empire is becoming more and more powerful under the rule of the Blood Emperor, and it will inevitably have the ambition to annex the kingdom. If we do not make changes, in the future when the Bahars Empire annexes the kingdom, will the Blood Emperor treat the kingdom's nobles kindly? Marquis Boralip remained silent. Even the nobles of the Bahars Empire have been purged in large numbers by the Blood Emperor, so the treatment received by the kingdom's nobles would only be worse. The kingdom's nobles do not want to become subjects of the Blood Emperor, so they have no choice but to find ways to improve the kingdom's national strength. Your Majesty, I am willing to support the abolition of the slave system. The person who spoke was Marquis Raven, one of the 6 great nobles. He is about 30 years old, has a lean and tall stature, his golden hair is combed back. He has a pair of slender green eyes, and he is wearing the highest quality clothing with very exquisite decorations. Although abolishing the slave system will cause the nobles to suffer some losses, if the status quo does not change, we will all have to face the butcher's knife of that Blood Emperor in the future. Because of the threat of the Bahars Empire, Marquis Boralip said with a serious face, "Considering the Bahars Empire, I represent the noble faction in supporting the abolition of the slave system." The other members of the noble faction did not raise any objections, and the nobles of the royalist faction were even less likely to do so. Having successfully abolished the slave system, Ramses III showed a faint smile. The second national policy Lachius proposed is to pave stone roads to connect all the towns in the kingdom. Are you willing to support this? After hearing this, not only the members of the noble faction, but even the nobles of the royalist faction looked at Ramses III with dissatisfied eyes. Like the abolition of the slave system, this is a policy that any normal person could think of. No one proposed it in the past because they did not want to offend all the nobles. Therefore, the nobles still thought that Lachius was just a puppet, and these national policies were actually Ramses III's ideas. Paving stone roads to connect all towns would obviously improve the kingdom's economic efficiency. But the nobles were more worried that paving stone roads would lead to the royal family strengthening its control over them, damaging their autonomy as lords. Princess Lana, Marquis Boralip, as the leader of the noble faction, directly questioned, "Does your Majesty intend to revoke our autonomy as lords?" Ramses III shook his head. "Marquis Boralip, I absolutely have no such intention." Ramses III spoke from the heart. Although, as the ruler of the Riesti's kingdom, he envied how the young Blood Emperor could purge nobles and wield absolute power. He knew that the royal family of the Riesti's kingdom lacked the strength to confront the nobles. Even if the king became the enemy of all nobles, he would be punished by having to abdicate the throne. Marquis Boralip showed a satisfied smile. "Since your Majesty respects our noble autonomy, I also respect your Majesty's power. Your Majesty can pave stone slab streets in the royal territory. Whether or not we pave stone slab streets in our noble territories should be decided by us. Considering that paving streets for easy movement would benefit the Bahars Empire's invasion of our country, I will not pave stone slab streets in my territory." Ramses III sighed helplessly. Because the Blood Emperor had largely purged the incompetent nobles of the Bahars Empire, the nobles of the Riesti's kingdom also began to be wary of the royal family. Even if the national policy of paving stone slab streets was beneficial to the nobles, these nobles were unwilling to accept it. "Lachius, you explain your third national policy yourself." Lachius immediately spoke in a clear, girlish voice. "Sirs, because monsters are rampant in the kingdom's territory, the security situation is affecting economic development. I propose establishing a new adventure system. As long as adventurers subjugate monsters in their respective areas, they can apply to the Adventurers Guild for rewards corresponding to the monster's level. As an additional reward for adventurers subjugating monsters, adventurers can also enjoy tax-exempt status." Count Lytton, one of the 6 great nobles, was a middle-aged man around 40 years old. He stared at Lachius with cunning, fox-like eyes. Adventurers who subjugate dangerous monsters should, of course, be rewarded. Tax exemption is a privilege for nobles, so I oppose adventurers enjoying tax exemption. Marquis Boralip followed up, saying, "I also oppose adventurers enjoying tax-exempt status." With Marquis Boralup and Count Lytton representing the noble faction in opposition, Lachius's small face showed a very disappointed expression. I hope the rewards offered by the Adventurers Guild can attract adventurers to actively subjugate monsters. Ramses III comforted his daughter. Lachius, half of your proposed national policy has been approved. That's already a very good result. Thank you for your support, Father. Lachius also thanked her father. It's only because Father allowed it that my proposed national policy is being discussed here. After the interaction between father and daughter ended, Ramses III and Marquis Raven exchanged glances. Marquis Raven, please explain the situation regarding Viscount Flat's territory. At once, Marquis Raven respectfully bowed his head, then looked at the nobles. About 5 days ago, an unidentified magic chanter killed Viscount Flat and occupied Viscount Flat's castle. Bang! Marquis Boralup's right fist slammed onto the conference table. The Riesti's kingdom is a country supported by us nobles. When such a murder of a noble occurs, why doesn't your majesty subjugate that magic chanter and let Viscount Flat's family inherit his territory? Marquis Raven explained with a solemn expression. That's because that magic chanter can use 5th-tier magic, Dragon Thunder. A magic chanter capable of using 5th-tier magic is definitely one of the few top-tier powerhouses in the Riesti's kingdom. Second Prince Cynic immediately said, I heard that Viscount Flat not only forced beautiful maidens in his territory to become his concubines, but also sold them to brothels. There's no need to avenge such scum. Furthermore, Viscount Flat's territory is a border region, so I think we should use Viscount Flat's territory to win over this powerful magic chanter. Cynic, of course, knew that his words would offend many nobles. But he didn't care, because most nobles now supported Pablo, and his hopes of seizing the throne were already slim. How cowardly. First Prince Pablo looked at Cynic with disdain. Nobles bear the responsibility of protecting the Riesti's kingdom, and we royalty also bear the responsibility of protecting the nobles. Since someone has harmed a noble of the Riesti's kingdom, we should, of course, subjugate the enemy of the nobles. Nobles from both the noble faction and the royalist faction expressed their support for First Prince Pablo. Warrior Commander. Ramses III looked at Gazif behind him. Even if Viscount Flat was guilty, he should have been punished by the laws of the Riesti's kingdom. Are you willing to march in my stead and subjugate that magic chanter? Of course. Gazif's expression was firm. Your Majesty granted me the position of Warrior Commander because I won the Imperial Martial Arts Tournament. I have always yearned to establish merits to prove my ability. After the court meeting ended, Cynic followed Lachius to the garden. Confirming that there was no one else in the garden, Cynic suddenly asked, Lachius, were the national policies you proposed today at Father's instruction, or were they your own ideas? Lachius turned around, looking at Cynic with a smile. Why does brother want to know the answer? Because it's very important. Cynic explained, the national policies you proposed are actually things everyone can think of. It's just that no one is willing to propose them because they would offend all the nobles. If Father instructed you, it proves you're just an ordinary little girl. If these were your own ideas, then you're truly a bit terrifying. After all, you're still a 12-year-old girl, yet you possess adult wisdom and can propose these national policies at the right time. Brother is exaggerating too much. Lachius showed an innocent and cute smile. Of course, I'm not an ordinary girl, because I'm the adorable little sister who can make brother proud. Cynic's expression became solemn, because Lachius did not deny his guess. In other words, the national policies Lachius proposed were not at her father's instruction, but rather her own astonishing wisdom. Fortress City Irantal. Because the annual war between the Riesti's kingdom and the Bahar's empire was about to break out, a large number of mercenary groups had gathered here. The Death-Spreading Sword Squad was a mercenary group of nearly 70 people, all gathered in a cheap inn in the slum district. At dusk, as the mercenaries were drinking and reveling in the inn, a young noble walked in and asked, Is Brian Anglais here? What do you want with me? The person who answered was about 30 years old, with a slender build and a body as sturdy as steel from training. His hair looked messy and disheveled, his brown eyes stared sharply ahead, and his chin was covered in a moldy-looking, messy stubble. Despite his unkempt appearance, he gave off the impression of a beast poised to strike. "Are you Brian Anglais, who lost to Gazef Storonov in the Imperial Martial Arts Tournament? I want to hire you and your mercenary group to subjugate a magic chanter. How strong is he? Your enemy can use 5th-tier magic." The young noble sneered. "But he is alone, and you have 70 companions. Brian Anglaus, Viscount Flat's territory." Vaya had occupied this place for over a week, and the territory's citizens did not resist Vaya, their new ruler. This was perhaps because Viscount Flat's cruel rule was unpopular. Perhaps it was because of the tax exemption policy Vaya implemented in the territory, which exempted all miscellaneous taxes except for commercial taxes. As a corrupt and depraved lord, Viscount Flat would take at least 2/3 of the territory residents' income, causing most of them to barely be able to fill their stomachs. Vaya's tax exemption policy effectively tripled the territory residents' income. To support Vaya's rule, over 70 people joined Vaya's private army during this time, bringing the number of Vaya's soldiers to over 100. Now, Vaya's daily work was to train the soldiers to raise their levels, giving them the strength to safeguard the territory's security. Viscount Flat's castle. As the only maid in the castle, Kiarania was sewing her own made dress by hand in the castle garden, while her younger sister, Silesia, sat beside her holding a magic book. "Sister." Silesia suddenly blocked Kiarania's view with the magic book. "I've encountered another word I don't understand. This word has the same meaning as meditation." Seeing Silesia retract the magic book, Kiarania asked with a serious expression, "Seli, do you really want to become a magic chanter? Since Lord Knight, Lord Vaya, thinks I have the talent to become a magic chanter, I want to become someone more useful to Lord Vaya." "Seli, why do you call Lord Vaya Lord Knight?" Silesia lowered her head, looking shy as she explained. "When Sister was taken away by Viscount Flat's soldiers, no one in the village was willing to help me, so I decided to save Sister alone. When I met Lord Vaya and saw him wearing white armor, I immediately thought of the hero knight in fairy tales who defeats the evil dragon to save the princess. Because I didn't know Lord Vaya's name, I called him Lord Knight when asking for his help. As it turned out, Lord Vaya actually accepted my request and took me to save Sister." "Seli, you're so shy. It seems you've already fallen for Lord Vaya." "Sister, don't tease me." Silesia was a bit embarrassed and annoyed. "Does Sister not like Lord Vaya?" "I like Lord Vaya." Silesia showed an expression of surprise, and Kiarania continued. "Although I like Lord Vaya, I know I am not qualified to stand by his side." Silesia understood the true meaning of her sister's words. "Even if Sister didn't say it, I wouldn't forget my status. Lord Vaya's wife should be a princess or a noble's daughter, not commoners like us." Just as Silesia finished speaking, a voice asked, "Where is the magic chanter who killed Viscount Flat?" Kiarania and Silesia looked up and saw a group of men holding weapons standing on the wall surrounding the garden. After carefully sizing these people up, Kiarania discerned their identities. "Are you mercenaries?" "We are the death-spreading sword squad." A lazy-looking Brian Anglais replied. "We were hired by Viscount Flat's family to subdue the magic chanter who killed Viscount Flat." Kiarania and Silesia took a deep breath, then shouted together, "Lord Vaya, please come and save us." The castle's training grounds. Vaya was training the soldiers. In this world, the average level of ordinary soldiers is LV3, and Vaya's soldiers were no exception. No matter how much Vaya trained them, it was impossible to raise their levels in a short period of time. Sensing the death-spreading sword squad invading the castle, Vaya ordered his soldiers, "Someone has invaded the castle. Go to the garden immediately." After giving his order, Vaya went directly to the garden using the 3rd-tier magic, Fly. At this moment in the castle garden, a mercenary named Zach was approaching Kiarania, saying, "This woman is truly too beautiful. She is even prettier than the noble daughters I've seen." Another man with a fierce appearance mocked. "Zach, you sure are impatient. Even if you capture this woman yourself, you'll have to wait in line behind us, since you're just a newcomer who just joined our mercenary group." Watching the mercenaries approaching her step by step, Kiarania was so afraid that her body began to tremble. Boom! A white bolt of thunder suddenly descended from the sky, striking Zach, who was closest to Kiarania. "Lord Vaya." Looking up and seeing Vaya's figure, Kiarania showed a joyful smile. When she encountered danger, Vaya once again became the hero who saved her. Silesia looked at Kiarania's expression and whispered, "As expected, sister likes Lord Vaya more than I do." This was also a matter of course. Silesia was only a 13-year-old girl now, and her feelings for Vaya were more like admiration for a hero. Kiarania was a young woman of marriageable age, and her feelings for Vaya were completely different from Silesia's. Vaya, who had flown above the garden, looked down at the 70-plus mercenaries with a cold gaze. "Killing you directly would be a waste, so I will give you a chance to survive. As long as you can kill my soldiers in one-on-one combat, I will allow you to leave my territory." "Lord Magic Chanter, are you treating us as your prisoners?" Brian asked, full of smiles. "If you don't use the fly magic, you surely won't be a match for us. It seems you are very confident in yourself. After all, I am Brian Anglaus, the warrior in the kingdom second only to Gazef Storonov." Upon learning Brian's identity, Vaya's eyes lit up. "Are you really Brian?" Brian drew his saber and pointed it at Vaya. "My blade will prove my identity to you." At this time, Vaya's soldiers had already arrived at the garden and surrounded all the mercenaries. Vaya descended from the sky, landed in front of Brian, and said, "Brian Anglaus, I know that the death-spreading sword squad, mercenary group you joined is full of damnable scum. If you don't want to die, join my ranks and become a general of my White Dragon Legion." Before Vaya could finish, Brian brandished the magic weapon in his hand, worth 5,000 gold coins, the Divine Blade, launching a lightning-fast slash. Divine Flash. A triumphant smile appeared on Brian's face. Because Divine Flash was a lightning-fast attack he had upgraded from his original martial art, Instant Flash, in order to defeat Gazef. He believed that even Gazef could not keep up with the speed of Divine Flash. The next instant, the blade of the Divine Blade stopped beside Vaya's neck. This was not because Brian had stopped his attack, but because Vaya had pinched the blade of the Divine Blade with the thumb and index finger of his right hand, preventing it from moving forward. Brian stared at Vaya's right hand with wide, incredulous eyes. "You actually blocked my Divine Flash with just 2 fingers. Brian Anglaus, do you want to become stronger?" Brian looked at Vaya with a puzzled expression, and Vaya continued, "As long as you are willing to become my subordinate, I will help you break through your current limits and ascend to a new realm. Dragon God's Grace. In this world, there is a limit to the growth of human levels. Even those who possess an innate ability can only grow to around level 40 and become a powerhouse of the 6th tier. Only godkins who have inherited the bloodline of players can surpass the growth limits of humans. As an owner of an innate ability, Brian Anglaus has a growth limit of the 6th tier, but he currently only has the strength of the 4th tier because no one has taught him the experience required to ascend to the 5th tier. Can you really help me ascend to a new realm?" Brian looked into Vaya's eyes with a skeptical gaze. Vaya revealed a smile full of confidence. "In order to gain your trust, I can help you break through your current level." After saying this, Vaya raised his right hand and aimed it at Brian. Origin Magic, Limit Break. A dazzling, scorching white light bloomed from Vaya's palm, enveloping Brian from head to toe. Brian's eyes widened, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Because Brian could feel an incredible transformation occurring within his body. When this transformation ended, Brian's strength and speed had significantly improved. Vaya checked Brian's status panel and saw that his level had increased from 28 to 29, and his tier had also advanced from the 4th tier to the 5th tier. Brian looked at Vaya with a smile that was uglier than crying and murmured, "I've put so much effort into training, yet I haven't been able to increase my level. and you can do it so easily. Vaya explained, I am a priest of the dragon god who serves the white dragon god, and I can bestow the dragon god's grace upon the followers of the white dragon god. Although helping you increase your level seems simple, this is a miracle that no magic can achieve. If you wish to receive the dragon god's grace once more, you must become a follower of the white dragon god, just like me. Brian was originally just an ordinary farmer. One day, 10 years ago, Brian, who had taken up a sword as a soldier conscripted by the kingdom, discovered that he possessed a talent for swordsmanship. With the help of his innate talent, Brian defeated one enemy after another, and within a few years, he became one of the kingdom's top warriors. Just when Brian thought he could become the strongest warrior in the kingdom, he lost to Gazif in the royal tournament. That was the first time Brian had tasted defeat since he first took up a sword. Recovering from the blow of defeat, Brian's only goal became to defeat Gazif. He joined the death-spreading sword squad, which acted as both mercenaries and bandits, for the sole purpose of fighting all kinds of people. Now, an opportunity to become stronger had appeared before Brian. It was obvious. Brian had no reason to refuse Vaya. Therefore, Brian revealed an excited and twisted smile at Vaya. My goal is to defeat Gazif. As long as you can help me become stronger, whether it's making me your subordinate or having me worship your white dragon god, I can accept it all. Upon hearing Brian's answer, Vaya immediately asked, Brian, how should I go about increasing my warrior level? Do you really not know? As long as you fight in the way of a warrior, you can increase your warrior level. The castle's training ground. Vaya and his soldiers drove the mercenaries of the death-spreading sword squad to this place, and then arranged for the soldiers and mercenaries to engage in one-on-one combat. Compared to Vaya's soldiers, the mercenaries of the death-spreading sword squad were much stronger. Under normal circumstances, the result would certainly have been the defeat of Vaya's soldiers. Unfortunately for the mercenaries, whenever the soldiers were injured during the fight, Vaya would heal them with magic. Therefore, the final result was that all the mercenaries were killed, and Vaya's new recruits gained the experience of having killed someone and seen blood. After the soldiers had moved the mercenaries' bodies away, Vaya walked to the center of the training ground, drew his sword, and pointed it at Brian. Brian, come and teach me how to fight. Lord Vaya, you are already a powerful magic chanter, and yet you still wish to become a powerful warrior. It seems you are truly greedy. Brian walked in front of Vaya and gripped the hilt of his divine sword with his right hand. If you truly want to increase your warrior level, you must absolutely not use the power of a magic chanter from here on out. The next instant, Brian drew his divine sword and swung it horizontally at Vaya. Vaya used the sword in his hand to block. Cracked! Vaya's sword was cut in two by Brian's divine sword. Seeing this unexpected result, Vaya said with a smile, Brian, if our strength were about the same, since I have lost my weapon, you would surely be able to defeat me easily. But as a magic chanter, I can even create weapons, create greater item. As Vaya used this 7th tier magic, a black longsword of around level 40 appeared before him. Magic is truly convenient. Vaya's magic could even create weapons, and Brian wore an expression of jealousy. Since you have a weapon now, I won't hold back. After performing a 2-hit combo using Instant Flash and Divine Flash, Brian used 4 light slashes. Unlike Instant Flash and Divine Flash, which are high-speed slashes that the enemy cannot react to in time, 4 light slashes involves unleashing 4 slashes that attack the target from 4 directions simultaneously. This was originally an original martial art that Gazif had used to defeat Brian, and the fact that Brian learned it in just a few short months was enough to prove just how powerful his innate talent was. Clang, 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 clang. Accompanied by the sound of clashing blades, Vaya not only blocked Brian's Instant Flash and Divine Flash 2-hit combo, but also blocked all 4 sword lights of 4 light slashes. How is this possible? Brian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stopped swinging his sword. Sorry, Brian. Although I am a novice as a warrior, my own strength and speed are completely on par with you, a powerful warrior. So, even if you use martial arts, I can still block your attacks. You didn't use magic to strengthen your body, yet you have such astonishing strength and speed. Are you truly human? Actually, I am of the dragon race. Vaya told the truth. But Brian did not believe him. The dragon race is the strongest species that rules the world. They wouldn't live among humans like you do. Are you saying that to worship the white dragon god you serve, one must consider themselves part of the dragon race? You have misunderstood. The white dragon god that Vaya worshipped was actually Vaya himself, the son of the white dragon king. Worshipping a certain deity is a necessary condition for learning faith-based magic. In the Great Tomb of Nazareth, Shaltir could worship the god ancestor Caniable, who had been slain by players. The leader of Blue Rose, Lachius Alvin Dale Aindra, also worshipped a deity who was a long-deceased player, the water god. Since one could learn faith-based magic by worshipping a non-existent deity, Vaya thought of worshipping himself as a deity. Via obtaining the priest of the dragon god, class proved that one could also learn faith-based magic by worshipping oneself. He preached the faith of the white dragon god to Brian, because Vaya wanted to increase the level of his priest of the dragon god class. Because the duty of a priest is to increase the number of followers for the deity they serve. G.S. Storonov, in the blink of an eye. It had been 3 days since Brian Anglais became a subordinate of Vaya Helios. During these 3 days, Vaya fought with Brian every day. The castle's training grounds. Dodging the whirlwind slash, Brian unleashed with his divine blade, Vaya swung his sword, sending out a blade of wind with air slash, which Brian blocked with a slash. As expected of Lord Vaya, you have already completely mastered these martial arts. Brian, my attack is not over yet. As Vaya finished speaking, he swung his sword at high speed, unleashing a strike of astonishing velocity. This was precisely Brian's martial art, Divine Flash. With a loud clang, Brian blocked Vaya's strike by predicting the trajectory, but was forced to take a few steps back under the impact of Vaya's power. To have learned my Divine Flash in a mere 3 days, I am increasingly convinced that you are a monster. I told you already, I am actually a dragon race. Seeing Brian's disbelieving expression, Vaya did not explain further and directly opened his status panel. Vaya Helios. Race, White Dragon. Race level, Juvenile LV10, Adolescent LV10, Young Adult LV10. Job level, Dragon Warrior LV2, World Guardian LV1, Priest of the Dragon God LV1, Dragon Chanter LV1, Primal Chanter LV4, World Connector LV4, Dragon Ruler LV1. Total level, LV44. Special abilities. Ancestral True Dragon, Dragon Race Talent, Magic Talent, Combat Talent, Form Transformation. Origin Magic, Limit Break. Learning Brian's Divine Flash had not caused his warrior level to rise again, and Vaya murmured full of doubt. Could it be because Brian is too weak that I can only use him to increase my warrior level by 1? In this world, the Bone King had already proven that one cannot gain experience points by killing enemies. This is also why humans cannot become stronger by killing enemies. In this world, one also cannot level up by accumulating experience through training. That is why the Bahar's Empire's chief court magic chanter, Fluter Paradane, has lived for over 260 years without being able to promote to the 7th tier by accumulating experience through training. In this world, leveling up is actually determined by one's own talent. Brian was originally just an ordinary farmer. It was only because he possessed an innate ability that he was able to promote to level 28 in about 10 years. The captain of the divine race of the slain, Theocracies the Black Scripture, having awakened the bloodline of the divine race, raised his level to around 70 before the age of 20. It was obvious. As a hidden member of the divine race in the slain Theocracy, the captain of the divine race could neither kill large numbers of enemies to gain experience points for leveling up, nor did he have the time to accumulate experience through training. The captain of the divine race was able to level up quickly entirely because of the talent bestowed upon him by his divine race bloodline. Lord Vaya. Hearing Kiarania's anxious voice, Vaya snapped back to reality and saw Kiarania, dressed in a black and white maid dress, jogging toward the training grounds. There are dozens of knights approaching the castle. In the Riesti's kingdom, there are two types of knights. The first type of knight holds a noble title for only one generation. The second type of knight consists of mounted warriors trained by the warrior captain of Storonov. Regardless of the type, their combat power cannot be compared to that of ordinary soldiers. It seems the king intends to subjugate me. Nobles have an obligation to be loyal to the king, and the king has a responsibility to protect the nobles. Therefore, it was entirely within Vaya's expectations that Ramses III would come to subjugate him. As Vaya walked toward the castle gate, Brian approached him. "Lord Vaya, I am your subordinate now. Let me handle the enemies for you. You want to improve your strength by fighting those knights, don't you?" You saw right through me. Brian looked at Vaya with expectant eyes. "You will grant my request, won't you?" Ahem. The reason Brian became Vaya's subordinate was that he wanted to become stronger, and naturally, Vaya would not stop him from achieving his goal. After the castle gates slowly opened, Vaya brought Brian and the worried-looking Kiarania outside, where they saw over 50 knights lined up neatly on the street. The knight leading them had dark skin and a robust build, with black eyes that held a gaze as sharp as a sword. of Storonov. Brian widened his eyes and spoke the man's name. Brian Anglaus. Gazef's gaze turned toward Brian, who was behind Vaya. "To think you would be here. Did you participate in killing Viscount Flat and seizing his territory?" Brian shook his head. "I was hired as a mercenary by Viscount Flat's family to kill Lord Vaya, who took this territory. But not only did I fail to complete my task, I have also become Lord Vaya's subordinate." Gazef looked at Vaya with a grave expression. "Brian Anglaus is a strong warrior capable of fighting on equal footing with me. Since you were able to defeat Brian, it seems you are indeed a powerful 5th-tier magic chanter. Why would a strong person like you kill a noble of the kingdom?" "I have no need to explain myself to you." Vaya couldn't be bothered to explain, and Kiarania hurriedly stepped in front of Vaya to shield him. "Are you the warrior captain of Storonov? I have heard that you are of commoner origin, so you should know the kingdom's nobles very well. Viscount Flat, who ruled this territory, not only cruelly oppressed us, but also forced beautiful young women to become his concubines. Even more hateful is that after losing interest in these concubines, Viscount Flat would sell them to brothels. I was a victim targeted by Viscount Flat and forced to become a concubine. Lord Vaya killed Viscount Flat only to save me. I know that Viscount Flat was a noble with a long list of evil deeds." Gazef said with an expressionless face. "Viscount Flat was guilty, but you should have requested His Majesty the King to judge him, rather than using your own power to disrupt the order of the kingdom." "Lord Gazef, are you joking?" Brian mocked with disdain. "His Majesty Ramses III has already ruled for 35 years. Do you really think he can sanction nobles with a long list of evil deeds? Only a ruler like the Blood Emperor of the Bahar's Empire is a king capable of sanctioning nobles." Gazef fell into silence. Because he knew Brian was right. The elderly Ramses III was indeed incapable of sanctioning the nobles. "I am His Majesty, the king's warrior commander." After jumping down from his horse, Gazef walked up to Vaya with a resolute expression. "Even if I cannot represent justice, I must defend the authority of His Majesty the King. Gazef, I will be your opponent." Brian excitedly gripped the hilt of his divine blade with his right hand. "This time, I will not lose to you again. Brian, you are not the enemy I am here to subjugate. But you are the rival I must defeat." With a clang, Brian took the initiative to draw his divine blade and launched an attack on Gazef. Martial art, instant reflex. Gazef blocked Brian's divine blade with a counterattack, then revealed an expression of surprise. "Brian, your strength and speed have increased." "That's right." Brian did not hide it. "Because of the grace bestowed upon me by Lord Vaya, I have now risen from the 4th tier to the 5th tier, so this time I will defeat you. of Storonov, taste the bitterness of defeat yourself." Chapter 10, LV45. Unlike Brian, who possessed an innate ability, Gazef was merely a genius among mortals, so the 4th tier became the limit of his level growth. Facing Brian, who had advanced to the 5th tier, Gazef cast a martial art with a grave expression, blocking his attacks one after another. Instant Flash. Flowing Water Acceleration. Flowing water acceleration is a martial art that increases one's own speed. Gazef used flowing water acceleration to block Brian's instant flash, and Brian immediately rotated his body to use the faster, divine flash. In the blink of an eye, Gazef incredibly broke through his own limits, barely swinging his sword to block this Godspeed strike. However, Brian's attack did not stop. Because he knew that Gazef was not a weakling who could be defeated by just using instant flash. Under Gazef's surprised gaze, Brian swung his sword at Godspeed, unleashing slashes in 4 directions, using none other than Gazef's original martial art, 4 light slashes. You actually learned my 4 light slashes. Gazef revealed a joyful smile. Brian, I haven't stopped moving forward either. Let me show you the fruits of my training. Swish. Gazef swung a Godspeed strike to counterattack. This was none other than Brian's instant flash. Since Gazef could create a martial art like 4 light slashes, Brian was not surprised that he had learned instant flash. Blocking Gazef's instant flash with divine flash, Brian saw Gazef use the sword-swinging method of 4 light slashes. However, what Gazef swung was not 4 slashes, but 6. Martial art, 6 light slashes. 6 sword beams attacked Brian from 6 different directions, and Brian could only retreat in a sorry state. Dodging the attack of 6 light slashes, a wry smile appeared on Brian's face. Gazef, you truly are the kingdom's strongest warrior. I was able to create the martial art Divine Flash, which is faster than Instant Flash, and you have also created 6 light slashes, which is stronger than 4 light slashes. Brian, you have not lost to me. Gazef comforted him. Although you didn't block my 6 light slashes, you dodged my attack, so the result of this battle should be a draw. My goal is to defeat you. Brian looked dissatisfied. Seeing that the battle between Gazef and Brian had ended, Vaya said with a smile, Gazef Storonov, you were actually able to suppress Brian, who has a higher level than you. Now I demand that you fight me to help me raise my warrior level. If you refuse my request, I will declare war on Ramses III, to whom you have sworn your loyalty. Gazef already knew that Vaya's strength was definitely not something he could overcome, and he certainly did not want Vaya to become an enemy of Ramses III. After hearing Vaya's words, Gazef asked, Lord Vaya, what will I gain if I accept your request? The Riesti's kingdom is already facing the threat of the Bahar's empire. If a powerhouse like me were to take Brian and join the Bahar's empire, the Riesti's kingdom would inevitably be annexed by the Bahar's empire. As long as you satisfy my request, I promise you that I will remain in the Riesti's kingdom and use my power to protect the people of the kingdom. Ramses III was a man who valued the strong. It was precisely because he valued the strong that he allowed Gazef, who was of commoner origin, to hold the position of warrior commander. If a powerhouse like Vaya was willing to protect the Riesti's kingdom, Ramses III would certainly not refuse. Lord Vaya, can you guarantee that you are truly willing to protect the kingdom? I guarantee it in the name of the white dragon god I serve. Gazef revealed a smile. Since we are companions protecting the kingdom together, I can satisfy any of your requests. Then come with me to the training grounds. The castle's training grounds. Vaya walked to the center of the training grounds, then pointed his sword at Gazef. Gazef, I am fighting you to raise my warrior level, so you must bring out your full strength. As you wish. Gazef used flowing water acceleration to increase his speed, then took the initiative to attack. Clang, 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 clang. Vaya blocked a barrage of Gazef's fierce attacks. When Gazef used the hard-to-dodge, 4 light slashes, Vaya used Divine Flash to block all the sword beams, then continued to thrust his blade toward Gazef. Instant reflection. Barely blocking the Godspeed strike, Gazef used his strongest martial art, 6 light slashes. At the edge of the training grounds, Kiarania watched Vaya's figure with a gaze full of infatuation. Lord Vaya is too amazing. He is not only a powerful magic chanter, but he can also suppress the warrior commander as a warrior. Brian said in agreement. Lord Vaya is the most powerful person I have ever seen. Perhaps he is already capable of rivaling the 13 heroes from over 200 years ago. It is said that over 200 years ago, a group of demon gods appeared that ravaged the entire world. These demon gods destroyed one country and civilization after another, causing deep catastrophe and disaster to this world. The ones who subjugated the demon gods and saved the world at that time were the 13 heroes. Brian did not know that the members of the 13 heroes were actually of varying strength. The strong among the 13 heroes were powerful enough to rival the 8 Desires King and 6 great gods of myth and legend. Vaya's strength could currently only rival some of the weaker members of the 13 heroes. Correct. Accompanied by the sound of his sword being severed, Gazef looked at the broken sword in his hand and revealed a wry smile. Lord Vaya, I have lost. Although Vaya's strength was greater than Gazef's, Vaya did not want to decide the winner in this way. Gazef, I demand that you use the Razor Edge, the Guardian Armor, the Gauntlets of Vitality, and the Amulet of Immortality to fight me again. The Razor Edge, Guardian Armor, Gauntlets of Vitality, and Amulet of Immortality are 4 treasures passed down through generations in the Riesti's kingdom. By using these 4 treasures, Gazef could at least raise his combat power to the 5th tier. Those are treasures lent to me by His Majesty the King. Gazef looked troubled. Only with the permission of His Majesty, the King, can I borrow these treasures to fight you. I believe Ramses III will satisfy my request. After saying this, Vaya opened his status panel. Vaya Helios. Race, White Dragon. Race level, Juvenile LV10, Adolescent LV10, Young Adult LV10. Job level, Dragon Warrior LV3, World Guardian LV1, Priest of the Dragon God LV1, Dragon Chanter LV1, Primal Chanter LV4, World Connector LV4, Dragon Ruler LV1. Total level, LV45. Special abilities, Ancestral True Dragon, Dragon Race Talent, Magic Talent, Combat Talent, Form Transformation. Origin Magic, Limit Break. Seeing the Dragon Warrior level become LV3, Vaya confirmed his guess. As long as Vaya fought a powerful target using a warrior's method, he could raise the level of Dragon Warrior. Gazef, fight me again. Vaya used the 7th tier magic, Create Greater item, creating a sword of around level 40 and throwing it in front of Gazef. Lord Vaya, even if we fight again, the result will not change. Although you are a novice as a warrior, your strength is greater than mine, and your speed is faster than mine. Gazef, I want to verify if fighting again will raise my level. Lahus and Evilue, Francia Palace. Under the watchful eyes of the royalty and numerous nobles, Gazef Storonov walked into the conference room and knelt on one knee before Ramses III. Your Majesty, I failed to complete the mission. Please punish me. Ramses III looked down at Gazef with a solemn expression. Warrior Commander, is the magic chanter who sees the territory of Viscount Flat more powerful than you? He is not only a 5th tier magic chanter, but also a 5th tier warrior. It was his warrior's strength that defeated me. Even with the treasures passed down through generations in the kingdom, I do not have the confidence to defeat that Vaya. Hearing Gazef's reply, Marquis Boralip said with dissatisfaction, How absurd! How can someone be both a 5th tier magic chanter and a 5th tier warrior? Is the warrior commander bragging about the enemy's strength because he couldn't defeat them? If your lordship does not believe me, you may test Vaya's strength yourself. After countering Marquis Boralip, Gazef looked at Ramses III. Your Majesty, I believe Vaya's strength is enough to rival the 13 heroes of over 200 years ago, and the kingdom should not make an enemy of him for the sake of a noble like Viscount Flat, who is full of evil deeds. Vaya has promised me that as long as your Majesty recognizes him as the lord of Viscount Flat's territory, he will become a guardian of the kingdom. If your Majesty chooses to make an enemy of Vaya, he will join the Bahar's empire. After hearing Gazef's words, Ramses III looked serious. Warrior Commander, I trust that you would not lie to your king. Since Vaya is a powerhouse rivaling the 13 heroes, making him an enemy and pushing him toward the Bahar's empire is absolutely the most foolish course of action. I have decided to judge Viscount Flat's crimes and grant his territory to Vaya. Are you willing to support this? The nobles began to look at each other, with no one supporting or opposing. Father, first Prince Bablo shouted with dissatisfaction. Submitting to someone who disrupts the order of the kingdom will damage our authority as royalty, so we should find a way to eliminate that Vaya. Second Prince Cynic mocked. If the warrior commander cannot defeat Vaya, does older brother want to send the kingdom's soldiers to their deaths in vain? Or does he want Vaya to join the Bahar's empire? Pablo turned his head and glared at Cynic with angry eyes. I do not believe there is no one in the kingdom who can subjugate that Vaya. There are indeed powerhouses in the kingdom who can subjugate Vaya. The person who said this was the third princess, Lahus, beside Cynic. I believe the kingdom's adamantite-class adventurer squad Blue Rose has the strength to subjugate Vaya, and they are currently in the royal capital. Adventurers are people who work on dealing with monsters, similar to multifunctional mercenaries, with an unwritten rule of not intervening in wars, managed by the Adventurers Guild. Adventurer ranks are divided into copper, iron, silver, gold, platinum, mithril, orichalcum, and adamantite, with adamantite being the highest rank for adventurers. The leader of Blue Rose is that young lady of the Anglaus family, right? Ramses III's gaze turned to Lahus. The Anglaus family are descendants of the 13 heroes from over 200 years ago and are also a prestigious noble family of the kingdom. Now, the Anglaus family has two adamantite-class adventurers. One is Azius Anglaus, the leader of the adamantite-class adventurer squad Crimson Droplet, and the other is Lahus Alvin Dale Anglaus, the leader of the adamantite-class adventurer squad Blue Rose. Lahus, considering the possibility that Blue Rose might fail, I cannot commission Blue Rose as the king. I heard that you are good friends with the young lady of the Anglaus family. Can you negotiate with her in a private capacity? Of course. Lahus's face showed a joyful smile. I am very happy to be able to solve this trouble for father. Francia Palace not only has conference rooms for meetings, but also bedrooms for royal family members. Lahus returned from the conference room to the door of her own room, first adjusted her expression, and then pushed the door open and walked in. In the bright living room, two young girls were sitting by a tea table. The girl on the left side of the tea table was about 15 years old, had spiral-curled golden hair and emerald eyes, wore a cute-styled pink noble dress, and her delicate little face had a beauty that was 1 point inferior to Lahus's. The girl on the right side of the tea table was short, covered her whole body with a red hooded robe, wore a strange mask with a vermilion gem embedded in the forehead, and only a few strands of golden hair were not hidden. Seeing Lahus, who was the host, the girl on the left stood up and saluted Lahus. Princess Lahus. Lahus, why not just call me Lahus? Lahus's little face showed an expression of dissatisfaction. We are friends if you call me Princess Lahus. Again, I will really be angry. Fine, Lahus. Lahus changed the way she addressed her, then looked at her companion. Let me introduce you. This is my new companion, Evil Eye. Evil Eye, I am very happy to meet you. Lahus walked enthusiastically in front of Evil Eye. We are both friends of Lahus, and I believe we can also become friends. Evil Eye made a sound that sounded like mockery. I am so rude in front of you, a royal, and you still want to be friends with me. The status between friends is equal. Lahus showed a sincere smile. Treating me as royalty actually makes me feel troubled. HMPH, you really know how to be likable. Evil Eye did not change her cold attitude. I did not come here to make friends with you, and I have no interest in becoming friends with you. Lahus. Lahus looked at Lahus with eyes full of grievance. Am I that annoying? Lahus explained with a bitter smile. Lahus, Evil Eye has always been like this, so you don't need to mind her. Lahus breathed a sigh of relief, and then sat down beside Lahus. Today, I originally wanted to have a friendly meeting with you, but because of the matter of Viscount Flat's territory, I now want to make a request to you, Blue Rose. Did the warrior commander not subjugate that magic chanter who killed Viscount Flat? Lachius showed a surprised expression. Lachius nodded. That Vaya is not only a 5th-tier magic chanter, but he could also defeat the warrior commander with a warrior's strength. So the warrior commander believes he is also a 5th-tier warrior. Both a 5th-tier magic chanter and a 5th-tier warrior. Lachius's gaze turned to Evilue. Because she could both use 5th-tier magic and had 5th-tier combat ability. But Evilue was so special because she was not human. Evilue clearly saw Lachius's thoughts. Lachius, that guy might be a godkin. Lachius asked curiously, "What is a godkin?" "We have no need to explain it to you." Evilue refused to answer Lachius's question, and Lachius puffed up her little face unhappily and looked at Lachius. "I heard that the guy named Vaya is very young." Lachius looked at Evilue with a solemn expression. "Evilue, I think we should make contact with him to confirm whether he is a godkin and what his purpose is for disrupting the order of the kingdom." The arrival of the Wild Rose, Viscount Flat's territory. As nightfall began to shroud the world, Lachius led the members of Blue Rose into the only town in this territory. Walking along the impeccably clean streets of the town, Lachius said in surprise, "I heard that Viscount Flat was a cruel lord who oppressed his subjects, so I didn't expect his territory to have such clean streets." The masked Evilue sneered. "If the rumors are false, then that guy named Vaya is a great sinner for killing a kind lord." The only inn in this town was named Green Forest. Seeing Lachius and the others walk in, the innkeeper standing behind the counter said enthusiastically, "Welcome, 5, ladies." The innkeeper had this doubt because Gagarin, one of the members of Blue Rose, had an incomparably robust physique. Her thick arms were reminiscent of logs, and she had a square-shaped head atop a thick neck. Her blonde hair was shaved very short, making her look like a beast. "Yo, boss," Gagarin said with a laugh, using a magnetic, masculine voice. "I look like a man, right? You didn't see wrong, I am indeed a man, and these 4 beautiful girls are my wives." "Well, welcome to you and the 4 ladies." The innkeeper looked at Gagarin with a face full of fear. "Are you here to dine or lodge?" "We want both. Give us dinner first and let us fill our stomachs." The 5 of them went to a table in the inn's dining area and sat down, and Lachius asked directly, "Boss, may we ask you a few questions?" "Sure." The innkeeper readily agreed. "Since 5 guests have come to patronize my business, I will do my best to answer your questions. What kind of person is Viscount Flat, who rules this territory?" Hearing this question, the innkeeper hesitated noticeably. "If it were before, I certainly wouldn't dare speak ill of the Lord. Now that Lord Vaya has become our lord, I can express my personal opinion on Viscount Flat. Under Viscount Flat's rule, we subjects could barely fill our stomachs. Even worse, whenever Viscount Flat found a pretty girl, he would force her to become his concubine. Once he grew tired of his concubine, he would sell her to a brothel. Lord Vaya sanctioned Viscount Flat because Viscount Flat wanted to force Miss Kiarania to become his concubine." "Boss, I have a question." The one who spoke was Evilue. "The streets of this town look very clean. Is this the result of Viscount Flat's governance?" The innkeeper shook his head. "The streets became clean because Lord Vaya hired people to clean them. That guy named Vaya is really not bad." Hearing Gagarin's praise, the innkeeper continued. "Compared to Viscount Flat, Lord Vaya is practically a saint. If Lord Vaya ruled this territory, our income would at least double, but unfortunately, Lord Vaya is not a lord appointed by the king." Late at night, the members of Blue Rose gathered in Lachius's room. "Evilue, Gagarin, Tina, Tia, tell me your thoughts." Tina and Tia were twin sisters. Not only were their figures and faces identical, but even the length of their orange-gold hair was almost the same. The only difference between the two was that Tina's clothing and hair accessories were primarily red, while Tia's were primarily blue. Hearing Lachius's request, Tina and Tia looked at each other. "We aren't people of the kingdom, so it's better not to offer an opinion." Please don't put us in a difficult position. Tina and Tia were originally assassins trained by the assassination organization Igenia, which was located at the border of the Bahar's Empire and the City Alliance. As assassins, the opportunity for Tia and Tina to join Blue Rose came after they failed to assassinate Lahus and were persuaded by her to join the team. Although Lahus sincerely treated Tia and Tina as companions, Tia and Tina had not given up on the idea of assassinating Lahus and were still looking for an opportunity to kill her. Lahus's gaze turned to Evil Eye and Gagarin. Evil Eye sneered. Do you really want to hear my thoughts? If scum like Viscount Flat appeared before me, I would kill him too, so I oppose subjugating Vaya. Gagarin added, My thoughts are the same as Evil Eye's. Lahus sighed with a complex expression. If our Ainzal family weren't nobles of the kingdom, my thoughts would be the same as yours. But as a noble, I must verify whether Lord Vaya will endanger the royal family, so tomorrow I will take you all to visit Lord Vaya. The next morning, Vaya, Kiarania, and Silesia were eating breakfast when Brian suddenly arrived at the castle's dining hall. Lord Vaya, your trouble has arrived. Vaya looked at Brian with a frown. Is Gazef here to subjugate me again? The ones who have come are the Adamantite-class adventure squad, Blue Rose. Blue Rose? Vaya was, of course, no stranger to this Adamantite-class adventure squad. The members of Blue Rose included not only Evil Eye, a true ancestor vampire with a level exceeding 50, but also the retired member Rigret Bells Carrow, who even had connections with the Platinum Dragon King. Lord Vaya. Kiarania looked at Vaya with worried eyes. You don't need to worry. The arrival of Blue Rose is a good thing for me. Through multiple battles with Brian and Gazef, Vaya had confirmed a rule. Fighting them could only increase Vaya's level once. Blue Rose had 5 members. As long as Vaya fought them, he could raise his level by 5. Brian, go invite Blue Rose. I will be waiting for them at the castle's training ground. Understood. Brian did not refuse this order. Because he did not know that Evil Eye was a true ancestor vampire, with a level higher than Vaya's. The castle's training ground. Brian brought Lahus, Evil Eye, Gagarin, Tia, and Tina here, and Vaya looked with great confusion at Lahus, who was wearing a pink noble gown. You're actually wearing a noble gown. Aren't you, Blue Rose, here to subjugate me? Lord Vaya, I am Lahus, the captain of Blue Rose, and these are my companions Evil Eye, Gagarin, Tia, and Tina. We have not accepted a commission from His Majesty the King, so whether or not you are our target for subjugation is something we will judge for ourselves. Lahus asked sternly, Why did you kill Viscount Flat? Vaya asked in return, Does killing scum like that require a reason? Why did you seize Viscount Flat's territory? I want to have my own territory. Will you be an enemy of the royal family? No. After hearing Vaya's answer, Lahus's small face revealed a smile. Lord Vaya, I am very satisfied with your answer. We have intruded presumptuously today, but as compensation, I will help you persuade His Majesty the King. Please continue to treat your subjects well, just as you do now. After finishing these words, Lahus turned around, intending to leave with her companions. Wait a moment. Vaya used the 3rd-tier magic dimensional shift to teleport in front of Lahus. Miss Lahus, you, Blue Rose, must fight me before you can leave. Upgrade failed. Hearing Vaya's request, Lahus opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Lord Vaya, is something wrong with your head? You're the one whose head isn't right. Evil Eye complained directly. Have you forgotten the purpose of our coming here? Thinking that she hadn't confirmed Vaya's identity yet, Lahus said with a complex expression, Since Lord Vaya also has the idea of fighting us, please wait here for a moment. Then Lahus's gaze turned to Evil Eye. Evil Eye, I'm counting on you. Teleportation. Evil Eye cast the 5th-tier magic teleportation. The next instant, the figures of Lahus and Evil Eye disappeared. A moment later, Evil Eye and the fully armed Lahus returned to Vaya's front using teleportation. At this time, Lahus was wearing a full-body armor pure white snow that combined platinum and golden radiance, with unicorn decorations carved all over the armor. Behind her was the rat speed cloak that could increase the wearer's movement speed, agility, and evasion. She wore a pale blue rose tiara on her head, and her right hand, equipped with a gauntlet, held a long sword as large as a bastard sword, its blade reminiscent of the pitch-black night sky. The hilt of this sword was exquisitely crafted, and inside the huge blue-black gem embedded in the hilt, a radiance like a flame flickered. In addition to the equipment directly used on her body, behind Lahus floated a floating sword group, composed of 6 swords. Looking at the fully armed Lahus, Vaya showed a satisfied smile. Miss Lahus, is the magic sword in your hand the magic sword Kiarania, one of the evil sword Humilies, magic sword Kiarania, corrosive sword Crocdevil, and death sword Svitz, held by the Black Knight, one of the 13 heroes from over 200 years ago. That's right. Lahus waved her sword at Vaya with a solemn expression. Lord Vaya, although I am only 4th tier myself, with the enhancement of this equipment, my strength is enough to rival the 5th tier. Gazef should have already told you that I am not only a 5th tier magic chanter, but also a 5th tier warrior. Then I won't hold back. Lahus rushed to Vaya at an astonishing speed, then swung the magic sword Kiarania to launch a slash. With a loud clang, Vaya blocked Lahus's magic sword, feeling that her power was completely not inferior to Brian and Gazef. Miss Lahus, is your strength only at this level? You don't look down on me. Lahus, provoked by Vaya's taunt, issued a command to her floating sword group. Launch everything. The 6 floating swords seemed to have their own consciousness, attacking Vaya from 6 directions. 6 light consecutive slash. When Vaya blocked the floating sword group using Gazef's original martial art 6 light consecutive slash, Lahus poured her own magic power into the blade of the magic sword Kiarania. The starlight appearing on the blade became huge, and the blade also expanded. Super art, black magic sword million shockwave. Lahus swung the magic sword in a sweep, and the dark energy wave rushed to impact Vaya's whole body like a raging storm. If Vaya only had 5th tier strength, blocking this move with his body would definitely cause Vaya serious injury. Unfortunately, Vaya's level is 45, which corresponds to the 7th tier. Coupled with the fact that the dragon race's body is stronger than humans, Lahus's super art black magic sword million shockwave only caused 1% damage to Vaya's body. The shockwave released by the magic sword ended, and Vaya immediately used Divine Flash to counterattack. Miss Lahus, accept my attack. With the Godspeed strike issued by the 7th tier Vaya, Lahus couldn't react in time at all. Clang! Vaya's blade collided with the body of the magic sword Kiarania. Then an astonishing force impacted Lahus's whole body, and Lahus's body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Lahus! Captain! Amidst the worried screams of Evil Eye, Gagarin, and others, Lahus used the 3rd tier magic fly, avoiding her body falling to the ground. Flying back in front of Vaya, Lahus squeezed out a smile and teased. To actually blow a girl away, am I really that unappealing? Do you want me to go easy on you as a girl? Because she was friends with the adorable Lahus, Lahus had also longed to be treated specially like Lahus. But she could not admit such thoughts. Lord Vaya, I am a priestess warrior serving the water god. If you really go easy on me as a girl, it would actually make me feel troubled. Then let our battle continue. After all, my strength is greater. I allow you to initiate the attack first. Don't you regret it? Lahus poured all her remaining magic power into the magic sword, and then used the super art black magic sword million shockwave once again. This time, Lahus did not shout out the name of the move, and directly launched a sweep at Vaya. While the dark energy wave, more powerful than before, rushed toward Vaya, Vaya also poured magic power into his sword blade, using the same move to counterattack. Boom! After the 2 torrents of magic power collided, Vaya's magic power directly crushed Lahus's dark energy wave, then impacted Lahus's whole body, and Lahus's body flew backward once again. Because the 2nd black magic sword million shockwave exhausted all of Lahus's magic power, Lahus could no longer use fly. Just as Lachius was about to fall to the ground, Vaya used Dimensional Shift to come to Lachius's side, extending his hands to catch Lachius's body. Lachius looked at Vaya in confusion, not understanding why Vaya would do this. Coming back to her senses, Lachius's snow-white cheeks instantly turned shyly red. This is a Princess Carrie. Putting down Lachius's legs, Vaya asked with concern, "Miss Lachius, are you okay? If you are injured, I can use healing magic on you." "Thank you for your concern." Lachius lowered her head nervously and explained, I was just too shy." Hearing Lachius's answer, Vaya opened his status panel. Vaya Helios. Race, White Dragon. Race level, Infant LV10, Juvenile LV10, Young Adult LV10. Job level, Dragon Warrior LV3, World Guardian LV1, Priest of the Dragon God LV1, Dragon Chanter LV1, Primal Chanter LV4, World Connector LV4, Dragon Ruler LV1. Total level, LV45. Special abilities, Ancestral True Dragon, Dragon Race Talent, Magic Talent, Combat Talent, Form Transformation. Origin Magic, Limit Break. The battle between Vaya and Lachius just now actually didn't increase his Dragon Warrior level. How could this be? Vaya began to think about the differences between Lachius and Brian and Gazef. Brian was level 29 when he fought Vaya. Although Gazef was only level 28, his strength was completely not inferior to the level 29 Brian. With the enhancement of equipment like the magic sword Kiarania, pure white snow, and rat speed cloak, Lachius's strength was also equivalent to level 29. The only difference was the level gap when they fought Vaya. When Brian fought Vaya, the level gap between the two sides was 14 levels. When Gazef fought Vaya, the level gap between the two sides was 15 levels. When Lachius fought Vaya, the level gap between the two sides was 16 levels. Chapter 14, LV46. Could it be that my battle with Lachius didn't increase my level because our level difference exceeds 15? To verify his hypothesis, Vaya looked toward Evil Eye. As a true ancestor vampire, Evil Eye's level is approximately 53. Theoretically, she is capable of using 8th tier magic. In reality, because the vampire race excels as warriors and does not provide caster levels, she can only use 5th tier magic. Therefore, with a level difference of nearly 10, Vaya did not believe he was unable to defeat Evil Eye, especially since Vaya could use 7th tier magic. "Ms. Evil Eye, please battle with me." "As you wish." Evil Eye did not refuse. Using the 3rd tier magic fly to soar above the castle training grounds, Evil Eye extended her right hand to launch a magical attack at Vaya. Dragon Thunder. Seeing Evil Eye release the white lightning strike, Vaya countered with a higher tier magic. Chain Dragon Thunder. Vaya's left hand released a white lightning strike, resembling a great dragon. Dragon Thunder is only a 5th tier magic, while Chain Dragon Thunder is a 7th tier magic. After the two lightning strikes collided, Vaya's Chain Dragon Thunder directly crushed Evil Eye's Dragon Thunder and continued flying toward Evil Eye. Crystal Shield. A massive crystal shield was summoned by Evil Eye. The moment Chain Dragon Thunder struck the crystal shield, cracks began to appear on the crystal shield. An attack that crystal shield cannot withstand, Crystal Wall. As Evil Eye summoned the crystal wall, the crystal shield was completely shattered by Chain Dragon Thunder. Seeing the remaining power of Chain Dragon Thunder blocked by the crystal wall, Evil Eye breathed a sigh of relief and then questioned Vaya. "Are you using 7th tier magic? Our battle is not over yet." Vaya did not answer Evil Eye's question. While using Fly to approach Evil Eye, he aimed his left hand at her and released Sunlight Burst. Scorching Solar Radiance was released from Vaya's left hand, instantly enveloping the area where Evil Eye was located. "It hurts." Evil Eye cried out in pain. Sunlight Burst is a 7th tier area of effect attack magic that only causes damage to evil creatures and undead. Seeing that Sunlight Burst was effective against Evil Eye, Vaya released Extreme Good Strike. Extreme Good Strike is also a 7th-tier magic that counters evil creatures and undead. Unlike Sunlight Burst, which is an area of effect attack magic, Extreme Good Strike can be used on a single target, so the damage caused by Extreme Good Strike is far higher than Sunlight Burst. Dimensional Shift. Evil Eye used Dimensional Shift to dodge the energy beam of Extreme Good Strike, then looked at Vaya with a gaze of both shock and anger. It seems you know my identity. You really aren't an ordinary human. The red robe, strange mask, and ring on Evil Eye's hand were all items. The effect of the ring as an item was to conceal her identity as an undead. Are you of the divine race? In this world, those who inherited the bloodline of players are called divine race. The characteristic of the divine race is the ability to raise their levels to a realm far exceeding the limits of humans. The captain of the divine race of the slain theocracies, the Black Scripture, raised his level to around 70, and the extra seat of the Black Scripture, Zeshai Sume, has a level as high as 88. Vaya looks like a 16 or 17-year-old boy and possesses 7th-tier strength, so it is normal for Evil Eye to mistake Vaya for a member of the divine race. If you want to know my identity, you must defeat me. After responding to Evil Eye with this sentence, Vaya used Dimensional Shift to appear in front of Evil Eye. Sand Field. Countless sand grains were summoned by Evil Eye, wrapping around Vaya's body to hinder his movement. Before Vaya could break the sand field, Evil Eye released Crystal Night Lance at Vaya. This kind of attack is useless. Easily dodging the Crystal Night Lance, Vaya swung his sword and slashed at Evil Eye with Divine Flash. The 5th-tier magic sand field, wrapping around Vaya's body, had no effect. Crystal Shield. While blocking Divine Flash with Crystal Shield, Evil Eye retreated to create distance from Vaya. Seeing Vaya completely suppressing Evil Eye in the battle, Gagarin widened her eyes in shock and asked, "We had to team up with that old hag Rigret to defeat Evil Eye, yet he can suppress Evil Eye all by himself. Is this guy really human?" Lakia said in a low voice with a grave expression. It seems our guess was correct. Vaya is of the divine race. Just as Vaya wanted to continue attacking, Evil Eye suddenly shouted, "I surrender." Evil Eye, whose level was higher than his own, had actually surrendered to him. Vaya was stunned for a moment, then opened his status panel. Vaya Helios. Race, White Dragon. Race level, Infant LV10, Juvenile LV10, Young Adult LV10. Job level, Dragon Warrior LV3, World Guardian LV1, Priest of the Dragon God LV1, Dragon Chanter LV2, Primal Chanter LV4, World Connector LV4, Dragon Ruler LV1. Overall level, LV46. Special abilities, Ancestral True Dragon, Dragon Race Talent, Magic Talent, Combat Talent, Form Transformation. Origin Magic, Limit Break. The level of Dragon Chanter increased to LV2, and his overall level increased to LV46. A victor's smile appeared on Vaya's face. Evil Eye, thank you for battling with me. Vaya's gratitude was sincere, because this battle allowed Vaya to confirm his hypothesis from earlier. The fact that his battle with Lachius did not increase his level was indeed because the level difference between Vaya and Lachius exceeded 15. Evil Eye looked up at Vaya. If you really want to thank me, then tell me if you are of the divine race. Although she was wearing a mask, Vaya could still feel the dissatisfaction in her gaze. Then you must keep this secret for me. Vaya walked to Evil Eye's side, leaned close to her ear, and whispered his identity. You are actually... Upon learning that Vaya was the strongest dragon race in this world, Evil Eye looked at Vaya with complex emotions. Evil Eye, did this guy really tell you his identity? Gagarin urged immediately. Tell us quickly and satisfy our curiosity. I can't tell you. Evil Eye refused Gagarin's request. This is a secret between him and me. You're actually going to keep a secret for a man you just met for the first time? Could it be that this guy defeated you and made your heart flutter for him? My heart stopped beating long ago. As a true ancestor vampire, Evil Eye's heart had stopped beating for over 200 years. She was willing to keep the secret for Vaya because both she and Vaya were non-human races living among humans, giving her a subtle feeling of considering Vaya as one of her own. Moreover, she did not want to betray Vaya's trust in her. Outside the castle, an old woman with white hair and a thin body, wearing a sword at her waist and having a serious expression, withdrew her gaze from the castle training grounds and then uttered the word teleportation. The next instant, the old woman's figure vanished from the spot. Platinum Dragon King's attention. Agrand Council Nation. Located in the northwest corner of the continent, this country is a city-state established by many races, including humans and demi-humans, in a place surrounded by countless mountain ranges, with 5 Dragon Kings led by the Platinum Dragon King serving as lifelong counselors. A certain unknown room. Sensing a gentle change in the flow of air, Saindorcus Vasion, who held the title of Platinum Dragon King, woke up from a light sleep. Seeing the white-haired old woman with a mischievous smile on her age-worn face, the Platinum Dragon King showed an expression of astonishment. "Rigrit, it's been a long time." The old woman named Rigrit teased with a smile. "Are you not angry? I was worried just now that you would be angry because your sweet dream was disturbed by me. When an old friend like you comes to see me, I only feel happy." The Platinum Dragon King observed Rigrit's expression. "Has anyone noteworthy appeared recently? I found a young man who can defeat Evil Eye, and he is the reason I came to see you." "Someone who can defeat her." The Platinum Dragon King's expression became solemn. "That little girl is a true ancestor vampire who has surpassed human limits. Someone who can defeat her could never be human. Could it be that a player has appeared? There are still 4 years until the centennial aftershock. I don't think he is a player. It's more likely he is a godkin who inherited the bloodline of a player. Every 100 years in this world, players descend. This phenomenon is known as the centennial aftershock. Even a godkin could become a great disaster that ends the world. What kind of person is he?" "His name is Vaya Helias, a fellow with a strong sense of justice. Because Viscount Flat of the kingdom forced a girl named Kiarania to become his concubine, he accepted the plea for help from Kiarania's sister, Silesia, and killed Viscount Flat, then occupied the Viscount's castle and declared himself the new lord. Under his rule, only merchants among the subjects need to pay commercial taxes. Even I feel he is a kind and benevolent ruler." After listening to Rigrit's narration, the Platinum Dragon King's gaze turned toward the platinum armor in the corner. Riesti's kingdom. The royal capital. In the meeting room of Francia Palace, Ramses III, sitting on the throne, looked at the kneeling Lachius with a solemn face. Because Lachius was not only a noble daughter of the Ainzal family, but also the captain of the Adamantite-class adventure squad, Blue Rose. "Your Majesty, we failed to subjugate Lord Vaya. I am deeply sorry." "Miss Lachius, please stand up," Ramses III said in a gentle tone. "I did not commission you to subjugate Lord Vaya, so you have no reason to apologize to me." Ramses III was telling the truth. Lana had commissioned Blue Rose to subjugate Vaya in her personal capacity. She did not represent the king or the royal family, so this matter had nothing to do with Ramses III. After Lachius stood up, Ramses III immediately inquired, "Miss Lachius, what kind of person do you think Lord Vaya is?" Thinking of Vaya's Princess Carrie, Lachius's cheeks flushed with a shy blush. "Lord Vaya is a battle maniac who loves to fight. He took the initiative to challenge me and my companions and defeated us with absolute strength. Lord Vaya is also a merciful ruler. In his territory, all taxes except for commercial taxes have been exempted. I believe your Majesty should accept Lord Vaya and make him a guardian of the kingdom. Does he have ambitions that threaten the royal family?" Lachius shook her head without hesitation. "As long as your Majesty meets Lord Vaya, you will understand that what Lord Vaya pursues is making himself even stronger. Can you help me invite Lord Vaya to the royal capital?" Lachius showed a puzzled expression, and Ramses III explained. "Only when Lord Vaya comes here to have an audience with the king can I, as the king, enfief him as a noble and a lord." Princess Lana's palace. Vaya, wearing a form-fitting white knight suit, sat by the tea table, his gaze fixed on Evil Eye sitting on the other side. "Don't keep staring at me," Evil Eye complained with shy annoyance. "Although I am no longer human, I am still a normal girl." "Miss Evil Eye, you've misunderstood," Vaya explained. "I wasn't staring at you just now. I was just thinking about things related to you. I believe what turned you into this constitution was origin magic. Perhaps I can also create a type of origin magic to turn you back into a normal human." Evil Eye's current identity is a true ancestor vampire, but before she was 12, she was actually the princess of the Evilue kingdom, her true name being Kino Fasris Evilue. Because of the origin magic released by the Elder Coffin Dragon King, all the residents of the Evilue kingdom turned into undead, and only Evil Eye used her innate ability to copy the Elder Coffin Dragon King's origin magic and transform into a true ancestor vampire. "We are strangers who just met." Evil Eye looked at Vaya with a gaze full of doubt. "Why do you want to save me?" "I want to become true companions with you." As the strongest race in this world, the dragon race, Vaya was confident he could grow enough to defeat the Bone King. But the Bone King was not alone. He descended with many level 100 NPCs from the Great Tomb of Nazareth. Therefore, to oppose the Bone King, Vaya also needed powerful companions. Evil Eye is a true ancestor vampire, and her growth limit can rival an awakened godkin, perfectly meeting Vaya's requirements for a companion. Thinking of her parents and the kingdom's citizens who had turned into undead, Evil Eye gave a bitter smile. "The person who truly needs saving is not me. If you can create an origin magic that turns zombies back into humans, I am willing to do anything for you. I would even be a slave for you willingly." Just then, Lana came to the tea table with some snacks. This golden princess, as beautiful as a doll, placed the snacks on the tea table and then looked at Vaya with a gaze full of admiration. "Lord Vaya, I didn't expect that at such a young age you would have the strength to defeat Warrior Captain Gazef and an Adamantite-class adventurer squad. You must be the strongest person in the kingdom." Vaya looked into Lana's emerald eyes with a cold gaze. "Princess Lana, you should know the reason I came to find you. Lord Vaya is here to punish me." A fearless smile appeared on Lana's face. "Because it was I who commissioned Blue Rose to subjugate you." Vaya shook his head. "As for you commissioning Blue Rose to subjugate me, I only want to express my gratitude to you." These were Vaya's sincere words. After all, the subjugation of Vaya by Blue Rose not only allowed Vaya's level to rise to LV46, but also became the opportunity for Vaya and Evil Eye to meet. "I came to find you because you proposed some national policies that were rejected by the court council." "Eh?" Lana's expression wavered slightly. "As a member of the royal family, is there anything wrong with me proposing national policies that benefit the kingdom?" "Princess Lana, do you think I can't see through your true face? Since you have the wisdom to propose these policies, you must know that the court council would never accept them. You intentionally proposed these policies because you actually wanted them to appear before the Blood Emperor of the Bahar's Empire, because only the Blood Emperor, who wields absolute power, can push your policies in the Bahar's Empire." Lana's true face, "What are you talking about?" Hearing Vaya's accusation against Lahus, Evil Eye couldn't help but speak up. "Lahus is the princess of the kingdom, and the Bahar's Empire is an enemy nation that wants to annex us. She has no reason to help the Blood Emperor." Miss Evil Eye is right. Lahus's large eyes shimmered with aggrieved tears. "Lord Vaya, what reason do you have to accuse me of betraying the kingdom?" "All race charm." Vaya directly cast a 4th-tier charm spell on Lahus. The effect of this magic was to make the target treat the caster as a trustworthy and very close friend. The magic power of the charm struck Lahus's brain, and a distorted, broken, and sickly smile appeared on her exquisite and lovely face. "Miss Evil Eye, what Lord Vaya says is the truth. I indeed betrayed the kingdom." Evil Eye's eyes widened in disbelief. "Why would you betray the kingdom?" "Because father is an incompetent man who can never defeat the Blood Emperor. The kingdom will surely be annexed by the Bahar's Empire. I offered my national strategies to the Blood Emperor, because I want to continue enjoying royal treatment after the kingdom is destroyed. Even if you condemn me, I don't believe I'm in the wrong. After all, the outcome of the kingdom being annexed by the Bahars Empire was not caused by me. Princess Lachius, the commoners and slaves of the kingdom can indeed choose to betray for their own interests. But your identity is royalty. You have enjoyed the kingdom's support since birth, so your betrayal is unforgivable. Vaya's words caused Lachius to fall into silence, for she also knew she was wrong. Vaya continued, "You want to destroy the kingdom, because you feel it is the greatest obstacle to your freedom." Hahata. Lachius couldn't help but laugh. This is the first time I've met someone who truly understands me. Could Lord Vaya be my person of destiny? Lord Vaya is right. I do want to destroy the kingdom. I am smarter than Father, Brother Pablo, and Brother Cynic, but just because I am a girl, I have no chance to inherit the throne. On the surface, Father says he loves me more than the other children, but in reality, he just sees me as a tool for a political marriage with the nobility. I want to destroy the kingdom to gain freedom for myself, so my betrayal can be forgiven. You lunatic! Evil Eye rebuked her angrily. Since you don't want to bear the responsibilities of royalty, why didn't you renounce your status as a princess and leave the palace? Although I possess beauty and wisdom, I have neither the talent to become a warrior nor a magic chanter. Even if I left the palace, I wouldn't obtain true freedom. Princess Lachius, you don't need to destroy the kingdom, because I can help you gain your freedom. After Vaya finished speaking, Lachius's eyes widened with an excited expression. Does Lord Vaya want to marry me? Your great power could make Father compromise. As long as we marry, I can gain freedom as your wife. You could even become king as my husband. I have no interest in a little girl like you. Do you mean you want to help Brother Cynic become king? Vaya nodded. Cynic has the talent to be an excellent king. Under his rule, the kingdom won't be annexed by the Bahars Empire, and he won't force you into a political marriage. Lachius was naturally aware of Second Prince Cynic's excellent talents. However, First Prince Pablo not only had the advantage of being the eldest son, but had also married the daughter of Marquis Borelup, the leader of the noble faction. Under normal circumstances, the second prince had absolutely no hope of inheriting the throne, which was why Lachius had chosen to betray the kingdom. Lord Vaya. Lachius joyfully threw herself into Vaya's arms. To save Lachius, you are even willing to use your power to support Brother Cynic's succession. It seems you love me too. Seeing this, Evil Eye urged, "Hurry up and release your charm on this lunatic." Vaya showed a helpless face. "The all-race charm I cast was released long ago. You mean this lunatic's feelings of love for you are real?" "I don't know." Like the Blood Emperor, Vaya also felt that Lachius was a lunatic whom normal people could not understand. Vaya being able to state Lachius's true thoughts just now wasn't because he understood her mindset, but because he knew that in the future, Lachius would first betray the kingdom to advise the Blood Emperor, and then join the great tomb of Nazarick to become the witch who destroyed the kingdom. "Princess Lachius, let go of me already." "I refuse." Lachius wrapped her arms around Vaya's neck. "Because Lord Vaya is my person of destiny, I want to make you feel my charm and then fall completely in love with me." Just as Lachius finished speaking, Lachius pushed open the door and walked in. Seeing Lachius holding Vaya, Lachius was stunned for a moment. Coming to her senses, Lachius immediately shouted angrily, "Let go of Princess Lachius at once. Evil Eye, why didn't you stop him?" Evil Eye asked in return, "Lachius, can't you see that Vaya is the victim here?" Lachius could certainly see that Lachius's hands were wrapped around Vaya's neck. But the Lachius in her memory was an innocent and simple girl who could never do such a thing. Lachius, don't misunderstand. Lachius took the initiative to let go of Vaya's neck and continued to maintain her perfect image as a princess. Lord Vaya did nothing rude to me. It is I who have fallen in love with Lord Vaya and am confessing my feelings to him. So that's how it is. Vaya's human form was that of a handsome youth around 16 years old, and he possessed enough power to make the king compromise. In Lachius's view, it was quite normal for an innocent girl like Lahus to fall in love with Vaya at first sight. "Lord Vaya, please forgive my rudeness just now. His Majesty the King has agreed to grant you a title of nobility and a territory. Please follow me to the throne room for an audience. Miss Lahus, thank you for bringing me this good news." Vaya walked to Lahus, with Lahus and Evilue following behind him. Lahus looked at them with a puzzled gaze. Lahus explained, "Lahus, I also need to see Father." Evilue followed up, "I don't want to be left here alone." The throne room. Vaya entered with Lahus, and Evilue. He saw Ramses III wearing his crown on the throne. On the right side of the hall were the nobles of the noble faction led by First Prince Pablo, and on the left were the royalist nobles led by Second Prince Cynic. Warrior Captain Gazef stood behind the aging Ramses III like a royal bodyguard. "His Majesty the King, I am Vaya Helios. It is a pleasure to meet you." Seeing Vaya greet Ramses III as an equal, First Prince Pablo rebuked him angrily. "You insolent fellow, to have such an attitude when meeting the king. Warrior Captain Gazef, hurry and kill this great criminal who disrespects the king." Earl of White Dragon, Ramses III had 2 sons and 3 daughters. The first princess and second princess were already married, so only the first Prince Pablo, the second Prince Cynic, and the third Princess Lahus remained by Ramses III's side. The first Prince Pablo possessed the image of a tall and handsome man, but not only did his intelligence lose out to the second Prince Cynic, he was also a corrupt and greedy person who had business dealings with the notorious criminal organization, the Eight Fingers. The second Prince Cynic was short and stout, and even he himself held a low opinion of himself, but in reality, he possessed extraordinary intelligence. He competed with his brother for the throne, not because he himself had ambition, but because he knew that if the foolish and incompetent Pablo inherited the throne, he would definitely become a puppet for the noble faction and the Eight Fingers. The third Princess Lahus seemed to have gathered all the advantages of both Pablo and Cynic. Just as Pablo was a handsome man, Lahus possessed impeccable beauty. Just as Cynic was a wise man, the 12-year-old Lahus already possessed intelligence not inferior to Cynic's. Hearing Pablo order Gazef to kill him, Vaya looked at him with eyes full of pity. "It seems that while the gods made you a handsome man, they cruelly took away your intelligence as a normal person." Pablo knew that his mind lost to his younger brother Cynic, so his heart was actually very fragile. Vaya stated the fact of Pablo's stupidity, and Pablo immediately broke down. "Kill him, Gazef Storonov. I command you as the first prince to kill this great sinner who has humiliated the royal family." The nobles in the throne hall saw Pablo's ugly display, and even Pablo's father-in-law, Marquis Boralip, frowned. Because Pablo was truly too foolish. If Gazef could have killed Vaya, this loyal warrior commander would have long ago presented Vaya's head to the king. Even Ramses III, who was the king, had to compromise with Vaya, yet Pablo surprisingly still did not understand Vaya's power. "Warrior commander." Ramses III commanded in a low voice. "Pablo is sick, take him back to his bedchamber." "Understood." Gazef, having accepted the order, came to Pablo's side, and Pablo widened his eyes in disbelief. "Father King, your son has been humiliated. The first heir to the throne has been humiliated. Why will you not punish this great sinner?" Ramses III remained expressionless, as if he had not heard Pablo's words. After Gazef took Pablo away, Ramses III looked at Vaya. "Lord Vaya, because Pablo foolishly offended you, I apologize to you on his behalf and hope you can forgive Pablo. I do not think Prince Pablo needs to obtain my forgiveness, because I truly treated your majesty and the royal family with an equal attitude. Since Fluter Paradane can receive preferential treatment in the Bahar's empire, you can certainly also have special treatment in the Riesti's kingdom. I allow you to have a status equal to the royal family in the kingdom. I accept your majesty's reward." Vaya bowed his head to express his gratitude. "As a return to your majesty, as long as Fluter Paradane appears on the battlefield where the kingdom and the empire are at war, I will definitely protect the kingdom." A satisfied smile appeared on Ramses III's face. Because Fluter Paradane had the strength of the 6th tier, even if Gazif used the 4 great national treasures, he could not make up for the huge gap in strength between the two. So Ramses III sincerely hoped that Vaya would become the guardian of the kingdom. Lord Vaya, the kingdom's border lord, Viscount Flat, has committed many evil acts and has already been stripped of his title and territory. To thank you for becoming the guardian of the kingdom, I will give you Viscount Flat's territory, and I will confer upon you the title of Count Helia's. Henceforth, your territory will be the Count Helia's territory. Your Majesty, I do not wish to name the territory after my surname. Everyone's gaze gathered on Vaya, and Vaya explained. Because the deity I serve as a priest is the White Dragon god, I want to use White Dragon to name my territory. Henceforth, my status will be the White Dragon Count, my territory will be the White Dragon Count territory, and the town where my castle is located will be White Dragon City. White Dragon God. The Riesti's kingdom worshipped the water god, fire god, earth god, and wind god among the 6 great gods. Vaya wanted to promote the White Dragon god, and Ramses III naturally wanted to object. But after locking eyes with Vaya, Ramses III ultimately did not speak, because he felt Vaya's firm will. Father King. Vaya's conferment ended, and Lachius took the initiative to walk to Vaya's side. I commissioned Blue Rose to subjugate Lord Vaya, committing an unforgivable serious crime against Lord Vaya. In order to atone for my sins to Lord Vaya, please, Father King, bestow me in marriage to Lord Vaya. This is not only atonement for me, but it is also the realization of my wish, because I have hopelessly fallen in love with the powerful and wise Lord Vaya. Lachius. Hearing Lachius's words, Ramses III widened his eyes in disbelief. You have not yet reached the age of marriage. How could you have such a thought? Father King, please do not treat me like a child. Lachius complained in a spoiled manner. Because Father King cares more about Brother Pablo and Brother Cynic, you do not understand the real me at all. White Dragon Count. Ramses III looked at Vaya helplessly. Are you going to accept Lachius's atonement? Vaya shook his head. I already told Princess Lachius that because she commissioned Blue Rose to subjugate me, I had the opportunity to fight Miss Lachius and Miss Evil Eye, so I only have gratitude toward her. In other words, this is Lachius herself wanting to marry you. If this were Vaya wanting to marry Lachius, Ramses III would definitely do everything in his power to stop it. Because Lachius was Ramses III's most beloved youngest daughter, he loved Lachius more than his other children. Since it was Lachius who wanted to marry Vaya, Ramses III naturally wanted his daughter to obtain true happiness. White Dragon Count. As long as you marry Lachius, I will give you a portion of the royal territory near the Tob Great Forest, and I will raise your title to Marquis. Your Majesty, I have no interest in becoming Princess Lachius's nanny. Vaya showed an expression of dissatisfaction. If Princess Lachius truly wants to atone, I can take her back to White Dragon City and let her manage the territory on my behalf. Lachius immediately said, Father King, please agree to Lord Vaya's request. Lord Vaya is currently refusing to marry me because we just met. As long as I spend time with Lord Vaya will definitely fall in love with me. Lachius, aren't you too anxious? Father King, I have already said not to treat me like a child. But you are only 12 years old and have not yet learned the knowledge of managing a territory. Father King. Cynic looked at Lachius with a faint smile. As Lachius's brother, I have already taught Lachius the knowledge of managing a territory. You can rest assured and entrust Lachius to White Dragon Count. This is also to let Lachius obtain happiness. Let Lachius obtain happiness. Ramses III suppressed the reluctance in his heart regarding his daughter. Lachius, it seems you have really grown up and can already leave Father King's side. Chapter 18 LV47, White Dragon City. After night fell over the world, Kiarania walked beneath a magical device resembling a chandelier and activated it with a clear voice. Activate. The magical item, named Perpetual Light, immediately illuminated the castle hall. So bright. Pained by the sunlight-like glare, Silesia raised her right hand to shield her eyes from the perpetual light. Sister, are you going to make dinner? Yes. I'll help you with the seasonings using the life magic I just learned. Silesia excitedly walked over to Kiarania's side. In this world, magic had become a fundamental part of society. In addition to combat magic, there were life magics like perpetual light for illumination, and spells to create salt and spices. The first magic Silesia learned as a magic chanter was the spell to create salt. As Kiarania and Silesia were about to head to the kitchen, a teleportation gate suddenly appeared in the hall. Then, under the gaze of the two sisters, Vaya and Lachius emerged. Seeing the stunningly beautiful Lachius, Kiarania's expression turned blank. Silesia directly asked, "Lord Vaya, who is this lady?" "Kiarania, Seli, let me introduce you. She is Princess Lachius, the youngest daughter of His Majesty the King." After introducing Lachius, Vaya then introduced Kiarania and Silesia to her. "Princess Lachius, they are Kiarania and her younger sister Silesia. Kiarania is my maid. You can seek her help if needed." "A princess." Learning Lachius's identity, Kiarania felt a wave of despair. Because she knew Lachius was a rival she could never hope to match. "Miss Kiarania, Miss Silesia, it's a pleasure to meet you." Lachius walked up to Kiarania with a mischievous, teasing smile. "Seeing how beautiful you are, Miss Kiarania, I thought you might be my love rival. After all, Lord Vaya killed Viscount Flat for you. Are you really just his maid?" Kiarania hurriedly explained. "Princess Lachius, I am merely a commoner. I would never dare harbor inappropriate thoughts towards Lord Vaya. If you're willing to be my friend, I can allow you to become a concubine." "Huh? Kiarania, let's get along well." Lachius proactively took Kiarania's hands and said, "You can call me Lachius, because I want to call you Kiarania." Kiarania looked at Vaya at a loss. "Lord Vaya." "Kiarania, you should obey Lachius as you obey me, because Lachius will manage the territory on my behalf." Hearing Vaya's words, Silesia widened her eyes in disbelief. "Why would you hand over the territory to Princess Lachius to manage?" "Because I don't have time to manage it personally." There were less than 4 years left before the arrival of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Vaya not only needed to raise his level to 100, but also create origin magic capable of countering undead and evil creatures. Of course, he had no time for territory management and development. However, none of the people around Vaya could meet his requirements for developing the territory. Brian only had talent for combat. Silesia only had talent as a magic chanter. Kiarania only had talent as a maid. This was the sole reason Vaya brought Lachius back. "Silesia, I want to be friends with you too." Noticing Silesia's hostility towards her, Lachius also proactively took Silesia's hands. "Please call me Lachius, and I'll call you by your affectionate name, Seli." With Lachius actively befriending her, Silesia felt somewhat ashamed and lowered her head. "Princess Lachius." "Call me Lachius. I really would be sad if Seli called me princess." "Lachius, we are just commoners." "I trust Lord Vaya's judgment." Lachius showed an innocent, lovely, radiant smile. "Since you have earned Lord Vaya's trust, you are qualified to be my friends." Seeing that Kiarania and Silesia had accepted Lachius, Vaya opened his status panel and found that the World Guardian level had increased to LV2, making his overall level LV47. My power did increase just now. Did World Guardian level up because the White Dragon territory officially became my domain. Vaya checked the detailed information of World Guardian. World Guardian. Level LV2. Guardian regions: Frost Dragon territory, White Dragon territory. Confirming that World Guardian leveled up due to territory, Vaya immediately checked the Dragon Ruler class. Dragon Ruler. Level LV1. Dominion regions: White Dragon territory. Looking at White Dragon territory, which simultaneously served as a Guardian region and a Dominion region, an idea emerged in Vaya's mind. As long as I increase the territory under my dominion, I can simultaneously raise the levels of both World Guardian and Dragon Ruler. Should I follow the Bone King's path and embark on a journey to conquer the world? The next moment, Vaya actively dismissed this thought. The Bone King could conquer the world, because he had the loyalty of the NPCs from the Great Tomb of Nazareth. Although Vaya wasn't alone, currently only Lahus and Brian were available to him. The next day, after eating the lavish breakfast prepared by Kiarania in the castle dining room, Vaya took Lahus to the office. Walking to the desk, Vaya turned to look at Lahus. "Princess Lahus, as I said, I want you to manage the territory on my behalf. Are you willing to start work today and complete the tasks I assign you?" "What are my tasks?" "I will go to the Adventurers Guild in Erantal to post a quest, having adventurers escort some newly freed slaves to my territory. Your first task is to arrange for these slaves to settle within my domain. Your second task is to hire craftsmen to build a White Dragon God temple and promote the faith of the White Dragon God within the White Dragon territory. As a border territory of the kingdom, the White Dragon territory only had around 3,000 residents. Therefore, to develop the White Dragon territory, Vaya had to increase its population. Establishing the White Dragon God temple and promoting the faith was to raise the level of the priest of the Dragon God class. A sickly smile appeared on Lahus's small face. "Lord Vaya, what reward will you grant me for completing my tasks?" "What reward do you want?" "Please become engaged to me. Make me your fiancé." "No." Vaya refused Lahus's request without hesitation. "I will help you increase the level of your combat class, giving you the power to attain freedom, but you must learn the combat class yourself." Lahus's expression instantly darkened. "Please tell me, where exactly do I fail to meet your requirements? Is it that I'm not clever enough, or that my beauty and figure fall short compared to others? My status is that of a princess. You could even seize the throne as my husband and become king." "I've already said it. I'm not interested in a little girl like you." "So, you're rejecting me because of my age?" Vaya nodded. After all, he still needed to use Lahus for territory management, so of course he couldn't outright say he disliked her. "Princess Lahus, I will only see you as a girl once you turn 16. No matter how clever you are now, I will only see you as a little girl." Clementine. Erantal, a city located at the intersection of the Riesti's kingdom, the Bahar's empire, and the Slain theocracy, was originally a fortress city built by the Riesti's kingdom to defend against the invasion of the Bahar's empire. As the annual wars between the Riesti's kingdom and the Bahar's empire shifted to the Cat's Plains, this city has now transformed from a fortress city into a trade hub where merchants from the three nations gather. Because of its proximity to the Tob Great Forest, which is ruled by monsters, and the Cat's Plains, a cursed land where the undead frequently appear, this city also attracts a large number of adventurers. Adventurers Guild. Vaya walked into the guild hall carrying a box, immediately attracting the gazes of dozens of adventurers in the hall. Looking at Vaya, who had no weapons on him, a blonde youth with well-defined features asked, "Are you here to post a quest? I am Peter Mock, the leader of the Copper-class Adventurer Squad Sword of Darkness. You can consider entrusting the quest to us." Vaya ignored the blonde youth and walked to a counter window, where the receptionist behind the counter, wearing a work uniform, showed a professional smile. "Are you here to post a quest, or to register as an adventurer?" "I am here to post a quest, and the reward is 20,000 gold coins." 20,000 gold coins. Hearing this number, everyone in the hall widened their eyes in disbelief. In the Riesti's kingdom, a family of 3 only needs 10 gold coins to maintain their living for a year. In other words, 20,000 gold coins is a huge sum that can support 6,000 people for a year. Recovering from the shock, the receptionist hurriedly said, "Currently, Erantal has no Adamantite-class adventure squad or Orichalcum-class adventure squads. Can a Mithril-class adventure squad meet your requirements? The quest I want to post is very simple. Even a Copper-class adventure squad has the ability to complete my request." Feeling the gazes of the adventurers fixed on him, Vaya turned around and looked at these excited adventurers. "Adventurers, let me introduce myself. I am Count Vaya Helios, the lord who rules the White Dragon territory. Because the kingdom recently abolished the slave system, there are now a large number of free people in the kingdom. These free people, who were originally slaves, have no property of their own. If they want to survive, they can only continue to be enslaved by their masters. I want to commission you to recruit these free people who were originally slaves to go to my territory. For every citizen you bring to me, I will reward you with 1 gold coin. Count Vaya, a middle-aged man sitting at a tavern table, stood up and walked to Vaya with a serious expression. Although he had a sturdy build, he carried no weapons or armor, clearly not an adventurer like Vaya. I am Beltrand Einzek, the guild master of the Adventurers Guild in this town. After introducing himself, Beltrand continued, You are asking the adventurers to recruit citizens for you, and I would like to know what kind of treatment those free people who were originally slaves will receive. Guild Master Beltrand, you should have heard of the tax exemption policy in the White Dragon territory. After those free people who were originally slaves become my citizens, not only will I treat them equally, but I will also provide each of them with a job with a monthly salary of no less than 1 gold coin. To prove my financial strength and sincerity, I will hand over the 20,000 gold coins to your Adventurers Guild now. Vaya placed his box on the ground and opened it. The gold coins filling the box appeared in everyone's sight, immediately making the adventurers frantic. A whole box full of gold coins. As long as we bring 1 freed slave to Count Vaya's territory, we can get 1 gold coin. If we bring 100 freed slaves to Count Vaya's territory, we can get 100 gold coins. Count Vaya isn't lying to us, is he? Since Count Vaya has handed the 20,000 gold coins to the Adventurers Guild, we can collect our rewards from the Adventurers Guild once we complete the quest. He cannot deceive us at all. Beltrand looked at Vaya with eyes full of doubt, because he really couldn't understand why Vaya would waste his wealth like this. Count Vaya, may I know the reason why you are doing this? Because I want to increase the population of my territory in a short period of time. Vaya explained, with an increase in the territory's population, I can recruit more soldiers and hire more craftsmen. Beltrand was silent for a moment, then finally picked up the box full of gold coins. Count Vaya, we accept your commission. To allow adventurers to collect their rewards in your White Dragon City, we will establish a branch of the Adventurers Guild in White Dragon City. Erantal, as a fortress city, is protected by 3 layers of walls. The outermost area is the kingdom's garrison camp, the middle area is the residential living area, and the innermost area is the central administrative district. Vaya, having left the Adventurers Guild, walked along the commercial street of the residential area, observing various shops, and unknowingly arrived at the Temple of Water. It truly deserves to be a trade hub where merchants from the 3 nations gather. The commercial street here looks even livelier than the one in the royal capital. As a reward for Kiarania's hard work and Selly's diligent study, I can bring them here to buy clothes and daily necessities in the future. Just as Vaya was preparing to use the teleportation magic to leave, a saintess outside the temple caught Vaya's attention. She was a beautiful young girl, about 20 years old, with short blonde hair and an exquisite face. She was wearing a somewhat oversized white clerical robe, with a very perfunctory and fake smile on her face. At this moment, the saintess was sitting on a round stone outside the temple, healing those who were seeking help with a magic item. Thinking that the White Dragon God Temple needed a true cleric to spread the faith of the White Dragon God, Vaya walked towards the saintess. After an old woman received treatment, she bowed her head to the girl with gratitude. Lady Christina, thank you so much. Please don't do that. The blonde girl appeared flustered. I am a servant of the 6 great gods, so everything I do is the will of the 6 great gods. You should not be thanking me, but the merciful 6 great gods. After the old woman left, the blonde girl turned to look at Vaya. Do you also need treatment? Christina. Because of the blonde girl's name and short hair, Vaya thought of Clementine, the Gale Steps of the 9th seat of the Black Scripture. Are you Clementine? The blonde girl's expression stiffened instantly. Although I am indeed from the theocracy, my name is Christina. Clementine, why are you here? I'm really not. Before Clementine could finish her sentence, Vaya grabbed her white clerical robe with his right hand and pulled it hard. As the white clerical robe tore, the armor worn by Clementine came into Vaya's view. The gentle smile belonging to a cleric disappeared from Clementine's face, and she asked with a gloomy expression, "We should be meeting for the first time. Why did you recognize my identity? Could it be? Have you seen my brother?" "I can recognize you simply because I know you, the ninth seed of the Black Scripture, very well." "How disgusting. Are you a stalker of mine?" Clementine showed a teasing smile and mocked Vaya. "That was just a joke. After all, my current identity is a saintess. Even if you are a hopeless stalker, I will forgive you. As a reward for recognizing me, I will satisfy your curiosity. I came to Erantel to obtain information on the Riesti's kingdom. I am a dragon. In this world, because demi-humans grow to higher levels than humans, humans could only suffer oppression from other races. This situation continued until 600 years ago, when players known as the Six Great Gods descended into this world. The Six Great Gods not only saved the humans they encountered and established the foundation of the slain theocracy in the northwest corner of the continent, but also fathered many divine human bloodlines who inherited the player's blood. It is precisely because of the existence of the Godkin that the slain theocracy can maintain its position as the strongest human nation. After 600 years of reproduction, the people of the slain theocracy now more or less carry the blood of the Six Great Gods. Even if they haven't awakened their bloodline to become a godkin, many have ascended to the fifth tier, known as the Hero's Realm. The Quincha family is a prestigious family in the slain theocracy that inherited the player's bloodline. As a daughter of the Quincha family, Clementine reached the strength of the fifth tier around the age of 20 and became the ninth seat of the slain theocracy's strongest organization, the Black Scripture. Unfortunately, her brother was even more outstanding than her and received more care and affection from their parents. Perhaps due to the lack of parental love, the setbacks and pain she suffered during missions caused Clementine's personality to become twisted. 4 years later, Clementine would not only be an adventurer killer who hunted adventurers at will, but also betray the slain theocracy to join the evil organization Zuranin and carry out a plan to destroy Erantel with Kajiat, one of the 12 executives of Zuranin. If Vaya had encountered the Clementine of 4 years later, Vaya would have killed her without hesitation. The current Clementine has neither defected from the slain theocracy nor become a twisted adventurer killer. Plus, since she possesses the player bloodline, helping her awaken it to become a godkin would provide a subordinate who could grow to level 60 or higher. Clementine, become my subordinate. Vaya issued an invitation directly to Clementine. Is there something wrong with your head? Clementine gave a mocking sneer. You dare ask this young lady to betray the slain theocracy and become your subordinate? Do you arrogantly think you have the strength to oppose the slain theocracy? I don't have the strength to oppose the slain theocracy right now, but I don't think the slain theocracy would send Zeshaizume for your sake. Zeshaizume is the strongest godkin of the slain theocracy and the extra seat of the Black Scripture. That monster is the theocracy's greatest secret. Clementine's eyes widened in shock as she looked at Vaya, her gaze filled with disbelief. Just who are you? Why do you know the theocracy's greatest secret? Who I am isn't important. What's important is whether you want to gain true freedom, stay away from parents who only favor your brother, and betray the slain theocracy that makes you perform all sorts of missions. Clementine fell into silence. A moment later, an excited, twisted smile appeared on her face. Before I came here to execute this mission, I received information from the Windflower Codex. In this kingdom, only Gaze of Storonov, Gagarin of Blue Rose, Lausenberg Alberian of Red Drop, Brian Anglais, and the retired Vesture Cloth Die Laufen are capable of being my opponents. If you can defeat me, I'll agree to become your subordinate. But if you lose to me, I will pamper you like I'm savoring a cake. 101 Reading Network's library is vast. 101 is yours to choose, all hand-typed and error-free site. I will prove my strength to you and make you believe I can protect you. After saying this, Vaya opened a teleportation gate. Clementine, we're going outside the city for a duel right now. 5th tier magic teleportation. Even if you are a 5th-tier magic chanter, it's impossible for you to defeat me." Clementine walked into the teleportation gate with full confidence. The grasslands near Kahn Village. Her wide white cleric's robe fell to the ground. Clementine gripped the 4 stilettos at her waist with both hands and took a deep breath. The air here is quite nice. The scenery is also very beautiful, perfect for your grave. Even if you cry and beg for mercy now, this young lady won't let you off. Since you put it that way, I'll beat you until you beg for mercy. Vaya took his longsword out of his item space. As a magic chanter, you actually want to use a sword to defeat me. Would you prefer to be defeated by my magic? Clementine didn't answer. Her body moved like an arrow released from a bow, arriving in front of Vaya, swinging her 4 stilettos to attack his head and neck. As expected of the holder of the title Gale Steps, your speed is indeed very fast. While praising Clementine, Vaya executed the martial art 4 light slashes. 4 sword lights attacked Clementine from different directions. Clementine immediately switched from advancing to retreating. Martial art, super evasion. Dodging Vaya's attack with incredible speed, Clementine's expression became solemn. Not only a 5th-tier magic chanter, but also a warrior who has learned 4th-tier martial arts. Are you also a possessor of the divine human bloodline? If you had become a pure magic chanter or a pure warrior, you would definitely be even stronger than you are now. But you actually became both a magic chanter and a warrior, completely wasting your talent. If Vaya were truly human, becoming both a magic chanter and a warrior would indeed be a foolish choice. In fact, Vaya is not only the strongest race in this world, the dragon race, but also possesses the special soul of a traverser. For Vaya, adding classes was just to increase his own level. After all, the Great Tomb of Nazarick has all sorts of level 100 NPCs. It's impossible for Vaya to defeat the Great Tomb of Nazarick as just a magic chanter and a warrior. After rising to the level of a true Dragon King, creating the highest tier origin magic that counters the undead and evil creatures. Just like the Elder Coffin Dragon King created soul-extinguishing breath, is the only way for Vaya to defeat the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Ability boost, greater ability boost. After using 2 martial arts to increase her basic abilities, Clementine attacked Vaya once again. Flowing water acceleration. When she was less than 2 meters from Vaya, Clementine used another martial art to increase her speed, a victorious smile appearing on her face. Divine Flash. Vaya directly swung a Godspeed strike. A loud metallic clang. Clementine blocked the sword with her forward-thrusting stilettos, while simultaneously using a new martial art. Impenetrable Fortress. When facing an enemy with amazing strength, using Impenetrable Fortress can block the enemy's powerful attacks. Unfortunately, the gap between Vaya and Clementine was too large. The current Clementine had only just entered the hero's realm of the 5th tier. Vaya was not only of the 7th tier, but also a member of the dragon race, whose basic abilities far exceeded those of humans. After Vaya's longsword and Clementine's stilettos collided, Vaya's strength surged through Clementine's body like a torrent. Clementine only held on for a second before being sent flying like a broken kite, eventually crashing miserably to the ground. You really are a monster. Struggling to stand up, Clementine looked at Vaya with an expression of horror and fear. You're not just a 5th-tier magic chanter, but a 6th-tier warrior, aren't you? Vaya shook his head. Although I am indeed not human, I can defeat you because I am a 7th-tier dragon. Anri from Kahn Village. This small border village, located south of the Tob Great Forest, was established about 100 years ago by a pioneer named Thomas Karn, who became its first village chief. After more than 100 years of development, Kahn Village now has 25 families and a population of about 120 people. The village's livelihood primarily comes from forest resources and crops. Aside from doctors who come to collect herbs, tax collectors only visit once a year. Because there is no magic to illuminate the night, perpetual light, the villagers have always lived a life of working from sunrise to sunset. In such a border village far from the city, horseback riding is the main mode of transportation, so both adults and children learn how to ride. At this moment, 12-year-old Anri was practicing horseback riding with her 6-year-old sister Nemu. As their horses galloped to a grassland far from the village, Anri and Nemu saw two figures fighting in front of them. Clang, 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 clang. Clementine, like a wounded beast, attacked Vaya with all her might. Vaya easily blocked the 4 daggers Clementine thrust at him, then seized her opening to counterattack, leaving wounds on Clementine's body. Clementine, aren't you going to beg for mercy yet? This level of attack is not enough to make this lady yield. Clementine's small face was full of stubbornness. It seems I really shouldn't have gone easy on you. Vaya sighed helplessly, retrieved the longsword in his hand into his item space, then swung his right fist towards Clementine. Because Vaya's speed was faster than Clementine's, even with flowing water acceleration, Clementine couldn't dodge Vaya's right fist. Bang! Vaya's right fist heavily struck Clementine's face, sending her flying backward once again. Immediately after, Vaya cast a spell on Clementine, who had fallen to the ground. Dragon Thunder. A dragon-shaped white lightning bolt flew from Vaya's right hand towards Clementine. Dragon Thunder emitted a dazzling white light the moment it struck Clementine, and her body became scorched black. Is she dead? Vaya walked over to Clementine and saw that she still had a faint breath. He immediately used a 6-tier healing magic on her. Great heal. Under the radiance of the healing magic, Clementine's scorched body returned to normal. So painful, I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. Clementine, having recovered from her near-death state, let out a terrified scream. You hateful man, how dare you hurt me like this? Dragon Thunder. Vaya once again summoned a dragon-shaped lightning bolt, aiming it at Clementine. Clementine, are you going to beg for mercy now? Clementine showed a hesitant expression. Vaya immediately released the white lightning bolt. This time, Dragon Thunder directly took Clementine's life. But this was not the result Vaya wanted. To revive Clementine, Vaya cast the 7th-tier resurrection magic, Resuscitation, on her. In this world, the 5th-tier resurrection magic, Resurrection of the Dead, causes the revived person's level to drop by LV4. Only the 10th-tier resurrection magic, Mercy of the Sala Trees, can allow the deceased to avoid this penalty. Resuscitation is a 7th-tier resurrection magic, which causes the deceased's level to drop by LV2 and puts them in a weakened state for a short period. You damned bastard, you actually killed me. The revived Clementine showed a twisted, angry expression. As the price for being revived by you, my level has clearly dropped. Clementine, are you going to beg for mercy? Vaya looked at Clementine expressionlessly, as if looking at a stone. If you don't beg for mercy, I will continue to kill you and then revive you. If your level drops to the point where you cannot be revived, you can obtain true freedom through death. No, don't kill me. I'm willing to beg for mercy. Clementine yielded to Vaya. Because she didn't want to die right now. If she had been willing to use death to escape her parents who favored her brother, or the slain theocracy who used her as a tool, she would have committed suicide long ago. Hearing Clementine's answer, Vaya used floating magic to make her body levitate. Turning around, he saw a horse in the distance with 2 chestnut-haired little girls on its back. Vaya, with the floating Clementine, walked towards them. Are you children from a nearby village? Hearing Vaya's question, the terrified Anri said in a trembling voice, Why yes, we are villagers from Kahn Village. My name is Anri, and my sister's name is Nemu. Anri. Upon learning the girl's name, Vaya paused. Because she was the first human the Bone King encountered after coming to this world, and thus received the Bone King's attention and preferential treatment. Big brother, why are you hurting big sister? Nemu looked at Clementine with full of sympathy. Big sister is so pitiful. Miss Anri, Miss Nemu, I am Vaya Helias, the White Dragon Count who rules the White Dragon territory. Vaya introduced himself. I hurt Miss Clementine because she is from the slain theocracy, and she came to the kingdom to investigate our intelligence. I am so terribly sorry. Clementine's identity as an enemy of the kingdom caused Anri to immediately bow her head and apologize. "My sister and I didn't know this big sister was an enemy. Please forgive us, Count." "I won't blame you." Vaya showed a gentle smile on his face. "Miss Anri, Miss Nemo, children like you can easily encounter danger if you stray too far from the village. Even if it's for practicing horseback riding, you shouldn't come to a place like this." "The Count is right. We'll go back to the village now." As if fleeing, Anri frantically waved the horse's reins. The horse sensed her emotions and turned to gallop towards Kahn Village. "So kind to little girls. Could you be a lowly Kahn?" "No." Vaya denied Clementine's slander. "I am merely a noble of the kingdom, concerned for the kingdom's citizens." White Dragon Castle. In the brightly lit hall, Lahus, Kiarania, and Silesia were sitting together, enjoying black tea and pastries. Vaya and Clementine appeared in the hall, and Lahus immediately showed a joyful smile. "Lord Vaya, you finally returned." Her gaze fell upon the floating Clementine, and Lahus's smile instantly froze. "Don't misunderstand." Seeing Lahus's reaction, Vaya explained. "This woman is Clementine. Like you, her personality has become twisted because she couldn't find true freedom. I brought her back to offer her salvation and to have her serve as your bodyguard." "Oh, so that's it." Lahus breathed a sigh of relief. "Clementine, welcome to Lord Vaya's castle. I am Lahus, Lord Vaya's future wife. As long as your goal isn't to contend with me for the position of main wife, we can be friends." "Hede tahothe." Clementine burst into laughter. "It seems I was right, you're a pervert, and an incurable lowly Kahn at that. Death and despair. As the oldest human nation on the continent, the slain theocracy is undoubtedly the world guardian of the human world. It is precisely because the slain theocracy has always suppressed the demi-human races that threaten humanity that the Bahar's empire and the Riestai's kingdom have been able to wage war between human nations. To end the war between the two human nations, the slain theocracy decided to help the Bahar's empire annex the Riestai's kingdom, where the nobility is rotten and corrupt, and therefore dispatched the Black Scripture to the Riestai's kingdom to carry out a mission. The holy capital of the slain theocracy. The conference room for the high priest meeting, which few are permitted to enter. The high priest, who holds the highest status in the theocracy, the fire priest, who serves the fire god, the water priest, who serves the water god, the high priest of the wind god, who serves the wind god, the earth priest, who serves the earth god, the high priest of the light god, who serves the light god, and the high priest of the dark god, who serves the dark god, were all sitting around a round table in the conference room at this time. The fire priest, Bernice Nagua Santini, was over 50 years old and the only woman in the conference room. Her slightly chubby face was beaming with a motherly smile. Why was this meeting called so urgently? Hearing Bernice's question, the high priest's gaze turned toward the earth priest, Raymond Zach Lawrenson. Raymond was a man with sharp eyes, about 40 years old, and was once a hero of the nation affiliated with the Black Scripture. Locking eyes with the high priest, the earth priest Raymond spoke with a solemn expression. The ninth seat of the Black Scripture, Gale Steps, was captured by Vaya Helios, who recently appeared in the Riestai's kingdom while executing a mission in Irantal. The water priest, Zyndon Delan Gelfi, was an old man like a withered tree. His face was so aged that his age was indiscernible, and his skin had turned an earthy color. A look of confusion appeared on the wise old man's face. "We have not yet issued the next mission to Gale Steps. Why would she be attacked?" The reason Gale Steps was attacked is completely unimportant. The high priest of the wind god, Dominique Irie Beiduoshi, looked like a gentle old man, but he was formerly affiliated with the Sunlight Codex and had wiped out countless demi-human races. He possessed a fiery rage and a killing intent as cold as ice. At this moment, he proposed in an angry voice. To retrieve Gale Steps, we must eliminate Vaya Helios, who dared to challenge the theocracy. The gaunt high priest of the light god, Ian Gassner de Lacroix, had long, thin eyes and looked extremely sinister, but he was actually a faith-based magic chanter with devout faith. Unlike the anger of the high priest of the wind god, Dominique, The expression of the high priest of the light god, Ion, remained unchanged. Via Helios was able to defeat Gale Steps. Is his strength at the 5th tier? The high priest of the dark god, Maximilian Oriolagier, who wore round-rimmed glasses, shook his head. It is said that Via Helios defeated the Nation Destroyer, and the 7th seat of the Black Scripture, star-gazing 1,000 miles, also saw Via Helios easily defeat Gale Steps. To think he defeated the Nation Destroyer. Everyone's face showed a solemn expression, because they knew that the vampire known as the Nation Destroyer possessed the strength of the 8th tier. If Via Helios could defeat the Nation Destroyer, could he be a godkin with awakened bloodline? The fire priest, Burnus, looked toward the high priest of the dark god, Maximilian. There is indeed that possibility. The high priest of the dark god, Maximilian, wore a helpless expression. Even if we send the captain of the divine race, the crusade against Via Helios might fail. Perhaps we should temporarily abandon Gale Steps. The 1st seat of the Black Scripture, the captain of the divine race, is also a godkin with an awakened bloodline, and is currently leveling up at an incredible speed. Perhaps in 4 years, the captain of the divine race's level could reach the 10th tier. Currently, the captain of the divine race is at the 8th tier, and coupled with the fact that the captain of the divine race lacks sufficient actual combat experience, everyone believed that the current captain of the divine race could not complete the mission to crusade against Via. The extra seat of the Black Scripture, Zeshaisume, is considered the strongest and undefeated trump card of the theocracy, capable of rivaling a true dragon king. But her very existence is the greatest secret hidden by the theocracy. To retrieve Gale Steps by letting the theocracy's greatest secret, Zeshaisume, leave the area where she is hidden, was an idea that no one had considered. Let me go. The voice of an 8th person appeared in the conference room, and it was the voice of a young girl. Everyone turned their heads together and saw an extra girl in the conference room. The girl's long hair was very unique. The colors on the left and right sides were not the same. The right side was a striking silver white, while the left side was a pitch black that seemed to swallow everything, and her eye colors were also different on each side. She looked under 15 years old, and her delicate, cute face wore a mature smile that did not match her appearance. Zeshaisume. The high priest looked at the girl with an expression of dissatisfaction. You have the important job of guarding the sanctuary. How can you leave the theocracy for the sake of Gale Steps? Don't shout so loudly. Zeshaisume's expression was calm. Actually, what you are really worried about is my existence being discovered by a true dragon king. As long as I don't use the equipment of the 6 great gods when I go out, there will be no danger of my identity being exposed. That is too risky. Do you really think that if I don't use the equipment of the 6 great gods, I can't defeat that guy named Via Helios? If he is really that strong, I want to meet him even more. Feeling Zeshaisume's firm attitude, the high priests began to look at each other. Even if Via Helios is truly a godkin, his level cannot exceed the 10th tier. As long as you guarantee not to use power exceeding the 10th tier, we will give you permission to go out. The high priest compromised, and a victor's smile appeared on Zeshaisume's small face. White Dragon City. In the castle's training ground, the recovered Clementine was fighting with Brian. Divine Flash. Super Evasion. Using astonishing speed to dodge Brian's Godspeed strike, Clementine immediately used her original martial art, Gale Steps, to counterattack. 6 light consecutive slashes. Brian defended with an attack. Clang, 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 clang. The battle between the two continued, and they were unable to determine a winner. Half an hour later, Via, who was watching the battle, spoke up. Clementine, Brian, you can stop now. The result of this battle is a draw. After the two separated, Clementine complained with a look of dissatisfaction. If you hadn't killed me, causing my level to drop significantly, Brian Anglaus would definitely have been defeated by me. Miss Clementine is indeed very strong. Brian said in agreement. The fact that I can be evenly matched with you now is all because Lord Via helped me promote to the 5th tier. If a young girl like you can be promoted to the 5th tier, it seems I cannot be considered a true genius at all. HMPH. Clementine sneered triumphantly. Brian Anglais, you are different from me. I have inherited the bloodline of the 6 great gods. If I awaken the bloodline of the 6 great gods, I could even be like the captain of the divine race and reach the mythical realm around the age of 15. Crimson Dewdrops. As a general of the White Dragon Legion, Brian had the duty of managing all soldiers for Vaya. After he left the castle's training grounds, Vaya asked Clementine, Clementine, are you satisfied with your current life? Here, no one holds prejudices against me, and no one assigns me tasks to kill others. I feel a sense of satisfaction, as if my soul has been redeemed. Clementine looked at Vaya with a sincere smile. I believe that as long as the theocracy doesn't send that monster, Zeshai Sume, you will definitely be able to protect my safety, especially since you are also a non-human monster. As a reward, you can arrange 1 or 2 tasks for me every month. To avoid being betrayed by you, I will never give you tasks like the theocracy did. If you really want to thank me, then protect the safety of Lachius, Kiarania, and Silesia within the castle. Once the White Dragon God Temple dedicated to the White Dragon God is completed, you will teach Kiarania to become a saintess capable of spreading the faith of the White Dragon God. You want Kiarania to become a saintess of the White Dragon God. Clementine's cute face showed an expression of dissatisfaction. I am a genuine saintess of the theocracy. Why won't you let me be the saintess of the White Dragon God? In order to infiltrate the Riestai's kingdom to carry out missions, Clementine had indeed obtained the status of a saintess from the slain theocracy. Although your status as a saintess is real, your personality has long been completely twisted. Naturally, I cannot let a fake saintess like you become the symbol of the White Dragon God. After saying this, Vaya and Clementine felt a surge of magical power coming from the sky. The two looked up and saw a crimson armor about 3 meters tall flying above the castle's training grounds. On the back of this crimson armor was a bulge similar to a backpack, with 6 thrusters opened on it, spraying white light like a meteor trailing its tail. Crimson Droplet. Clementine recognized the identity of the crimson armor. Crimson Droplet is an adamantite-class adventurer squad of the Riestai's kingdom. Although nominally belonging to the kingdom, the base of Crimson Droplet is actually in the capital of the Agrand Council Nation, which is controlled by the Platinum Dragon King. Asius Ainzal of the Ainzal family, a noble family of the kingdom, is the captain of Crimson Droplet, and he is also the user of this crimson armor. Asius Ainzal. Vaya asked with a grave expression, Did you come looking for me? Asius Ainzal did not answer. He directly controlled the crimson armor to turn and fly away. Fly. Vaya used the fly spell to chase Asius Ainzal, flying toward a grassland. A desolate grassland. After Asius Ainzal landed the crimson armor, he turned and questioned Vaya, who had descended from the sky. White Dragon Count Vaya Helios, are you a player? Vaya looked at the crimson armor expressionlessly. There are still 4 years until the century's aftershock. Do you think I would be a player? Then let me change the question. Are you a godkin who has inherited the bloodline of a player? No. You are lying. Asius rebuked him with dissatisfaction. In this world, the limit of human growth is the 6th tier. If you are not a godkin, you could never possess the strength to defeat the nation destroyer. Since you are deceiving me with lies, I have no choice but to subdue you according to my companion's requests. Asius Ainzal only has the strength of around level 20. If he challenged Vaya with his own power, Vaya would only need to blow a breath to kill Asius with dragon breath. However, while operating the crimson armor, Asius's strength is equivalent to level 55, because this crimson armor is a magical armament from the game world Yggdrasil, called Power Suit. Yggdrasil, this was a game with an exceptionally high degree of player freedom born in the year 2126 in the world where the Bone King resides. It had 9 worlds as the game stage, including Asgard, Ulfheim, Vanaheim, Nidavellir, Midgard, Jotunheim, Niflheim, Helheim, and Muspelheim. The game included over 2,000 types of classes, including basic and high-tier classes. Each class can only reach a maximum of level 15. To reach a total level of 100, one must train in at least 7 different classes. The power suit is a type of reinforced armor born in the late stages of the game. It can not only fly in the air at a speed that surpasses the fly spell, but it can also maintain combat capability for over an hour in water without degradation, almost completely isolating the user from environmental damage. Because the power suit can only be reinforced up to level 80, level 100 players rarely possess this item. Seeing the crimson armor operated by Asius aiming a magical gun at him, Vaya took out his longsword from his item space. Acorn-sized bullets rained down densely. Vaya used fly to dodge the bullets while closing the distance between them. Seeing that the magical gun's bullets could not hit Vaya, Asius controlled the other hand of the crimson armor to aim at Vaya. Just at this moment, Vaya seized the opportunity to counterattack. Divine Flash. That kind of attack is useless. Under Asius's control, the crimson armor blocked Vaya's Godspeed strike with the magical gun, and then released a magical attack at Vaya with its other hand. Chain Dragon Thunder. Dimensional Shift. Vaya used Dimensional Shift to create distance from the crimson armor, and then also released Chain Dragon Thunder at the crimson armor. Boom! Boom! 2 dragon-shaped white lightning strikes collided and eventually annihilated each other. Seeing this scene, Asius immediately said, "Vaya Helios, you can not only use 7th-tier magic, but also 5th-tier martial arts. Are you still going to deny that you are a godkin? Asius Ainzal, if you want to know my identity, defeat me with your own strength." Vaya flew in front of the crimson armor and swung his sword to attack. "But you will never be able to defeat me because your own strength is only around level 20. Even if your power suit level is high, you cannot turn the power suit strength into your own." The power suit, under Asius's control, is equivalent to level 55. Vaya's level is 47. If the level difference between the two sides exceeded 10 levels, Asius could indeed use the crimson armor to defeat Vaya. Because Vaya is of the strongest dragon species, the gap in strength between the two is only about 5 levels. Facing Vaya's attack, Asius could only clumsily control the crimson armor to distance himself from Vaya, and then release a magical attack at Vaya. Flame Storm. Flame Storm is an area of effect spell belonging to the faith-based magic system. The raging magical flames came like a torrent. Vaya used fly to dodge, while simultaneously releasing Chain Dragon Thunder at the crimson armor. Boom! The dragon-shaped white lightning strike broke through the magical flames and hit the crimson armor. But unfortunately, it did not cause any damage to the crimson armor. Although the crimson armor only had the strength of level 55 under Asius's control, this was not the reinforced level of the crimson armor. Because Asius's own strength was too weak, he simply could not bring out the full power of the crimson armor. Platinum Dragon King. Clang, 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 clang. The intense battle between the two lasted for about 10 minutes, and Vaya had to admit a fact. Although Asius's own level was too low, preventing Asius from controlling the crimson armor to defeat Vaya. However, the level of the crimson armor was too high, and Vaya's attacks could not break through the defense of the crimson armor to defeat Asius. Boom! After releasing Chain Dragon Thunder at the crimson armor once more, Vaya voluntarily retreated to increase the distance between them, and then checked his attribute panel. Seeing that his Dragon Warrior level had increased to LV4, and his overall level had risen to LV48, a joyful smile appeared on Vaya's face. "Asius, since you cannot defeat me, let our battle end here." Hearing Vaya's proposal, Asius teased in a pitying tone. "Vaya Helios, I think you will regret not being defeated by me, because since I cannot defeat you, my companion will become your opponent." Asius's words gave Vaya an ominous premonition. Because among Asius's companions, the only one with strength exceeding level 55 was the Platinum Dragon King. World Severance Barrier. Accompanied by a male voice sounding from behind, A ripple that seemed to warp the atmosphere struck the surroundings, forming a translucent barrier that shrouded the space for a 10-mile radius. World Severance Barrier. This is a mid-tier origin magic that seals space. Only possessors of world-class items and users of origin magic can enter and leave the sealed area. Vaya turned around and saw a suit of platinum full-body armor appear behind him. Floating around it were a spear, a sword, a hammer, and a greatsword. The luster of these weapons was very similar to the armor, and each weapon was a bit too large for human hands. Platinum Dragon King. Recognizing that this was the platinum armor remotely controlled by the Platinum Dragon King, Vaya instinctively widened his eyes and shouted as the Platinum Dragon King manipulated the greatsword to attack. "I am of the Dragon Clan." The next instant, the greatsword slashing toward Vaya stopped. After a few seconds of silence, the Platinum Dragon King emitted a cold voice. "It seems you know my identity, so you think that by saying you are of the Dragon Clan, I will stop my attack on you. You are the strongest true Dragon King in this world, the great His Majesty, the Platinum Dragon King, am I right?" The Platinum Dragon King did not deny it, and Vaya continued. "I am the son of the White Dragon King Alisad Kylalir, who rules the Angelicia Mountains, and not a player or godkin that you are wary of." To prove his identity, Vaya exhaled a burst of dragon breath of the Frost Dragon Clan. "It seems you are indeed of my kin." Although he acknowledged Vaya's dragon identity, the Platinum Dragon King still did not withdraw the greatsword slashing toward Vaya. "Son of the White Dragon King, why are you both a 7th-tier magic chanter and able to use 5th-tier martial arts? Although the Dragon Clan is both a warrior-type race and a magic-type race, theoretically you can indeed use high-tier magic. But in reality, what is most suitable for us dragons is origin magic. Because tier magic is not suitable for our Dragon Clan, even a Dragon King like your father, the White Dragon King, can at most only use 5th-tier magic. His Majesty, the Platinum Dragon King, I can use 7th-tier magic because I am a possessor of an innate ability. My innate ability allows me to be perfectly compatible with tier magic. My level is 7th tier, so I can use 7th-tier magic. In this world, an innate ability is a special ability possessed by about 1 in every 200 people. Although possessors of innate abilities are not rare, these special abilities vary greatly, some strong, some weak, and the types are as numerous as the stars. For example, the ability to guess tomorrow's weather, the ability to strengthen summoned monsters, the ability to make the harvest date of rice crops a few days earlier, the ability to use origin magic that existed in the world in the past, and so on. The true ancestor vampire known as Nation Destroyer, Evil Eye, was originally a human. The innate ability she possesses, magic storage replication, can even replicate origin magic. The Queen of the Dragon Kingdom, Deldalin Oricris, possesses the innate ability mimic origin magic, which can even activate high-tier origin magic. You are a dragon possessor of an innate ability. The Platinum Dragon King, half-believingly, withdrew the greatsword slashing toward Vaya and asked, "Why do you disguise yourself as a human to become a noble of the kingdom? Could it be that you want to emulate the 7-colored Dragon King and leave mixed-blood offspring with humans?" Because he could not speak his true thoughts, Vaya could only admit to the Platinum Dragon King's speculation. "Great His Majesty, the Platinum Dragon King, I entered the human world indeed to find a beautiful maiden to be my bride." "If you want a bride, why not go find the Queen of the Dragon Kingdom, Deldalin? That girl inherited the true Dragon King bloodline of the 7-colored Dragon King and can bear you more powerful children. Deldalin is, after all, a queen, and I do not yet have the title of Dragon King. When I have an identity worthy of Deldalin, I will go to the Dragon Kingdom to propose to her." The Platinum Dragon King fell silent. He could, of course, tell that Vaya's words were a mix of truth and lies. If Vaya's identity were not that of the Dragon Clan, Vaya using lies to deceive him would be reason enough for him to slay Vaya. But he was, after all, a world guardian who maintains the balance of the world and could not arbitrarily kill at will. "Son of the White Dragon King, can I trust you?" "His Majesty, the Platinum Dragon King, I will never become your enemy. Protecting this world is our common goal. The Platinum Dragon King's gaze turned to Asius. Asius, do you think Vaya Helios is trustworthy? Let me answer such an important question. Asius gave his evaluation with some helplessness. As a dragon of the strongest species, Count Vaya not only treats his subjects well as a lord, but also hires adventurers to rescue those who were originally slaves and are now free people. Normal people would consider him a trustworthy and kind person. Then I should apologize to you. The Platinum Dragon King lowered his head toward Vaya. Vaya Helios, please forgive my earlier offense. As the strongest true Dragon King in this world, in order to maintain his image as a world guardian, the Platinum Dragon King was actually willing to bow his head to Vaya, whom he could kill with one hand. In this instant, Vaya truly and realistically felt the terror of the Platinum Dragon King. His Majesty, the Platinum Dragon King, if you really want to apologize, then grant me one request. What is your request? As long as it is not an excessive request, I will certainly not refuse. I want to have a battle with you, because I can increase my level as a dragon warrior through combat. I have no reason to refuse this request. Under the Platinum Dragon King's manipulation, his greatsword slashed toward Vaya once again, and Vaya blocked it with a Godspeed strike. Divine Flash. With a loud clang, Vaya's longsword and the Platinum Dragon King's greatsword collided, and a torrent of astonishing power surged through Vaya's entire body, sending Vaya flying backward like a kite with a broken string. It was obvious. The Platinum Dragon King was not fighting with full strength. Because the platinum armor he controlled had the strength of level 85, and his full power strike had the power to sever a longsword and kill Vaya. Chapter 25 LV49. Under the control of the Platinum Dragon King, his spear, katana, hammer, and greatsword attacked Vaya continuously. Although his attack patterns were very monotonous, his strength and speed far exceeded Vaya's, so Vaya was completely suppressed during the battle. Clang, 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 clang. It was unclear how long the battle lasted, but swinging his sword to parry the Platinum Dragon King's attacks had almost become Vaya's instinctive reaction. When Vaya's strength waned to the point where he could no longer withstand the Platinum Dragon King's attacks, the Platinum Dragon King took the initiative to stop and retracted the 4 weapons. Vaya Helios, this battle can end now. Vaya breathed a sigh of relief and then opened his status panel. Vaya Helios. Race, White Dragon. Racial level, Hatchling LV10, Juvenile LV10, Young Adult LV10. Job level, Dragon Warrior LV5, World Guardian LV2, Priest of the Dragon God LV1, Dragon Chanter LV2, Primal Chanter LV4, World Connector LV4, Dragon Ruler LV1. Total level, LV49. Special abilities, Ancestral True Dragon, Dragon Race Talent, Magic Talent, Combat Talent, Form Transformation. Origin Magic, Limit Break. Seeing that the Dragon Warrior level had risen to LV5, Vaya showed a joyful smile. Your Majesty Platinum Dragon King, thank you for helping me gain combat experience. I am not a great existence who should be addressed by you as your Majesty. The Platinum Dragon King said in a soft voice, My name is Saindorcus Vasion. I hope you can call me Char as a friend, just as Asius calls me. Char is right. Asius immediately expressed his agreement. Even though he is the world's strongest true Dragon King, he really is different from other Dragon Kings. You can treat him as an equal. Hee hee. Asius's foolishness made Vaya unable to suppress a chuckle. In the war where the sorcerer kingdom of Aints Ulgaun annexed the Riesti's kingdom, Asius had followed the Platinum Dragon King's plan and risked his life to fight Albedo. The Platinum Dragon King not only didn't truly consider Asius a companion, but he even wanted to kill Asius and give Asius's powered suit to someone stronger and more useful. The equal relationship between them was merely a disguise the Platinum Dragon King used to gain the trust of the weak. Vaya could see through this because Vaya was doing the exact same thing. Lord Asius, you have known His Majesty the Platinum Dragon King for many years, so of course you can be friends of equal status. I have only just met His Majesty, and I must never forget the gap between the strong and the weak. Hearing Vaya's words, Asius's expression became very complex. As if sensing the change in Asius's emotions, the Platinum Dragon King said with dissatisfaction, "Vaya Helias, if you continue to call me your majesty, I will consider it a provocation. If you want to get along with me, you must call me Char as a friend." Vaya naturally knew that the Platinum Dragon King's friend was read as friend, but written as pawn. However, faced with the Platinum Dragon King's threat just now, Vaya could only accept his request. "Char, I am very happy to become your friend. Since you call me Char, I can call you Vaya too, right?" "Of course." The Platinum Dragon King wanted to be friends with Vaya, clearly because Vaya had value as a pawn to be used. In fact, Vaya also wanted to use him. Platinum Char, in 4 years, there will be the Centennial Aftershock. I believe that those who descend in 4 years will definitely be evil players like the 8 Desires King. To have the power to eliminate evil players, I hope you can create a holy attribute high-tier origin magic, just as the Cure a Limb Dragon Lord created Soul Extinguishing Breath. The Platinum Dragon King's father, the Dragon Emperor, was the culprit behind the players descending into this world. In the world of the Bone King, when the game Yggdrasil was about to shut down after 12 years of operation, the Dragon Emperor, in order to gain even greater power, probed other worlds and discovered the world-class items in the game world Yggdrasil. World-class items were ultimate items, of which there were only 200 in the game world, and their birth was closely related to the game's worldview. According to the setting of the game's worldview, the world tree of Yggdrasil originally had 209 leaves, and each leaf was an independent world. Later, a world-class monster named the World Eater devoured these leaves. The devoured leaves fell off one by one, until finally only 9 leaves remained on the world tree: Asgard, Ulfheim, Vanaheim, Nidavellir, Midgard, Jotunheim, Niflheim, Helheim, and Muspelheim. Because the World Eater could not truly devour worlds, the 200 leaves that were devoured and fell off turned into world-class items. In the game setting, these world-class items were equivalent to a world, and thus possessed abnormally powerful strength, leading many players to believe that world-class items broke the game's balance. Among the game-breaking world-class items, there were special items known as the 20. Among the 20, Longinus could completely delete a target, at the cost of the user also being completely deleted. If data was deleted by this world-class item, there was no way to restore it except by using another world-class item. Neither paid items nor resurrection magic were of any use. Aura of the Sun God, which could exert powerful effects against targets with negative karma, could strike evil creatures throughout the entire world. 5 elements overcoming could change the magic system of the entire world. The strongest world-class item, World Savior, normally only had the power of an ordinary club, but after use, it could become stronger without limit. Because the 20 were too powerful, they would vanish and relocate to another place after a single use. Although the Dragon Emperor's goal was to summon world-class items from the game world, the result was that individuals and guilds holding world-class items were summoned together. The players known as the 8 Desires King even wanted to conquer the world, and a tragic war broke out with the dragon race that ruled this world. This war not only caused many dragons to fall, but also because the 8 Desires King's world-class items changed the magic system, it resulted in newborn dragons being unable to learn origin magic to become stronger. Now, only a few true Dragon Kings, including the Platinum Dragon King, are able to use origin magic to eliminate players. Create a holy attribute high-tier origin magic. Hearing Vaya's request, the Platinum Dragon King looked at Vaya with suspicious eyes. Holy attribute attacks can only cause maximum damage to undead and evil creatures. Can you confirm that the players descending in 4 years will be undead and evil creatures? As **T, a green plant that covers the plains. The Platinum Dragon King was actually so suspicious, Vaya explained helplessly, that the players descending in 4 years will be undead and evil creatures is just my guess. If you don't believe my guess, Then just act as if I never said those words." The Platinum Dragon King was silent for a moment. "This is a request you've made as my friend, so of course I won't refuse you. Besides, I myself have also wanted to create a holy attribute origin magic." Tob Great Forest, in a flash. 2 months had passed since Vaya officially became the Lord of White Dragon territory. During these 2 months, adventurers, in pursuit of bounties, continuously sent freedmen who were formerly slaves to Vaya's territory. Now, the population of White Dragon territory had exceeded 20,000, and to maintain public order, the White Dragon Legion's strength had increased to 2,000 soldiers. The military camp outside White Dragon City. At this moment, all 2,000 soldiers were gathered on the training ground of the military camp. Vaya stood on the podium, looking down at his soldiers with a satisfied smile on his face. "Soldiers, I am your Lord Vaya Helias, and also your Supreme Commander. You are all elites I recruited with a monthly salary of 2 gold coins, so I will train you to elite standards, allowing all of you to possess 3rd-tier strength." 3rd tier? Is this a joke? The soldiers looked at each other, and even Brian, who directly commanded the White Dragon Legion, showed an incredulous expression. In the Riesti's kingdom, ordinary soldiers only possessed 1st-tier strength. Even the warriors trained by Warrior Commander Gazef only had 2nd-tier strength. Those with 3rd-tier strength could completely become honorary nobles of the kingdom, knights. "Lord Vaya, are you serious?" Brian couldn't help but ask. If all soldiers of the White Dragon Legion possess 3rd-tier strength, you would effectively command 20,000 elite soldiers or 200,000 ordinary soldiers. Your territory only has a little over 20,000 residents. Such astonishing combat power is completely unnecessary. "Brian, you should know that I am not one to joke around." Vaya looked at Brian with a serious gaze. "To achieve my goal, you must make all soldiers of the White Dragon Legion worship the great White Dragon God. Under the White Dragon God's grace, they can, like you, break through their limits and continuously grow stronger." Then, Vaya's gaze swept over the soldiers of the White Dragon Legion. "My soldiers, members of the White Dragon Legion, must worship the great White Dragon God. If you cannot accept my demand, you may choose to leave the White Dragon Legion." Most soldiers of the White Dragon Legion didn't care about the deities they worshipped, because their past deities had not given them a better life. Now it was Vaya who had given them a better life, and they were willing to worship the White Dragon God as a return for Vaya's generosity. Therefore, when Vaya demanded that the soldiers of the White Dragon Legion worship the White Dragon God, not a single soldier raised an objection. White Dragon Castle. Vaya returned to his office in the castle and saw Lachius arranging work for the staff involved in territory management. After all the staff had left, Vaya asked Lachius, "Lachius, have you encountered any problems with the operation of the territory?" "Lord Vaya, are you doubting my abilities?" Lachius feigned displeasure. "As long as you can provide sufficient funds, I can settle the residents sent by the adventurers." Sufficient funds. Vaya opened his item space and checked his remaining assets. When leaving the Dwarf Royal Palace, where the Frost Dragon clan resided, Vaya used his item space to steal over 100,000 gold coins from White Dragon King Orisadic's treasure. After several months of expenditure, Vaya now only had about 30,000 gold coins left. "Lord Vaya, have you encountered a funding problem?" Lachius's delicate and cute little face showed a mischievous, impish smile. "As long as we hold out until next year's summer harvest, your investment in the territory will pay off. If you need funds, I can ask my father to send my dowry. After all, I am my father's most beloved daughter, and my dowry would be at least 100,000 gold coins." Vaya had no real intention of marrying Lachius, so of course he couldn't accept her dowry. "Lachius, you don't need to worry about funds. I still have 30,000 gold coins." 30,000 gold coins. Of course, I know 30,000 gold coins won't last until next year, so I will go and conquer the Tob Great Forest. Tob Great Forest. Because many magical beasts and demi-human races live here, this forest has always been an inaccessible area for humans. Among the magical beasts in the Great Forest, the most famous are the three great magical beasts that respectively dominate the eastern, western, and southern regions of the Great Forest. The ruler of the south is a great magical beast that made the southern side of the Tob Great Forest its territory about 200 years ago. It usually only operates within its own territory, does not interfere with other areas, does not manage its own territory, and has always been a loner. The ruler of the east is a war troll that commands a group of ogres, managing its territory where it crosses the Deadwood Forest. The ruler of the west is a naga with a human head and snake body, also commanding subordinates to manage its territory. To the north of the Great Forest, there is a huge lake formed by the confluence of unnamed rivers originating from the Anglaus Mountains. This huge lake has a shape like an inverted gourd, with the North Lake and South Lake separated, so the creatures living in the North and South Lakes are also different. The Southern Lake is a large swampy area, inhabited by a large number of small creatures, such as ordinary creatures like fish, shrimp, and crabs, with almost no dangerous magical monsters present. The dominant tribe here are the Lizardmen among the demi-human races. Lizardmen live a collective life in tribal units and are a gregarious species. The tribal structure is a hierarchical society centered around the chieftain. The Lizardmen chieftain is held by the strongest individual, recognized as such in the tribe's regularly held selection ceremony. Below the chieftain, there is also an elder council that assists the chieftain, with elders chosen from experienced seniors. Besides the chieftain and elders, there are also Lizardmen warriors, who are above ordinary Lizardmen. Ordinary Lizardmen usually only have first-tier strength, while Lizardmen warriors all possess second-tier strength. The Northern Lake is a large deep-water area, home to numerous dangerous large magical beasts, a perilous zone that even Lizardmen dare not venture deep into. The dominant tribe here are the frogmen among the demi-human races. Frogmen resemble upright frogs and possess the technique to control large magical monsters or beasts. The frogmen who rule the Northern Lake and the Lizardmen who rule the Southern Lake once had a fierce war. The frogmen used their technique of controlling large magical monsters to defeat the Lizardmen, whose individual strength was greater than theirs. Because these magical monsters and demi-human races rule the Tob Great Forest, even adventurers would encounter fatal danger if they entered the depths of the Great Forest. So the depths of the Great Forest have never been developed. Conquering the Tob Great Forest will yield various resources, including precious medicinal herbs. Lord Vaya is going to conquer the Tob Great Forest. Lacheus's eyes widened excitedly as she looked at Vaya. Although the precious medicinal herbs of the Tob Great Forest are an enormous fortune, I believe that establishing a trade route connecting White Dragon City and the Bahar's Empire through the Tob Great Forest, making White Dragon City the trade hub between the Riestai's kingdom and the Bahar's Empire, would bring you even greater benefits. Developing trade between the two nations is indeed an excellent suggestion. Vaya immediately agreed. After conquering the Tob Great Forest, I will travel to the Bahar's Empire to negotiate with the Blood Emperor. First battle, death or death, Tob Great Forest. Before entering the Tob Great Forest from the west side, Vaya suddenly stopped in his tracks. Are you going to follow me into the Tob Great Forest? While questioning the other party, Vaya turned around and saw a petite figure wrapped in a black hooded cloak. You really did notice. Accompanied by a crisp, girlish voice, the girl who had been following Vaya removed her hood, revealing a strange hair color, silver white on the right and pitch black on the left. Even though her beautiful long hair was tied into twin tails that hid her ears, Vaya could tell that her ears were like those of an elf. Looking at the girl's delicate face, which appeared to be around 15 years old, Vaya said her identity with a grave expression. Zeshvaisume. Vaya had never expected that the person following him would be the strongest godkin, whom the slain theocracy had always kept hidden. As a godkin who inherited the blood of the 6 great gods, Zeshvaisume possessed an ultra-high level of 88, making her an overlord, a transcendent being, second only to the true dragon kings in this world. Her innate ability, contact induction, was the strongest innate ability in this world. It allowed her to read the trump card skills of an item's original owner and copy them for her own use. It was precisely because of her innate ability that Zeshai was able to use the equipment of the 6 great gods. Also, in order to use this equipment, Zeshai had learned various classes in the warrior, rogue, and magic categories, which resulted in her own base stats being abnormally low. Without considering the use of her innate ability, Zeshai could not compare at all to an opponent of the same level who specialized in a single class. The reason she had long, pointed ears like the elves was that her father was elven King Dykem Hogan of the Forest Elf Nation, and her mother was Fiend, a godkin of the theocracy. Because she was a child forced upon Fiend by the Elven King, Zeshai was loathed by her mother, Fiend. When she was young, her mother subjected her to abusive education, so she had never received any love or care from her mother. Her mother's disgust and hatred for her left her with significant psychological trauma. After her human mother passed away, she transferred her hatred to the culprit, the Elven King, hoping to personally take revenge for her mother. "Has Clementine already told you about me?" Zeshai asked, staring at Vaya with a curious gaze. To be able to make her reveal the secrets of the theocracy, how exactly did you torture her? "I have not done what you said to her." Vaya denied Zeshai accusation. "Although I think it's unlikely, did you come to find me because of Clementine? She and I both belong to the Black Scripture. What is the problem with me coming to save her? Aren't you worried that the true Dragon Kings will discover your existence? You really are a child lacking common sense." Zeshai revealed a faint smile. "I am not the first godkin of the theocracy, so my existence itself is not a problem. The theocracy is worried that the true Dragon Kings will be hostile toward me because I can use the equipment left behind by the 6 great gods. Since you know..." "Look." Zeshai threw her hooded cloak on the ground. Vaya saw that she was wearing a white long-sleeved short dress, and beneath the hem were a pair of pitch-black long stockings and small black boots. She had no equipment on her body, and there were no rings or weapons on her hands. "I do not have the equipment of the 6 great gods on me. Even if a true Dragon King appeared before me, they would only treat me as an ordinary godkin." Watching the self-righteous Zeshai, Vaya breathed a sigh of relief. "Lady Zeshai, did you come to find me just to rescue Clementine? Attacking the Black Scripture is a challenge to the authority of the theocracy, so before I take Clementine back, I must punish you." "I do not believe you have the authority to punish me." Vaya explained. "Clementine voluntarily betrayed the theocracy and became my subordinate because she could not stand her parents favoring her brother, and the theocracy constantly assigning her assassination missions. Parents who favor their brother." Thinking of her own parents, Zeshai could not help but sigh. "Even if I sympathize with Clementine, I cannot turn a blind eye to her betrayal of the theocracy, and I will certainly not let you off because of it. Now, if you take her back." Before Vaya could finish his sentence, Zeshai launched an attack, arriving in front of Vaya with astonishing speed. Steel wrist, steel strike. After using a martial art to increase her wrist strength, Zeshai swung her right fist, smashing it toward Vaya. Super evasion. While stepping back to dodge with super evasion, Vaya took a long sword from his item space and then slashed at Zeshai with a Godspeed strike. Divine Flash. Flowing water acceleration. Zeshai easily and casually dodged Vaya's slash, then launched another attack at Vaya. Gale Super Dash Break. Arriving behind Vaya like an arrow released from a bowstring, Zeshai raised her right foot and kicked at Vaya's back. Crystal Shield. Bang! The crystal shield summoned by Vaya was shattered by Zeshai flying kick, and then her small foot kicked Vaya's back without mercy. Fly. With his body flying to a height of over 100 meters, Vaya looked at Zeshai with a grave expression. As expected of an LV88 overlord, even if you are not a specialized warrior class, your strength as a warrior is equivalent to the 10th tier. Even if you praise me, I will not forgive you. Zeshai looked at Vaya with a grave expression. Your strength is equivalent to the 8th tier. Are you also a godkin with awakened bloodlines? Vaya shook his head. I am not a godkin. Then why do you have strength that does not belong to humans? That is my secret. As long as you defeat me, I will tell you the truth. Provoking me in this way, do you think I don't know how to use magic? Zeshai revealed a playful sneer. Fly. Seeing Zeshai flying toward him, Vaya immediately cast magic. Chain Dragon Thunder. Rumble. A dragon-shaped white lightning strike rushed toward Zeshai. Dodging the Chain Dragon Thunder, using Fly, Zeshai stared at Vaya with wide eyes in disbelief. My level is far higher than yours, yet I only possess the strength of a 10th tier warrior and a 3rd tier magic chanter. Why do you not only possess the strength of a 7th tier warrior, but are also able to use 7th tier magic? Could it be, are you a player like the 6 great gods? I am not a player. Vaya denied Zeshai guess. I am a monster more powerful than a player. Vaya was speaking the truth. The dragon race is the strongest species in this world. Without possessing a world-class item, even a level 100 player would be beaten to a pulp by the origin magic of the true Dragon Kings. Are you mocking me? Zeshai clearly took Vaya's truth as a lie. I will use my full strength to defeat you and make you tell me all your secrets. After finishing her declaration, Zeshai once again charged toward Vaya using Fly. Deep within the Tob Great Forest, the western demon snake, Luralispinia Ai Indrun, who ruled the west side of the Great Forest, watched the figures of Vaya and Zeshai fighting, its body trembling uncontrollably due to intense fear. Too terrifying, too terrifying. Why are these 2 human monsters approaching the Great Forest? If humans want to conquer the Great Forest, they will definitely kill me. You are my husband, half an hour later. Because of the excessive mana consumption from casting Chain Dragon Thunder consecutively, the battle between Vaya and Zeshai returned to the ground. Super Slash. Divine Flash. As Zeshai swung her hand blade at Vaya, he countered with a high-speed strike. Zeshai could only use 3rd tier healing magic. To avoid injury, Zeshai could only use a martial art to retreat and dodge. Gale Super Dash Break. After the two put some distance between them, a look of unwillingness appeared on Zeshai small face. If I were wearing the equipment of the 6 great gods, I could finish you in one move. As it stands, I have no choice but to engage in a war of attrition with you. Since my level far exceeds yours, you are the one who will surely lose in the end. Feeling his increased power, Vaya opened his status panel. Vaya Helias. Race, White Dragon. Racial level, Juvenile LV10, Young LV10, Adolescent LV10. Job level, Dragon Warrior LV6, World Guardian LV2, Priest of the Dragon God LV1, Dragon Chanter LV2, Primal Chanter LV5, World Connector LV5, Dragon Ruler LV1. Total level, LV52. Special abilities, Ancestral True Dragon, Dragon Race Talent, Magic Talent, Combat Talent, Form Transformation. Origin Magic, Limit Break, World Severance Barrier. Seeing that not only had his Dragon Warrior level increased to LV6, but his Primal Chanter and World Connector levels had also risen to LV5. Vaya locked his gaze onto the Origin Magic he had just learned, World Severance Barrier. After fighting the Platinum Dragon King, Vaya had been wanting to learn the Origin Magic World Severance Barrier that the Platinum Dragon King used. Perhaps it was because Vaya lacked the talent to learn Origin Magic, or perhaps it was because Vaya's own level was insufficient. Vaya had never been able to learn World Severance Barrier. He hadn't expected that the battle with Zeshai just now would not only raise Vaya's level to LV50, but also allow Vaya to break through the limit to learn the intermediate Origin Magic World Severance Barrier. Did the levels of Primal Chanter and World Connector increase because I learned a new Origin Magic? What are you muttering about? Hearing Zeshai dissatisfied questioning, Vaya showed her the smile of a victor. Zeshai, the battle between us will indeed determine a winner, but victory will only belong to me." After saying this, Vaya immediately returned his longsword to his item space. "Even if you use a weapon, you cannot defeat me. Why give up using it?" "Of course, it's because I can defeat you, even without using a weapon." Looking at Zeshai Sume's small face full of confusion, Vaya directly activated World Severance Barrier. In the next instant, centered on Vaya's body, a barrier was created that enveloped both Vaya and Zeshai Sume. This feeling is... The distortion of space swept across Zeshai Sume's body, giving her a bad premonition. Chain Dragon Thunder. Vaya once again cast a 7th tier magic at Zeshai Sume. Flowing Water Super Acceleration. Zeshai Sume tried to use a martial art to dodge. Bang! Her high-speed moving body slammed into an invisible wall. Immediately after, the dragon-shaped lightning strike hit Zeshai Sume, and she screamed as she fell to the ground. As expected of an LV88 overlord, even 7th tier magic cannot cause you serious damage. Vaya walked to Zeshai Sume's side, her body still wreathed in lightning, with a smile on his face. "Zeshai Sume, do you admit that this is my victory?" Zeshai Sume's heterochromatic eyes looked at Vaya, with an expression full of unwillingness. "I didn't use equipment, and you didn't use equipment. This is indeed your victory." Hearing Zeshai Sume's reply, Vaya pointed his right hand at her body. Great Heal. Great Heal is a 6th tier magic, sufficient to heal the damage caused to Zeshai Sume by Chain Dragon Thunder. Zeshai Sume stood up and immediately asked Vaya, "What kind of magic did you use to lock my movements?" "I can answer your question, but you must agree to my request." "What request do you have?" "You must give up on taking Clementine back to the theocracy." "Fine." Zeshai Sume nodded without hesitation. "Because I also had terrible parents, I deeply sympathize with Clementine. When I return to the theocracy, I will persuade the pontifexes to respect Clementine's own choices." Despite having a tragic background, Zeshai Sume's heart had not fallen into darkness. Instead, she had become a kind-hearted guardian of humanity. Vaya couldn't help but say, "Zeshai Sume, although you had terrible parents, you shouldn't despair about your own life. I believe you will meet a husband who truly loves you, give birth to your own children, and you will surely find happiness in the future. Since you've said so, I will certainly have a husband who truly loves me." Zeshai Sume flashed a mischievous, teasing smile. "After all, you are my husband." Vaya widened his eyes in a panic. "Why tease me with such a joke?" "A joke?" Zeshai Sume's expression became very serious. "Those in the theocracy who are familiar with me can testify that my only requirement for a husband is that he must be stronger than me. You defeated me fair and square just now, so I am going to make you my husband." Vaya blinked, beginning to recall information about Zeshai Sume. Although she appeared to be a girl of about 15, Zeshai Sume's actual age was over 100. The reason she had never married was, indeed, that she wanted to marry someone who could defeat her. "Zeshai Sume, as long as you use the equipment of the 6 great gods, you could kill me in a single strike. The gap in our strength is that massive. That is the power of the equipment, not my own power. I am a dragon." Vaya revealed his true identity. "The reason I was able to defeat you is because I used the Origin Magic World Severance Barrier to lock your movements." Zeshai Sume's eyes widened in shock. "You are also a true dragon king. True dragon kings shouldn't be able to use tier magic. Just like you possess an innate ability, I also possess my own innate ability. That is the reason why I can use both tier magic and origin magic." Zeshai Sume couldn't help but laugh. "You truly are my fated husband. Since you are a true dragon king who can use origin magic, even if I used the equipment of the 6 great gods, I would still be defeated by your origin magic. Zeshai Sume, I told you my true identity so that you would understand I am not a human. The dragon queen of the dragon kingdom, Deldalin Oricris, is the child born of the 7-colored dragon king and his human wife. Even if you are a dragon, we can still get married. But I don't want to marry you." Zeshai Sume's expression instantly turned gloomy. Vaya continued, The reason you were hated by your mother is because you were not a child born of parents who loved each other. To avoid such a tragedy, I will only marry a girl I truly like. If you don't want to be loathed by me, stop pestering me." After saying this, Vaya walked past Zeshai towards the Tob Great Forest, while simultaneously deactivating World Severance Barrier. Watching Vaya's retreating figure, Zeshai murmured expressionlessly, "Even if you say you aren't willing, I will still have you, white-scaled beauty." In the dark forest where dense canopies blocked the sunlight, Vaya moved in a straight line, continuously casting dragon thunder to slay the goblins, giant goblins, ogres, hobgoblins, trolls, and other monsters attacking him. He did not know how long he had walked before two large monsters, engaged in battle, appeared before Vaya. The monster gaining the upper hand in the fight was a giant snake about 10 meters long, while the other monster was a giant crab about 1.5 meters in size. "Giant crab, hold on a little longer." The voice came from a white lizardman behind the giant crab. She had scales as white as snow, round eyes that emitted a radiance like rubies, and wore clothes sewn from green weeds and cloth strips. "Cold freeze." The cold air released by the white lizardman struck the giant snake, its body instantly turning rigid, and the previously suppressed giant crab began to counterattack. "Earth bind." When the white lizardman released a second spell, the soil wrapped around the giant snake's body like a whip, and the outcome of the battle was no longer in doubt. After strangling the giant snake with its pincers, the giant crab looked at Vaya with great vigilance. Following the giant crab's gaze to see Vaya, the white lizardman widened her eyes in surprise. "Are you a human?" "No." Vaya denied the white lizardman's guess. "I am Vaya Helios, son of the white dragon king Orisadek, who rules the Angelicia Mountains." To prove he was not lying, Vaya transformed from a human youth into his dragonman form. Seeing that Vaya in his dragonman form also had white scales, the white lizardman's tail began to wag in excitement. "So you are the white dragon prince. I am the heir to the chieftain of the Lizardmen tribe Red Eye, and my name is Lulu." Lulu. Vaya was not unfamiliar with this name. Lizardmen are creatures similar to a hybrid between humans and reptiles, primarily living in the wetlands around lakes. They have limbs as developed as humans and are bipedal lizards, though their heads possess almost no human-like features. An adult male lizardman has an average height of about 1.9 meters and weighs over 100 kilograms. They have long reptilian tails behind them, used to maintain bodily balance. Their feet have evolved into broad, webbed feet to facilitate flexible movement in water and wetlands, making them somewhat inept at moving on land. Their hands have 5 fingers just like humans, with moderately long, sharp claws at the tips. The scales on their bodies come in different colors, such as a slightly dirty-looking green, gray, or black. They are not like lizard skin, but rather a hardened, keratinized exterior reminiscent of a crocodile, tougher than the low-tier armor used by humans. Their weapons are quite primitive, mainly spears crafted from materials like the sharp claws and fangs of monsters, or blunt weapons fitted with stones. There are 7 lizardmen tribes in the swampy area south of the lakes in the Tob Great Forest, and Red Eye is one of them. Among the lizardmen, albino lizardmen who fear sunlight and have poor eyesight find it difficult to survive, and some are even killed immediately after birth. Because of this status as an outcast, even though Lulu became the acting chieftain of the Lizardmen tribe Red Eye, she remained deeply insecure, even believing that she would never marry or bear children in the future. When the Bone King decided to conquer the Lizardmen, Salius Xiaxia, the younger brother of Xiaxia, the chieftain of the Lizardmen tribe Green Claw, fell in love with at first sight, and his marriage proposal immediately touched this insecure, white-scaled beauty. "Since you are the heir to the chieftain, I should address you as princess." "Please do not call me princess. I am merely an ugly outcast. Although everyone views me as the successor to the chieftain, an ugly outcast like me has no qualifications." You should not insecurely deny yourself. It is precisely because you were born as an albino lizardman that you became a third-tier magic chanter at such a young age. Now that you can use your power to make significant contributions to the tribe, do you regret obtaining this power?" Silence followed for a moment. A determined look appeared in Kuorziu's red eyes. "Lord Vaya, thank you for saving my heart. Now I must take the giant snake's corpse back to share with my tribesmen. Would you like to be a guest at our Red Eyes?" Vaya nodded. Because Vaya's goal in coming here was to conquer all the Lizardmen. The Lizardmen tribe, Red Eye, was located in a wetland, where every wooden hut had a flag fluttering in the wind, marked with the symbol representing Red Eye. The tribe was surrounded by sharp wooden stakes pointing outward, with somewhat large gaps between them, clearly intended to prevent large monsters from invading. Seeing Kuorziu's giant crab dragging the giant snake's corpse back to the tribe, many Lizardmen children shouted with joy. "Lady Kuorziu has returned. Lady Kuorziu has brought food. What a huge giant snake." Hearing the children's voices, Mother Lizardmen emerged from their homes one after another, impatiently coming before Kuorziu. "Lady Kuorziu, please share some food with me. My husband and I can go hungry, but my child has not eaten for 2 days. Please save my child." Surrounded by the Mother Lizardmen, Kuorziu said with a grave expression, "Rest assured, everyone with children at home will receive a piece of snake meat." In just a few minutes, the giant snake's corpse was dissected by a group of Mother Lizardmen, and then, under Kuorziu's witness, distributed to the mothers who had children. After all the Mother Lizardmen left with the snake meat, Kuorziu offered a wry smile to Vaya. "Lord Vaya, you must have noticed. We Lizardmen are currently facing a food crisis. To resolve this crisis, the chieftain of our Red Eye has already traveled to the Dragon Tooth tribe to attend the chieftain conference of the 7 tribes. As the successor to the chieftain who is entrusted with high hopes by everyone, although I can enter the forest to hunt some monsters, the food I obtain is simply not enough to solve the problem. The staple food of Lizardmen is fish, but they are actually omnivores. If their strength were powerful enough, even if fish were insufficient, they could enter the Great Forest to hunt monsters and gather plants. Unfortunately, Lizardmen warriors only have the strength of the 2nd tier. Even a chieftain-level Lizardman hero only has the strength of the 3rd tier. In the Great Forest, where monsters of the 2nd and 3rd tiers run rampant, Lizardmen only end up as hunted food. Kuorziu, I can resolve your Lizardmen food crisis." Hearing Vaya's words, Kuorziu turned to look at Vaya, an obvious expression of excitement appearing on her face. "Lord Vaya, are you truly willing to save us? As long as you are willing to become my subjects, saving you is my responsibility." Kuorziu's tail began to wag up and down. In our Lizardman mythology, there was once a Lizardman who inherited the bloodline of the Dragon King and was able to use the 5th-tier magic resurrection of the dead. And he is regarded as the greatest Lizardman ancestor of the past. Because the Dragon King is the ancestor of us Lizardmen, the chieftain will certainly not oppose submitting to Lord Vaya. The Lizardmen Crisis, at dusk. The chief of the Lizardmen tribe, Red Eye, returned to his wooden hut with a heavy heart and immediately closed his eyes because the perpetual light was too dazzling. "Chief, you're finally back." Hearing the familiar voice, the chief opened his eyes and saw Kuorziu sitting on a plant-woven mat, with a human youth beside her. "Kuorziu," the chief questioned in an angry voice, "how could you bring an outsider, and a human at that, into the chief's private room, even if you are the chief's successor?" "Chief, you've misunderstood." Kuorziu explained. "Lord Vaya is not human, but a great dragon. The white dragon king Orisadik, who legend says rules the Angelicia Mountains, is Lord Vaya's father. To prove his identity to the chief, Vaya voluntarily transformed into his dragonoid form. I am Vaya Helias, son of the white dragon king Orisadik." "Thump." The chief knelt on the ground in terror, trembling. "Great white dragon prince, please forgive this humble one's impoliteness. What is your purpose in coming to our tribe, a great personage such as yourself?" "I have come to conquer the Tob Great Forest. To achieve this goal, I want all of you Lizardmen to become my subjects. As my subjects, I will solve all your problems, including the food crisis." After Vaya finished speaking, Kurzu excitedly said. Chief, Lord Vaya is truly the savior of us lizardmen. In our lizardmen myths, the greatest are ancestors who inherited the Dragon King's bloodline. I believe you will not object to submitting to Lord Vaya. Lord Vaya, can you truly solve our lizardmen's food crisis? The chief looked at Vaya with a doubtful gaze. Vaya showed a confident smile on his face. Chief, it seems you know that the current crisis of the lizardmen is not essentially a lack of food. Unlike the chiefs of other tribes, who are young and strong warriors, the chief of Red Eye is a wise old woman. It seems you truly know the essence of this crisis. Listening to the conversation between Vaya and the chief, Kurzu asked with great confusion. Lord Vaya, Chief, what exactly are you talking about? What else could the crisis we are currently facing be, if not a lack of food? The chief sighed. Kurzu, you will soon become chief, so I will tell you. In fact, fish food has not decreased. The food crisis we are currently facing is because our lizardmen population has greatly increased. About 50 years ago, we lizardmen also experienced a food crisis. At that time, to solve the problem of food shortage, 8 lizardmen tribes formed an alliance and launched a war against the Northern Frogmen tribe. This war caused heavy losses for us lizardmen, and the 8 tribes became the current 7 tribes, and our food crisis was immediately resolved. The war against the Frogmen 50 years ago wasn't to seize their territory. Kurzu stared at the chief with disbelieving wide eyes. You went to the Dragon Fang tribe for the chief's meeting. Was it to form an alliance of the 7 tribes and once again launch a war against the Frogmen? The chief shook her head. To solve this crisis, Green Claw, Small Fang, Sharp Tail, Yellow Spot, and Sharp Sword decided to wage an internal war among the lizardmen. Green Claw, Small Fang, and Sharp Tail will ally to attack Yellow Spot and Sharp Sword. After this war, Dragon Fang will take in the surviving members of Yellow Spot and Sharp Sword, and then share the territory of Yellow Spot and Sharp Sword with the victorious Green Claw, Small Fang, and Sharp Tail. What about our Red Eye? Our Red Eye has 2 choices. The first is to ally with Yellow Spot and Sharp Sword, and the second is to find a way to solve the food problem ourselves. Among the 7 lizardmen tribes, Dragon Fang is the strongest, followed by Green Claw, Small Fang, and Sharp Tail. Yellow Spot, Sharp Sword, and Red Eye, as weaker tribes, would not be able to defeat Green Claw, Small Fang, and Sharp Tail even if they allied. Lord Vaya. Kurzu looked at Vaya with pleading eyes, as if grasping at a lifeline. Please save us. The chief also bowed her head and pleaded. As long as you are willing to save us, we can pay any price. Chief, I only require one price from you, to become my most loyal subjects. From now on, all members of our Red Eye are your subjects. Chief, my goal is to gain the loyalty of all lizardmen. Vaya looked at the chief with a serious expression. Send emissaries to Dragon Fang, Green Claw, Small Fang, Sharp Tail, Yellow Spot, and Sharp Sword, and have their chiefs come to see me. As you command. The chief accepted Vaya's command without hesitation. 3 days later, Zyasiliu Zyxia, the chief of the Lizardmen tribe Green Claw, arrived in Red Eye's territory with his younger brother, Salius Zyxia. Brother, do you think the news from Red Eye is true? Zyasiliu Zyxia, a black-scaled lizardman carrying a great steel sword, looked ahead with suspicion. Even Dragon Fang couldn't solve this crisis. What good idea could the old woman of Red Eye come up with? Brother, please don't underestimate the wisdom of elders. Salius Zyxia showed a faint smile. Since Red Eye dared to summon the chiefs of the 7 great tribes for a meeting, perhaps that wise old woman really has a way to solve this crisis. Arriving outside the Red Eye tribe, Zyasiliu Zyxia and Salius Zyxia saw that Renbuyer Gugu, the chief of Dragon Fang, and the chiefs of Sharp Tail, Small Fang, Sharp Sword, and Yellow Spot had already arrived. Zyasiliu, you're really late. Facing Renbuyer Gugu's teasing, Zyasiliu Zyxia retorted impolitely. You came so early, yet you were blocked outside the gate by Red Eye. The title of Dragon Fang as the strongest tribe will surely weep. I don't believe that I and Dragon Fang are the strongest. Renbuyer's gaze fell on the weapon at Salius Zyxia's waist. It had a pale, glowing blade, a very peculiar shape, like a three-pronged staff with the blade integrated into the handle. But the blade thinned from the handle part until it was as thin as paper at the tip. This was the magic item known as one of the 4 great treasures by lizardmen of all nearby tribes, Frostfang's Pain. The previous owner of Frostfang's Pain once defeated me, causing me to choose to become a traveler. Unless facing a life-or-death crisis of starvation, lizardmen would never leave their birthplace. However, there was still a very low chance for some lizardmen to appear who yearned to see the outside world. These were the anomalies among lizardmen known as travelers. When travelers decided to leave their tribe, they would be branded with a special mark. Most travelers would not return to their homeland after venturing into the outside world. Travelers who returned home after experiencing the world were highly praised for bringing back knowledge from outside and became prominent figures. Salius Zyxia looked at the traveler's mark on Renbyre and immediately had an uncontrollable thought: tame the lizardmen. Feeling the gaze of Salius Zyxia, Renbyre revealed an excited smile. The current wielder of the Frostfang's Pain, I no longer have the chance to challenge the previous wielder of the Frostfang's Pain. Can you satisfy my wish to defeat the Frostfang's Pain? Salius Zyxia wore a very troubled expression. Lord Renbyre, I did not come here to fight you. Can we find another suitable time? Would you be willing to accept that? Salius Zyxia nodded. I also wish to fight a strong warrior like Lord Renbyre. As long as you can defeat me, you shall become the chieftain of the Dragon Fangs. As soon as Renbyre finished speaking, a massive shadow suddenly enveloped everyone in the area. Zyxiliu Zyxia, Salius Zyxia, Renbyre Gugu, and the other 3 chieftains looked up, surprised to see the previously cloudless sky now covered by thick, dark clouds. Renbyre stared at the sky with wide, shocked eyes. Is this the 4th-tier magic, cloud manipulation? No, Salius Zyxia denied Renbyre's guess. Cloud manipulation does not produce cold winds. Just like the omen of an approaching storm, while the sky was covered by massive dark clouds, cold winds also raged across the ground. This is 6th-tier magic, weather manipulation. Hearing someone provide the answer, Salius and the chieftains turned around and saw the chieftain of the Red Eyes walking over. Old woman of the Red Eyes, is what you say true? The chieftain of the Sharp Sword immediately asked. Even 5th-tier magic is in the realm of myths for us lizardmen. Why is there someone here at Red Eyes capable of using 6th-tier magic? Quiet, the chieftain of the Red Eyes looked solemn. That lord is now about to display true divine power. Whoosh boom. Under the incredulous gazes of Salius and the chieftains, the raging air currents formed a tornado, descending upon the ground with the power to destroy everything. Even a massive, century-old ancient tree would be uprooted and sent flying into the sky if it became the target of the tornado. Watching this scene, Salius couldn't help but ask, is this also magic? The chieftain of the Red Eyes nodded. This is 8th-tier magic tornado. 8th tier, for the lizardmen, 5th-tier magic was already the realm of myths. To think that someone in this world was capable of using 8th-tier magic. Splash, splash. After the disaster-like tornado vanished, a torrential downpour fell upon the dried-up wetlands. In just a few minutes, the wetlands were filled by the downpour, becoming a small lake. The chieftain of the Sharp Tail wore a set of white armor with a luster different from metal. That was the white dragon bone armor, one of the 4 great treasures of the lizardmen. It was a suit of armor crafted from the bones of a frost dragon, possessing magical power similar to a curse. The higher the intelligence of the person using the white dragon bone armor, the higher the defense of the white dragon bone armor, even capable of rivaling mithril and adamantite. As a price, the user's intelligence would be permanently stripped away. Among the lizardmen, the chieftain of the Sharp Tail was originally widely known for his supreme intelligence. After he put on this armor, the armor's defense rose to a level capable of rebounding all lizardmen weapons. Even the Frostfang's Pain, one of the 4 great treasures, was no exception. At this moment, he said in an indistinct voice, is this also magic? This is 8th-tier magic, Great Rainstorm. Hearing the reply of the chieftain of the Red Eyes, Salius and the chieftains were shocked to the point of numbness. Half an hour later, the downpour stopped, the dark clouds dispersed, and warm sunlight once again blanketed the land. At this moment, the gates of the Red Eyes tribe finally opened, and Vaya walked out with Kurzio to meet Salius and the chieftains. Awu, Salius stared wide-eyed at Kurzio, letting out a high-pitched, trembling cry of excitement, his tail swishing behind him like a whip. The next instant, the gazes of all the lizardmen converged on Salius, because the signal Salius emitted was one of wanting to court a female lizardman. If Kurzio were still as insecure as she used to be, she would surely have been moved by Salius's courtship, as this was the first time someone wanted to court her. Unfortunately, under Vaya's encouragement, Kurzio was no longer insecure. Disgusting, Kurzio glared at Salius with eyes full of revulsion. Eilue Zyxia said helplessly, "Brother, what are you doing? That white lizardman is the successor to the chieftain of the Red Eyes. How could you behave so rudely?" "Brother, I am truly sorry," Salius explained guiltily. "But I really couldn't control myself because I fell in love with her at first sight." "Chieftains," Kurzio, acting like Vaya's maid, said in a majestic voice, "I will now introduce everyone to this lord. He is the son of the White Dragon King Orisadek, who rules the Angelicia Mountains, and his name is Vaya Helios. The magic you all saw just now was entirely the display of Lord Vaya's divine power." "Is what you say true?" Renbyr Gugu stared at Vaya with wide eyes. "This guy isn't a human, but the son of the White Dragon King." "What a foolish question," the chieftain of the Red Eyes reprimanded with dissatisfaction. "Even the greatest magic chanter among humans can only use 6th-tier magic. It is precisely because Lord Vaya is the strongest species in this world, the dragon race, that he can possess divine power we cannot imagine." "Lord Vaya," Eilue Zyxia asked Vaya directly. "The chieftain of the Red Eyes summoned us, saying that our Lizardmen Crisis could be resolved. Could it be because of you?" "That is correct." Vaya revealed a faint smile. "As long as you become my subjects, I will resolve your problems." If humans or other races wanted to conquer the Lizardmen would instinctively resist. Now that it was the strongest species in the world, the dragon race, wanting to conquer the Lizardmen and save the Lizardmen who were in crisis, the Lizardmen chieftains couldn't think of a reason to resist. "Lord Vaya," Salius Zyxia asked respectfully, "how will you resolve this crisis of ours?" "Kurzio." Vaya's gaze turned toward Kurzio. Kurzio immediately reached out and pointed at Salius Zyxia. "Thunderstorm Night Spear." Accompanying Kurzio's angry shout, a spear of thunder flew toward Salius Zyxia. Because Salius Zyxia dodged the thunder spear, a large tree behind him was pierced through by the thunder spear. "This is 4th-tier magic." The chieftains all looked at Kurzio with incredulous gazes. "As you can see, Kurzio is very young," Vaya explained. "Even though she is indeed very talented, she was originally only able to use 3rd-tier magic. The reason Kurzio can now use 4th-tier magic is because I helped her break through the limits of her own growth. As long as you submit to me, I will help you break through your limits, allowing 2nd-tier Lizardmen warriors to grow to the 3rd tier and allowing the 3rd-tier chieftains to grow to the 4th tier. This way, you can defeat the frogmen in the north to increase your territory, and you can also hunt the monsters and beasts in the Great Forest, the wise king of the forest and the demon Serpent of the west, the massive lake in the northern part of the Tob Great Forest. Because it was shaped like an inverted gourd, the southern and northern parts of this lake had completely different ecosystems. The northern part of the lake was a deep water area inhabited by many dangerous, large magical beasts. It was a hazardous zone where even lizardmen did not dare to venture deep. The frogmen, arch-enemies of the lizardmen, were able to survive in this area not because they were stronger than the lizardmen, but because they possessed the technology to tame large magical creatures. As the sun rose from the east, illuminating the entire world, the members of the frogmen tribe began their day's work. Ordinary frogmen only needed to perform tasks like fishing and chopping wood. The priests among the frogmen needed to cultivate bonds with the magical beasts they had tamed, treating them as their most important companions. As the frogmen tribe's breakfast time was nearing its end, over 100 Lizardmen warriors approached. The Lizardmen are here again. The Frogman warrior, guarding the tribe's gate, saw the Lizardmen's silhouettes and immediately shouted to his companions inside. Quickly, go invite the chieftain and the priest lords. The Lizardmen warriors, led by Zyasiliu Zyxia and Salius Zyxia, came to a halt and did not launch an attack on the Frogman guards. A moment later, over a dozen Frogman priests arrived before the Lizardmen, bringing with them the giant snakes, magic wolves, hanging spiders, and other magical creatures they had tamed. Looking at the magical creatures controlled by the Frogman priests, Zyasiliu Zyxia was full of smiles. If our warriors only had the strength of the second tier, even if there were 100 of us, we wouldn't be able to defeat a dozen third-tier magical creatures. I finally understand why the alliance of 8 Lizardmen tribes in our grandfather's generation suffered such an unbearable defeat when they attacked the Frogmen. Brother, do not underestimate the enemy. Salius Zyxia's expression was solemn. After all, our levels have only just increased. Brother, your character is more cautious than mine. As expected, you should be the one to serve as chieftain. Even if I am not the chieftain, I can still assist you in protecting the tribe, brother. As the conversation between Zyasiliu Zyxia and Salius Zyxia ended, the chieftain of the Frogmen tribe arrived before them, leading a giant basilisk. This must be a 4th-tier magical creature. Zyasiliu's eyes widened in shock. If our levels hadn't increased, this giant basilisk alone could have defeated us all. Salius gripped Frostfang's pain at his waist with his right hand. Brother, Lord Vaya is indeed our savior. Now that we have the strength of the 4th tier, we will never lose to a magical creature tamed by frogmen. After saying this, Salius took the lead and charged toward the giant basilisk. Salius, where has your caution gone? Zyasiliu immediately chased after his brother. The safest strategy is for the two of us, both 4th-tier warriors, to attack together. You are my only brother. I don't want to see you injured by challenging a powerful magical creature. While Zyasiliu and Salius besieged the giant basilisk, the 100 Lizardmen warriors also launched an attack on the magical creatures controlled by the dozen Frogman priests. Then, the Frogman priests watched in shock as these Lizardmen proved to be 3rd-tier warriors, their attacks capable of dealing severe damage to 3rd-tier magical creatures. While the Lizardmen were eliminating the Frogmen, in the southern part of the Tob Great Forest, Vaya marveled as he looked at the creature before him, which was as large as a horse and had a 20-meter-long tail covered in snake-like scales. To think such a peculiar creature actually exists. The creature before him had silver fur, round black eyes, and a round body resembling machi. It was clearly a giant hamster. But a hamster's tail could never grow snake scales, let alone reach a length of 20 meters. This giant hamster was the wise king of the forest, one of the 3 rulers of the Tob Great Forest, who had dominated the southern region for 200 years. As it whipped a nearby tree with its steel-like long tail, it spoke in a boastful tone. Having witnessed this one's grand visage, art thou completely terrified? Let fear take root in thy heart. This one is the wise king of the forest who rules over this territory. Hearing the wise king of the forest's arrogant words, a playful smile appeared on Vaya's face. Because Vaya was no stranger to it. When the Bone King met the wise king of the forest had also faced the Bone King with this same arrogant attitude. But after the Bone King displayed power capable of killing the wise king of the forest in an instant, the wise king of the forest immediately chose to surrender, begging the Bone King for a chance to live. Why dost thou not answer this one's question? Hast thou been so frightened by this one that thou art unable to speak? The wise king of the forest stood up like a human, approaching Vaya with a massive sense of pressure. If thou dost not wish to be slain by this one, then exert all thy effort to praise this one. So long as thy praise can please this one shall allow thee to leave alive. A mere hamster dares to speak such words before me. Vaya raised his right hand and aimed it at the wise king of the forest. The wise king of the forest immediately swung its long tail at Vaya. Intruder, thou hast cast away thy chance to live. Whoosh! The wise king of the forest's steel-like tail struck with a startling sound of breaking air. While Vaya used the martial art, super evasion, to dodge, his right hand released a dragon-shaped white lightning strike. Dragon thunder. Boom! The white lightning hit the wise king of the forest's body, emitting a dazzling light. In the next instant, the wise king of the forest collapsed weakly to the ground. Surrender, this one is lost. Please do not kill this one. Hellfire. Vaya's right index finger released a black flame that looked like it could be extinguished by a mere breeze. When the black flame hit a nearby large tree, the raging fire instantly swallowed the entire tree, quickly burning it to ashes. Seeing this scene, the wise king of the forest's body began to tremble. Dost thou intend to kill this one? If I wanted to kill you, I would have used hellfire from the very beginning. Vaya looked at the wise king of the forest expressionlessly. Wise king of the forest, give me a reason not to kill you. My lord. The wise king of the forest suddenly addressed Vaya as my lord. If thou wilt but spare this one shall serve my lord with absolute loyalty, and complete all tasks my lord entrusts to this one. I intend to open a trade route through the Tob Great Forest, connecting the Riestai's kingdom and the Bahar's empire. To ensure the safety of this route, I want you to eliminate all magical creatures and beasts in the Tob Great Forest that would attack humans. Are you willing to accept this task? The wise king of the forest immediately replied, Please rest assured, my lord. This one shall complete this task in the shortest possible time. Hearing the wise king of the forest's answer, Vaya turned to look toward a large tree. Are you also willing to accept this task? As expected, I have been discovered by you. An aberrant magical creature, with the withered upper body of an old human man and the lower body of a snake, emerged from behind the tree. This old one is the magic snake of the west, Ruraret Spinia Ai Indun, who rules the western region of the Tob Great Forest. So long as you are willing to spare this old one, I shall offer my loyalty just like the wise king of the forest. Very well, Vaya said with satisfaction. Wise king of the forest, magic snake of the west, my name is Vaya Helias. From this moment on, you two are my subordinates. I trust you will not disappoint me. Heading to the empire, White Dragon City. Vaya walked along the stone-paved streets, noticing that the town's population had clearly increased once again, nearing a scale of 10,000 people. Besides the settled subjects, many merchants and adventurers could also be seen on the streets. The central area of White Dragon City. Now, this place featured not only a stone-paved square and Vaya's castle, but also a meticulously constructed white dragon god temple. Returning directly to the castle's main hall using dimensional shift, the sound of girls giggling reached Vaya's ears. Vaya turned around to see the beautiful and elegant Lahus sitting at a tea table in the hall, surrounded by several unfamiliar maids. These maids possessed not only beautiful faces and figures, but also an aura exclusive to nobility. They were clearly not commoners. In the Riestai's kingdom, children of nobles without inheritance rights would enter the royal palace. The men became honorary nobles who guarded the royal family, knights, while the women became maids serving the royalty. The maids beside Lahus were clearly noble maids serving the royal family. Lord Vaya. Seeing Vaya, Lahus walked up to him with a look of joy, like an innocent little girl seeing her idol. It seems you have completed the great feat of conquering the Tob Great Forest. Could you tell me and these sisters about your heroic deeds of subjugating monsters in the Tob Great Forest? Vaya looked down at Lahus expressionlessly. Lahus, I don't mind you recruiting new maids, but you shouldn't marginalize Kiarania and Selly. Lord Vaya, I haven't done such a thing. Lahus immediately denied Vaya's accusation. Kiarania and Selly aren't with me, perhaps because our status makes them feel pressured. Lahus's status was royalty, and the maids around her were nobles. Their status indeed made the commoners Kiarania and Selija keep a respectful distance. I'm sorry. Realizing he had misunderstood Lahus, Vaya frankly admitted his mistake. I shouldn't have misunderstood you. Lord Vaya doesn't need to apologize to me. Lahus flashed a cunning smile. It's because I cannot cast aside my royal status to get along with Kiarania and Selly that this situation occurred. I should be the one apologizing. Her smile was too fake. Perhaps because of the noble maids following her, Vaya could see that Lahus was acting. Her perfect smile and elegant movements were all a facade. Lahus, has anything important happened recently? The kingdom and the Bahar's empire held another small-scale war on the Cat's Plains this year. Lahus leaned in close to Vaya mysteriously. Lord Vaya, you surely wouldn't guess how much merit Warrior Captain Gazif has earned. On the battlefield of the Cat's Plains, Warrior Captain Gazif killed 2 of the 4 knights of the Empire. Now, the kingdom's nobles can no longer speak out against Father's appointment of him as the warrior commander. Just as warrior commander was a new position established by Ramses III for Gazif Storonov. The 4 knights were also new positions established by the Blood Emperor of the Bahar's Empire. Although they mostly guarded the emperor and executed imperial decrees, they were also generals capable of leading knight orders into battle. For Gazif to be able to slay 2 of the 4 knights on the battlefield of the Cat's Plains, his achievements were truly brilliant. Gazif is indeed remarkable. Vaya gave his evaluation and then changed the subject. Lahus, although I just returned today, I will be heading to the Bahar's Empire tomorrow to discuss building a trade route between our 2 nations through the Tob Great Forest with the Blood Emperor. From now on, your goal for developing the territory is to transform White Dragon City into a trade city. A lounge in the castle. Kiarania was sewing a white holy robe with blue stripes. Selija sat beside her holding a magic book, and Clementine sat opposite them, complaining incessantly. Does Princess Lahus take everyone for a fool? A 12-year-old girl actually thinks we can't see through her. She accepted the following of those noble maids purely to make us understand the status gap and treat her like a princess. Kiarania gave a faint smile. Miss Clementine, Princess Lahus is a princess to begin with. It's only right that we treat her as one. Aren't you overthinking it? Kiarania, you really are naive to the point of stupidity. Clementine mocked her directly. A fool like you will never be able to defeat Lahus. Princess Lahus and I are not enemies. With a creak, along with the sound of a door being pushed open, Vaya walked in. Lord Vaya. Kiarania was so excited that she pricked her right index finger with the sewing needle. Sister, let me heal you. Selija excitedly put down her magic book, wanting to try the first-tier magic she had just learned, light healing. Let me. Vaya walked up to Kiarania and took her right hand in both of his. Heavy healing. Seeing the dazzling magical light envelop Kiarania's right hand, Clementine immediately quipped. Using 3rd-tier magic to heal such a minor injury, are you trying to make her fall hopelessly in love with you? Kiarania's face flushed with shyness. After all, Vaya's care for her was too obvious. Don't misunderstand. Vaya explained. There are many new maids in the castle now. I want Kiarania to start serving as the saintess of the White Dragon God tomorrow, spreading faith in the White Dragon God at the White Dragon God Temple. Because a saintess must be perfect and flawless, that's why I used 3rd-tier healing magic on her. Lord Vaya. Kiarania's face took on a dejected expression. I only want to serve you as a maid. Can't the role of saintess be given to someone else? Kiarania, only you can become the saintess I desire. Vaya placed his right hand on Kiarania's head, giving her a head pat. As long as you perform your duties as a saintess excellently, I will grant you 1 wish as a reward. Kiarania's eyes lit up. Lord Vaya, can I wish for anything from you? That's right. Hearing Vaya's reply, Kiarania showed a determined expression. I certainly won't let you down. Selly. Vaya's gaze turned toward Selija. Tomorrow I'm going to the Bahar's Empire. Do you want to come with me? The Bahar's Empire has a magic academy that trains magic chanters. I can arrange for you to enter the academy to study magic. Selija looked hesitant. She certainly wanted to enter the Bahar's Empire's magic academy, but she also truly didn't want to be separated from her sister. Kiarania suddenly spoke up. Selly, you should have your own life. Sister. Understanding her sister's meaning, Selija looked at Vaya with a determined gaze. Lord Vaya, I want to go to the Bahars Empire with you. Clementine. Vaya's gaze turned to Clementine. I'm giving you a task now. From now on, you are the exclusive guardian of Saintess Kiarania. No matter what happens, you must stay with Kiarania and protect her safety. Blood Emperor. The Bahars Empire is located in the west-central region of the continent's northwest corner, bordered by the sea to the north and mountains on the other three sides. Although it has terrain that is easy to defend and difficult to attack, the land of the Bahars Empire is relatively barren and unsuitable for agricultural development, causing its population to be slightly lower than that of the Riestais Kingdom. In the wars between the Riestais Kingdom and the Bahars Empire, the Bahars Empire was able to gain the upper hand due to its institutional advantages. The Bahars Empire was originally also dominated by nobles. However, starting from the 5th Emperor, the Bahars Empire continuously suppressed the nobles. The 7th Emperor, Gilk Arabic Nun Arabic Yet Arabic Fa the Blood Emperor, was able to demote incompetent nobles to commoners because of the foundation laid by previous emperors. The Bahars Empire originally also had a system of slavery. Starting 30 years ago, the system of slavery targeting humans was transformed into employment. Only subhumans are still treated as slaves. In the Riestais Kingdom, only those born of noble lineage could become honorary nobles, the knights. Even when Gazef Storonov became the champion of the Royal Martial Arts Tournament, Rambusa III's desire to make this strongest warrior of the kingdom, a knight was met with opposition from the nobles. However, in the Bahars Empire, even commoners with sufficient strength can become knights of the empire. Because of these institutional advantages, the Bahars Empire now possesses the strength to annex the Riestais Kingdom. Oentil. This city, located in the western part of the Bahars Empire, is the imperial capital of the Bahars Empire. The city center houses the imperial palace of Gilk Arabic Nun Arabic Yet Arabic Fa the Blood Emperor, while the periphery is radially lined with important facilities such as research institutes, the Imperial Magic Academy, and various organizations, making it the true heartland of the empire. Vaya and Selija walked along the noisy streets, observing that this prosperous city was unlike the old and decaying royal capital of the Riestais Kingdom. This city, like the young Blood Emperor, was constantly changing the old city with new buildings and streets. The most astonishing thing about this city was that the streets of the imperial capital were paved with flagstones. Among the neighboring nations, this was a sight only visible in the slain theocracy. It was obvious. The Blood Emperor was imitating the slain theocracy. Although Lachius proposed the national policy of paving streets with flagstones in the Riestais Kingdom, this was something the slain theocracy had already achieved, and it was not Lachius's original idea. Lord Vaya. Seeing many people on the street who looked like adventurers, but lacked the Adventurers Guild plaque, Selija asked curiously, "Aren't those people adventurers?" "They are workers. The workers of the Bahars Empire are adventurers who have left the Adventurers Guild. Adventurers' jobs are accepted and investigated by the Adventurers Guild, and then assigned to adventurers of the appropriate rank. In other words, adventurers cannot take on jobs that the Adventurers Guild deems improper. The most obvious example is the Adventurers Guild refusing to allow adventurers to participate in war as mercenaries. Because workers have left the Adventurers Guild, they can take on all sorts of improper jobs. It is also because many of the tasks undertaken by workers are criminal that workers are scorned and viewed as criminals. Of course, not everything that workers do is bad. For example, the temple prohibits adventurers from healing others for free for its own benefit. As long as the adventurer and the person receiving treatment do not speak about it, the temple naturally cannot know about the adventurer's act of healing others. However, to prevent the temple from protesting to the Adventurers Guild, adventurers cannot publicize their good deeds of healing others. Workers who have left the Adventurers Guild can use healing magic to treat others as they please. While the illegal capture of creatures by workers is also an improper job, The inexpensive medicines created from these creatures benefit the sick and injured. The Imperial Palace. In the luxurious conference room, covered with a bright red carpet. Gilk Arabic Noon Arabic Yet Arabic Fa, the Blood Emperor sat on a long chair made of high-grade natural wood and upholstered with black genuine leather, wearing a rather lazy expression. This 18-year-old emperor of the empire possessed an astonishingly handsome face, bright blonde hair, and long, slender purple eyes, enhancing his innate kingly demeanor. Behind Gilk Arabic Noon Arabic Yet Arabic Fa were two members of the four knights of the empire. Lana's Rockburs the heavy bomber and Nazami Enek the immovable. That old man Rambusa III is truly fortunate. He actually has Gazef Storonov beside him, a man capable of slaying two of the four knights. What's even more hateful is that the foolish Gazef actually rejected my invitation. In the Riesti's kingdom, Gazef cannot even obtain the status of an honorary noble like a knight. But in the empire, I could make him an earl with his own territory. Hearing Gilk Arabic Noon Arabic Yet Arabic Fa's complaint, Lana's, who was originally a noble daughter, immediately spoke. Your Majesty, although you cannot obtain Gazef, you possess Fluter Paradane, who is stronger than Gazef. At this moment, the door to the conference room opened. An old man walked in with snow-white hair, a white beard nearly half his height, and a face covered in wrinkles. Around his neck hung a necklace strung with countless small crystal balls. His withered fingers wore several unpretentious rings, and he was clad in a pure white robe made of high-grade fabric. Young lady, you overestimate this old man. Although this old man is 6th tier, and Gazef Storonov is only 4th tier, with the blessing of the kingdom's 4 secret treasures, it is indeed possible for Gazef to defeat this old man. This old man, whose eyes shone with the light of wisdom, was the strongest magic chanter of the Bahar's empire, Fluter Paradane. Old man, you're truly too modest. Gilk Arabic Noon Arabic Yet Arabic Fa, the Blood Emperor showed a faint smile. As long as you use flight magic, Gazef cannot attack you, so Gazef has no chance of winning against you. Is your Majesty planning to have me participate in next year's war to kill Gazef for you? No. Gilk Arabic Noon Arabic Yet Arabic Fa directly denied Furuta's speculation. I invited you here because I want you to investigate this person via Helias. This person, who recently appeared in the kingdom, not only defeated Gazef, but also defeated the Adamantite-class adventurer squad Blue Rose. I suspect he might be 6th tier. Fluter widened his eyes in disbelief. A member of Blue Rose is that person. Did Via Helias really defeat Blue Rose? Gilk Arabic Noon Arabic Yet Arabic Fa nodded. Old man, to have such a reaction, it truly seems Via Helias might be 6th tier. Just as he finished speaking, a fully armored knight walked into the conference room. Your Majesty, there are 2 people outside who wish to meet with you. The man claims to be Via Helias, the White Dragon Count of the Riesti's kingdom, and says that your close friend, Ogre King Beriulo, should have told you about him. Gilk Arabic Noon Arabic Yet Arabic Fa showed a look of confusion. When did I become close friends with Ogre King Beriulo? I am a dragon. Because the Dwarf Kingdom in the Angelicia Mountains had diplomatic relations and trade with the Bahar's empire, Gilk Arabic Noon Arabic Yet Arabic Fa was no stranger to the earth-digging orcs. He knew that Ogre King Beriulo was a formidable overlord who had unified the 8 clans of the earth-digging orcs. If he had the chance to meet Beriulo, Gilk Arabic Noon Arabic Yet Arabic Fa felt he would have many common topics with this king of the Dug Beastmen, but he had not yet met the other party. Why would Via Helias think that Ogre King Beriulo and I are close friends? Is he trying to confuse me, or has he been deceived by Ogre King Beriulo? As Gilk Arabic Noon Arabic Yet Arabic Fa furiously overthought and began making various conjectures, Furuta impatiently urged him. Your Majesty, how can we make an important guest wait? Please invite Count Via over quickly. Old man, you're really impatient, aren't you? After all, Count Via is a strong individual who defeated Blue Rose. Perhaps I can see the abyssal depths of magic in him. Then as you wish. Gilk Arabic Noon, Arabic Yet Arabic Fa, also knew that Firuta harbored the desire to glimpse the abyssal depths of magic, so he did not refuse Firuta's request. A moment later, Vaya and Silesia followed two knights into the conference room. As one of the few sixth-tier magic chanters, Firuta was also a possessor of an innate ability. His innate ability was the Eye of Discernment, which allowed him to see the magical aura of magic system magic chanters. Upon seeing Vaya's figure, Firuta immediately activated his Eye of Discernment. The next instant, God! Firuta's eyes widened as he cried out in surprise. Recovering from his shock, Firuta immediately knelt on the ground. Like a devout believer seeing their deity, tears of excitement streaming from his eyes as he looked at Vaya. Great God, you are truly the abyssal depths of magic. I have finally seen you. In the past, I always believed in a minor god who governed magic, but if that wasn't you, then now you are the god of magic I worship. Old man, have you been enchanted? Gilk Arabic Noon, Arabic Yet Arabic Fa looked at Firuta in disbelief. After all, Firuta's reaction was simply too exaggerated. Vaya expressionlessly watched Firuta, who was prostrating before him. If Firuta had only seen the magical aura of an 8th-tier magic chanter from him, he shouldn't have regarded him as a deity. Firuta, what do you command of me? To fulfill the task you give me, I will offer my everything. What did you see in me? I saw the true abyss in you. You are truly the deity who rules the world. You saw it indeed. Vaya was not only a user of tier magic, but also a user of primordial magic, origin magic. Firuta treating Vaya as a deity was clearly because he had seen some trace of origin magic use in Vaya. Your magic eye can only perceive the magical aura of magic system magic chanters. The fact that you can see the aura connecting to the world from me seems to be due to my own reasons. Firuta forcefully kowtowed, joyfully pleading with Vaya. I wish to glimpse the abyssal depths of magic, and for that, I am willing to pay any price. I beg you to accept me as your disciple. Please, please. Vaya looked at Gilk Arabic Noon, Arabic Yet Arabic Fa with displeasure. You're not going to stop him. Should I also address you as God? Gilk Arabic Noon, Arabic Yet Arabic Fa gave a wry smile. Glimpsing the abyssal depths of magic is the old man's long-cherished wish. Even I cannot stop him. Firuta, stand up. Hearing Vaya's command, Firuta happily raised his head and asked, My teacher, are you willing to take me in? I am not a god. Vaya explained, I can enter realms inaccessible to humans because my true identity is that of a dragon. Dragons are the strongest species in this world. As a magic chanter over 260 years old, Firuta was no stranger to dragons. He knew that dragons possessed tough bodies covered in sturdy scales, lifespans unimaginably long for humans, and various special abilities and magical powers. He also knew that the strength of dragons varied. Weaker dragons became the evil dragons slain by heroes in dragon-slaying tales, while powerful dragons wreaked havoc with the power to destroy cities and nations, revered as dragon kings by the humans and subhumans who feared them. Just over 20 years ago, a city in a southern country was destroyed by a dragon king. Upon learning that Vaya was a dragon, not only Gilk Arabic Noon, Arabic Yet Arabic Fa and Firuta, but even Silesia widened her eyes in disbelief. Lord Vaya isn't human. Vaya turned to Silesia. Seli, does it matter if I'm human? Silesia shook her head. Whether Vaya was human or a dragon, that indeed did not matter. After all, in this world, dragons and humans could marry and have children. My teacher, whether you are human or a dragon does not matter. What matters is that you can dominate the abyssal depths of magic. Firuta pleaded once more. Please accept me and allow me to advance to a higher realm. Firuta, stand up first. As you command. Seeing Firuta stand up, Vaya walked to the opposite side of Gilk Arabic Noon, Arabic Yet Arabic Fa, and sat on the sofa. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Vaya Helias, son of White Dragon King Orisadik, who rules the Angelicia Mountains and also the White Dragon Count of the Riesti's kingdom. Your close friend Beriulo should have told you about me. I am Gilk Arabic Noon, Arabic Yet Arabic Fa Rune Fardel, the Blood Emperor who rules the Bahars Empire. Gilk Arabic Noon, Arabic Yet Arabic Fa looked at Vaya with a troubled expression. Lord Vaya, you say that Ogre King Beriulo is my close friend, but I have not yet met him. Are you saying Beriulo lied to me? Seeing Gilk Arabic Noon, Arabic Yet Arabic Fa nod, Vaya began to ponder why Beriulo would deceive him. In Iulo's eyes, Vaya was a fourth-tier young dragon, without the special ability to transform into human form. If Vaya accepted Beriulo's advice and came to the Bahars Empire, Gilk Arabic Noon, Arabic Yet Arabic Fa might want to achieve the great feat of slaying a dragon. Furiuta, as a sixth-tier magic chanter, had sufficient strength to defeat a fourth-tier young dragon. In other words, Beriulo's true purpose in advising Vaya to go to the Bahars Empire was to hope that Vaya would fall at the hands of the sixth-tier magic chanter, Furiuta. Truly worthy of being the greatest king in the history of the earth-digging orcs. After praising Beriulo, Vaya gave a faint smile. Your Majesty Gilk Arabic Noon, Arabic Yet Arabic Fa. I am sitting before you as the Lord of the White Dragon territory, so you may converse with me as an equal. Then I won't be polite. Gilk Arabic Noon, Arabic Yet Arabic Fa asked with a serious expression. What is the purpose of your visit? I want to establish a trade route connecting White Dragon City and the Bahars Empire through the Tob Great Forest, developing White Dragon City into a trade hub for both nations. For this, I need your cooperation. I see. Gilk Arabic Noon, Arabic Yet Arabic Fa showed a hint of a smile. Lord Vaya, I am happy to fulfill your request, but I hope for something in return from you. Blood Emperor's requirements. Gilk Arabic Noon, Arabic Yet Arabic Fa's request was entirely within Vaya Helias's expectations. Your Majesty, what reward do you wish to receive from me? I will grant you the imperial border, territories east of the Tob Great Forest, and all their inhabitants, making you the White Dragon Duke of the Bahars Empire. You want me to accept a noble title and territory from the Bahars Empire. It seems your true intention is for me to remain neutral in the war between the Bahars Empire and the Riesti's kingdom. I already know that Princess Lachius of the kingdom is by your side. If I had a sister of marriageable age, I would certainly marry an imperial princess to you. Since I cannot form a marriage alliance with you, I can only let you gain greater benefits within the empire. Are you willing to accept my request? I have no reason to refuse. Then from now on, you are our Bahars Empire's White Dragon Duke. Gilk Arabic Noon, Arabic Yet Arabic Fa revealed a cunning smile. Lord Vaya, as a Duke of the Empire, will you protect the Empire if it is invaded by subhuman nations? You make me a Duke of the Empire, not just to keep me neutral in the war between the kingdom and the Empire, but also to make me the Empire's guardian. Gilk Arabic Noon, Arabic Yet Arabic Fa nodded. Your becoming the Empire's guardian is my true purpose in granting you the title and territory. Among the human nations, only the Riesti's kingdom did not need to worry about invasions from subhuman nations. The slain theocracy and the elf kingdom have been fighting continuously to this day, and the elf slaves sold by the slain theocracy are captives taken from the battlefield. The Rabble Holy Kingdom has also been in long-term conflict with the subhuman races of the Abelian Hills. The Dragon Kingdom is even facing the crisis of national collapse under the offensive of the Orc nation in the east. The Bahars Empire likewise faces the possibility of invasion by eastern subhuman nations. I can become a guardian when subhuman nations invade the empire. Seeing a triumphant smile appear on Gilk Arabic Noon, Arabic Yet Arabic Fa's face, Vaya continued. In exchange, I want to spread the faith of the White Dragon God in the Empire. White Dragon God. That is the great deity I serve as a priest. The Bahars Empire, like the Riesti's kingdom, currently worships the Water God, Fire God, Earth God, and Wind God, all originating from the slain theocracy. In other words, the Bahars Empire does not worship truly existing deities. Gilk Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa showed a very troubled expression. Lord Vaya, the faith of the four great gods has been passed down in the Bahar's empire for hundreds of years and is deeply entrenched. If I agree to you spreading the faith of the white dragon god in the empire, it will not only be opposed by the imperial subjects, but also incur the hostility of the slain theocracy. However, to make you the empire's guardian, I am willing to bear all the pressure, so I agree to you spreading the faith of the white dragon god in the empire. After the negotiation with Gilk Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa concluded, Vaya's gaze turned to Fluter Paradane. Fluter, my teacher, do you have any instructions? As long as you accept the task I give you, I will help you advance to a higher rank. My teacher, what task do you wish for me to complete? Vaya's gaze fell upon Silesia Bellin. This child's name is Silesia Bellin. You are to arrange for her to enter the Magic Academy and guide her when she encounters problems. Please rest assured, my teacher, I will immediately abandon all my disciples and make Silesia my only disciple. You only need to guide Silesia when she encounters problems. As you command. I have one more request. Please instruct me. Stop calling me my teacher. You can call me Lord Vaya. As you command. Fluter showed a regretful expression. Seeing that the negotiation between Vaya and Fluter was over, Lana's Rockburs, who was behind Gilk Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa, spoke up proactively. Lord Vaya, I am Lana's Rockburs, Heavy Roar, one of the four knights of the Empire. Since you are a great dragon race whom Lord Fluter regards as a deity, I would like to know if you can remove the curse on me. Lana's Rockburs. Vaya was not unfamiliar with this only female knight among the four knights of the Empire. This female knight, clad in enchanted full-plate steel armor and wielding a black spear, was originally a noble lady who prided herself on sweeping away monsters to protect her family's territory and people. However, during a battle to eliminate a special monster, Lana's was cursed by the monster, resulting in her right face being disfigured. Because of this, not only did her fiancé cancel their engagement, but even her family considered her a disgrace and expelled her. To take revenge on her family and fiancé, Lana's used her martial prowess to become one of the four knights, and with Gilk Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa S support, she annihilated her own family and her fiancé's family. Now, for Lana's, who had completed her revenge, the most important thing was to lift the curse. Lana's even publicly stated that as long as the curse could be lifted, she would do anything, including killing the emperor. Looking at this tall, beautiful young knight with light golden long hair covering her right face, Vaya thought of Lachius, who still did not have an exclusive guard. Miss Lana's, are you willing to betray the Empire? Lana's said without hesitation. As long as you can lift my curse, I would even cut off the emperor's head. Lana's. Another one of the four knights, Ninbal, known as Gale, reproached her in dissatisfaction. How dare you say such a thing in front of His Majesty? You are too obsessed with restoring your appearance. Then, Ninbal offered advice to Gilk Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa. Your Majesty, Lana's has no loyalty to you or the Empire. She is a traitor who could betray at any moment. Please allow me to execute Lana's. Ninbal had golden hair parted on both sides, ocean blue eyes that evoked the sea, and a handsome face that exuded strong will. This knight, who came from a noble background, was slightly afraid of women due to childhood trauma caused by his older sisters. However, Lana's, disfigured by the curse, was not regarded as a woman to be feared by Ninbal at all. Ninbal, Gilk Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa, showed a faint smile. If Lana's were to betray me for someone else, I would certainly order her execution as a traitor. Lord Vaya is our empire's white dragon duke. If he wants Lana's, I have no reason to object. Lord Vaya, Lana's family has now disappeared. I can incorporate her into the imperial family, grant her the status of an imperial princess, and make her identity more fitting for you. The expressionless Lana's had a delicate face like a doll and a pair of deep blue eyes. Even the most critical person would admit she was a beautiful girl. It was obvious. Gilk Arabic Noon Arabic Yet Arabic Fa misunderstood Vaya's intentions. Your Majesty, you've misunderstood. Vaya explained helplessly. I do want to take Lana's, but I only want her to be Lachias's exclusive guard, not to be my woman. Upon hearing this, Gilk Arabic Noon Arabic Yet Arabic Fa's face was filled with disappointment. To have the only female knight among the 4 knights of the Empire serve as Princess Lachias's exclusive guard, it seems you are truly very fond of Princess Lachias. If you encounter any other girls you fancy in the Empire, please be sure to tell me. Arshe and Freya, the Empire's Magic Academy. This largest educational institution in the imperial capital Erantal was a higher education facility established during the reign of the 6th Emperor with the assistance of Fluter. Since its founding, it has nurtured many excellent mages, arcane casters, and warlocks, magic chanters for the Empire. Dusk. As the afternoon classes had ended, students residing at the Magic Academy began returning to their dormitories, while those living in the imperial capital headed to their respective homes. There was a petite young girl following behind the other students, walking towards the main gate of the Magic Academy. She had golden hair cascading down to her waist, a pair of large, azure eyes, an exquisitely doll-like face devoid of expression, and the noble bearing of someone well-educated. Anyone who saw her could tell she was a noble young lady. However, the loose robe she wore made her appear more like a student of commoner origin. Archie. Hearing her name called from behind, Arshe Evilue turned around to see a tall girl with golden hair tied into twin tails running towards her. Freya. Looking at the other girl's high-quality robe that resembled a princess dress, Archie's expression darkened as she spoke. My family has already been stripped of its title by His Majesty the Emperor. For you, the daughter of a duke, to be friends with a commoner like me would lower the noble's opinion of you. Freya directly pounced and hugged Archie, a dissatisfied look on her small face. Archie, how can you say such a thing to me? I became friends with you not because of your status, but because of your talent, becoming a second-tier magic chanter at 13. Although my family hasn't been stripped of its title by His Majesty the Emperor yet, I too might lose my status as a duke's daughter and become a commoner. So you don't need to keep your distance from me. Let's go home together today. Freya, thank you. There's no need for thanks between friends. As soon as Archie and Freya separated, a familiar voice came from the Magic Academy's main gate. Archie, Freya. Archie and Freya turned to see Fluter approaching with a girl with deep brown hair, a stranger to them. Teacher Fluter. Teacher Fluter. Archie and Freya bowed their heads respectfully to Fluter. Let me introduce the two of you. Stopping before Archie and Freya, Fluter pointed with his right hand at the girl beside him. This child's name is Silesia Balan. Starting today, she will be your classmate. Huh. Looking at the high-quality robe Silesia wore, Freya showed a puzzled expression. Teacher Fluter, is classmate Silesia truly a commoner? The high-quality robe she's wearing is something even ordinary nobles couldn't afford. Silesia is certainly not an ordinary commoner. The high-quality robe she wears is a gift from this old man. After hearing Fluter's explanation, Archie immediately inquired, Is classmate Silesia your disciple? Correct. Fluter nodded. Starting today, Silesia is this old man's sole disciple. Others can only be considered my students. After introducing Silesia's status, Fluter's gaze turned to Silesia. Silesia, this is the daughter of the house of Duke Gusamond, Freya Valia Lan Gusamond. She is not only the student council president of the Magic Academy, but also one of the top 3 geniuses in the academy. This is the daughter of the Count Field family, Archie Evilue, also one of the top 3 geniuses in the academy. Silesia bowed her head, somewhat flustered. Lady Freya, Lady Archie, I am Silesia Balan. I am very happy to be your classmate. A bitter smile appeared on Archie's face. Classmate Silesia, you don't need to bow to me. Our Field family was stripped of its title by His Majesty the Emperor long ago. My current status is the same as yours, a commoner. Looking at Archie and Freya, Fluter's gaze finally settled on Freya. Freya, may I entrust Silesia to your care? Of course you may. Freya showed a confident smile. I promise you, I will take care of classmate Silesia as if she were my own sister. Freya, you must take care of Silesia as if she were Her Highness the Princess. If you can complete this task, the House of Duke Gusamond need not worry about being stripped of its title by His Majesty the Emperor. If you fail to take good care of Silesia, the House of Duke Gusamond will vanish from the Empire. The Imperial Palace. This was a complex of Byzantine-style domed buildings. The largest domed palace was the residence where Emperor Gilk Arabic Nun Arabic Yet Arabic Fa and his concubines lived. Among the smaller domed palace complexes, one served as a guest room for important visitors. At this moment in the guest room, Vaya sat on a leather sofa, looking seriously at Renaz. Miss Renaz, the method I have to remove your curse is to kill you first. As long as you become a corpse, the curse on you will disappear. Is that truly the only method? Renaz's small face was full of hesitation. Lord Vaya, as the price for you resurrecting me, my level might drop from the 4th tier to the 3rd tier. This would render me unable to protect Princess Lachias's safety. If you were resurrected using the 5th tier resurrection magic resurrection of the dead, it would indeed cause your level to drop to the 3rd tier. But I will resurrect you using the 7th tier resurrection magic resurrection. Since you say so. Renaz took a deep breath. Please kill me, then resurrect me. As long as the curse can be removed, I am willing to pay the price of death and a level drop. Seeing that Renaz was resolved to face death, Vaya uttered a single word at her. Die. This was the 8th tier magic death, which had the effect of causing instant death to the target. The moment the magical wave of death swept over Renaz's body, Renaz's eyes widened, and she fell backward, becoming a corpse lying on the ground. Confirming that the curse had disappeared from Renaz's face, Vaya first treated her body with the 6th tier healing magic Great Heal, then cast the 7th tier resurrection magic on her. Resurrection. Bathed in the radiance of magic, Renaz, her heartbeat restored, slowly opened her eyes, feeling the weakness in her body. I died just now. Correct. Then my face. Renaz carefully pressed her hands against her right cheek and found that the wounds caused by the curse had vanished. Gone, the curse is really gone. Am I not dreaming? Slap. Renaz slapped her left cheek hard. Not a dream, not a dream. The curse is gone, the curse is really gone. Tears streamed down Renaz's face in excitement, though it was unclear whether from joy or sorrow. Father, mother, and my damn fiancé, I told you all that I would definitely remove the curse and return to my former self. Now my wish has come true. It proves that the ones who need to regret are not me, but you fools who betrayed and abandoned me. Chapter 38 LV53. The next morning. Vaya walked out of the bedroom in the VIP suite and saw Fluter and Renaz sitting on 2 sofas in the living room. My teacher. Seeing Vaya's figure, Fluter stood up excitedly. Lord Vaya, I have come to receive your guidance. Vaya ignored Fluter and scanned Renaz up and down. Today, Renaz was not wearing enchanted steel armor, but a princess dress with red on top and black on the bottom that accentuated her slender, handspan waist. Her pale golden long hair was tied into a single ponytail, confidently displaying her exquisite and beautiful face. Lord Vaya. Their eyes met, and Renaz revealed a gentle and sweet smile. What do you think of me now? Very beautiful. Vaya gave his assessment. Renaz immediately widened her eyes, as if her heart had been suddenly pierced. From the day she was disfigured by a monster's curse, everyone had regarded Renaz as an ugly woman. Her fiancé canceled their engagement, and her parents expelled her, viewing her as a disgrace to the family. At this moment, Renaz truly had not expected that Vaya's genuine recognition and praise would shake her heart so deeply. Regaining her senses, Renaz's small face was full of shy blushes. Since you are satisfied, let me be your dance partner today. Lord Vaya, I have already arranged matters regarding Silesia. Fluter interrupted Renaz. Vaya's gaze returned to Fluter. Let's go to the courtyard. The palace courtyard. Vaya, Fluter, and Renaz arrived there, and Fluter curiously asked, "Lord Vaya, how exactly are you going to guide me?" "Naturally, by using combat to guide you." Vaya revealed a playful smile. "Fluter, next, you must use the full strength of a 6-tier magic chanter to fight me. After our battle ends, I guarantee you will advance to the 7th tier. Since you say so, then I shall offend you." Fluter raised his hands with a grave expression. 4th tier undead summoning. In the next instant, 4 skeletons wielding round shields and scimitars crawled out from the ground. Fluter's summoning did not stop. 3rd tier angel summoning. 5 archangels wielding swords of flame were summoned. 4th tier angel summoning. A Dominion angel was summoned. After the summoning ended, under Fluter's control, the 4 skeleton warriors attacked Vaya from the ground, and the 6 angels attacked Vaya from the sky. The palace conference room. Gilnif was meeting with the delegation from the Kasana's City-State Alliance. As the emperor of the Bahar's Empire, Gilnif personally negotiated with the delegation because there was an important person in the delegation who concerned him, Gista Kavilia. This breathtakingly beautiful young girl appeared to be just an ordinary member of the delegation on the surface. In reality, her status was equivalent to that of a princess of a small country. The Kasana's City-State Alliance was the eastern neighbor of the Bahar's Empire, a community composed of 12 city-states, including Kakusanas, Pepoyero, Dongates, Sigates, Venalia, Dali's Talon, Ochnes, New Ochnes, Gurenwitz, Lee, Frankland, and Biber. Hundreds of years ago, the Kasana's City-State Alliance was once a complete, massive country. Later, this massive country disintegrated into 14 small city-states, which waged war against each other for hundreds of years, eventually forming the current City-State Alliance. The average population of these 12 city-states was about 400,000, with a total population of about 5 million. Except for Biber, which was a human-dominated city-state, the other city-states were multiracial city-states like the Agrand Council Nation, with each race's population not exceeding 2/5 of the total. Gista was the granddaughter and heir of Lizardmen Kavilia, the current ruler of Biber. Great Emperor, thank you for personally hosting our delegation. Just as the southern Dragon Kingdom has been invaded by the Eastern Orc Nation, our city-state alliance is now facing the threat of the Eastern Centaur Kingdom. If the Empire is willing to support us in resisting the invasion of the Centaur Kingdom, the Empire can annex the Riestais Kingdom without any worries. The delegation leader's words were completely ignored by Gilnif. Gilnif's gaze was fixed on Gista, who had a tall figure, golden hair tied into a 3-strand braid, and looked like an intellectual beauty. For the first time, he felt his heart flutter. There was no mistake. This was the image of the wife he wanted. Unfortunately, as the heir to Biber, Gista could never marry the emperor of the empire. Feeling Gilnif's gaze, Gista said somewhat shyly, "Your Majesty, thank you for holding a welcome banquet for us." "Welcome banquet?" Gilnif regained his senses. "My apologies. The welcome banquet held for you will have to be changed to a welcome banquet for the White Dragon Duke today." White Dragon Duke. In the City-State Alliance, Biber was the closest to the Bahar's empire, so Gista was very familiar with the empire's situation. She knew that there was no White Dragon Duke among the empire's high nobles. Just at this moment, Ninbal, one of the 4 knights of the empire, suddenly entered the conference room. "Your Majesty," Gilnif asked with an unhappy expression. "Ninbal, why are you so flustered?" "Lord Vaya and Lord Fluter are fighting in the courtyard." A moment later, full of curiosity, Gista followed Gilnif and Ninbal to the courtyard, just in time to see Vaya dodge a fierce attack from the 4 skeleton warriors and 6 angels, then release the 7th-tier magic chain Dragon Thunder, annihilating all the skeleton warriors and angels that Fluter had summoned. "Fluter, I am going to counterattack now." After warning Fluter, Vaya released the 7th-tier magic Hellfire. A black flame that looked like it would go out with a single breath flew toward Fluter, and Fluter did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Skeleton Wall. A wall formed by countless skeletons wielding weapons appeared in front of Fluter. Although Skeleton Wall was a 5th-tier magic, it could block a single instantaneous attack, including one from a 10th-tier magic. The black flame collided with the bone wall and immediately blazed fiercely, quickly burning the bone wall to ashes. Seeing Fluter block Hellfire, Vaya released Chain Dragon Thunder once again. A dragon-shaped white lightning strike approached, and Fluter released the 6th-tier magic Wall of Hell. Boom! After Wall of Hell blocked the dragon-shaped lightning strike, Fluter immediately used Fly to leave the attack range of Chain Dragon Thunder. Immediately after, crack, 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 the dragon-shaped lightning strike pierced through the Wall of Hell. Seeing this scene, Gilnif immediately shouted, "Stop right there, Lord Vaya, why must you and the old man kill each other?" The battle was interrupted by Gilnif, and Vaya glanced at him with a cold gaze, then opened his attribute panel. Seeing that the level of Dragon Chanter had increased to LV3 and his overall level had increased to LV53, a joyful smile appeared on Vaya's face. "Your Majesty, you have misunderstood." Fluter explained to Gilnif, "My teacher, Lord Vaya, is guiding me. Even if I were truly killed in battle, Lord Vaya would be able to resurrect me." Banquet, hearing Furuta's words, GILK Arabic Noon Arabicat Arabic Fa showed an awkward, bitter smile. "Lord Vaya, I mistakenly thought you and the old man were. I am truly sorry." Vaya showed a faint smile. "Seeing that you care about Furuta, I accept your apology." After their conversation ended, Furuta could not wait to approach Vaya. "My teacher, perhaps I am too dull-witted. The combat guidance you gave me just now did not raise my level." Vaya raised his right hand, aimed it at Furuta's forehead, and cast the Origin Magic Limit Break. Hum! Enveloped in the radiance of the Origin magic, Furuta widened his eyes, tears streaming down his face as he wore an expression of immense joy. I see it. This is the mystery of the 7th tier." Furuta was already 264 years old, long having surpassed the limits of human lifespan. He was able to live until now because he used a mental-type forbidden immortal art to manipulate time and stop his own aging. But this forbidden immortal art was not something a 6th-tier magic chanter could use. So what Furuta was actually using was a degraded version of the forbidden immortal art. The forbidden immortal art that could grant humans immortality actually only extended Furuta's lifespan. Now, Furuta could foresee that he had less than 10 years left to live. Furuta would die without ever glimpsing the abyss of magic. Because of this despairing fact, Furuta's heart had long been twisted, and he would betray everything to glimpse the abyss of magic. At this very moment, his wish was finally fulfilled. The effect of the Origin Magic Limit Break allowed Furuta to cross the level boundary between the 6th tier and the 7th tier, promoting him to a 7th tier magic chanter. 7th tier angel summoning. The next instant, a bizarre angel with numerous wings, holding a scepter symbolizing royal power with no visible head or feet, was summoned. This was a high-tier angel known as the Dominion Authority. Seeing that he had successfully used a 7th tier summoning magic, Furuta once again knelt on the ground to worship Vaya. "My teacher, my god, thank you so very much. Although it is too greedy to say such things, I still want to continue to glimpse the abyss of magic. I want to advance to the 8th tier, then to the 9th tier, and finally reach the legendary 10th tier. You have only just entered the 7th tier." Vaya glared at Furuta with dissatisfaction. "When your level advances to the boundary between the 7th tier and the 8th tier, come find me to help you break through again." "As you command." Furuta obediently accepted the order. GILK Arabic Noon Arabicat Arabic Fa watched this scene with wide, incredulous eyes. Furuta had cultivated for 200 years and had been unable to break the limit to advance to the 7th tier. He never expected that Vaya would simply release some kind of magical radiance to allow Furuta to enter the 7th tier, known as the mythical realm. This is the strongest race. To humans, they are indeed like gods. "Your Majesty," Jista, having recovered from her shock, asked, "Who exactly is this lord?" "He is the White Dragon Duke of our empire, Vaya Helios." Vaya Helios? Jista was no stranger to this name. She knew that Vaya was a powerhouse who had recently appeared in the Riesti's kingdom and obtained a count title and territory through overwhelming martial force. Is this lord really human? In this world, the 5th tier belongs to the heroic realm, the 6th tier belongs to the realm of aberrance, and the 7th tier is the legendary mythical realm. Since Vaya could guide Furuta from the 6th tier to the 7th tier of the mythical realm, could he himself be 8th tier, 9th tier, 10th tier? Whether Lord Vaya is human. Gilk Arabic Noon, Arabicat Arabic Fa, stopped himself from speaking further. Miss Gista, that is not a question I can answer. After leaving these words behind, Gilk Arabic Noon, Arabicat Arabic Fa walked up to Vaya. Lord Vaya, to welcome your arrival, I have gathered the Empire's nobles and the delegation from the Kasana's City-State Alliance to host a grand banquet for you. If you are willing to attend this banquet, we shall head to the banquet hall now. Hearing Gilk Arabic Noon Arabicat Arabic Fa S words, Renaz exclaimed. Gilk Arabic Noon Arabicat Arabic Fa S gaze turned to Renaz. Renaz, do you have a problem? Your Majesty, I am wearing a dress specifically to attend today's banquet. Renaz's gaze turned to Gista. But I heard that this banquet was held to welcome the delegation from the Kasana's City-State Alliance. What a foolish woman. Gilk Arabic Noon Arabicat Arabic Fa glared at Renaz with dissatisfaction. Miss Renaz, do you think the delegation from the Kasana's City-State Alliance is more important than Lord Vaya? I believe Lord Vaya is more important than the Kasana's City-State Alliance's delegation, so I changed this banquet into one celebrating Lord Vaya's arrival in the Empire. Renaz was rendered speechless. Even if the cost was diplomatic trouble between the Bahar's Empire and the Kasana's City-State Alliance, Gilk Arabic Noon Arabicat Arabic Fa would still curry favor with him. Vaya said with a smile, Your Majesty, your kindness is truly hard to refuse. Imperial Magic Academy. As the morning classes were about to end, Ninbal, one of the 4 knights of the Empire, walked into the classroom where Selija, Freya, and Archie were. Seeing this handsome man who held the title of Count, the girls in the classroom let out a scream. That is Count Ninbal. Why would one of the 4 knights come here? Under the gaze of the students, Ninbal first bowed his head to apologize to the teacher. I am truly sorry, please forgive my intrusion. The teacher said hurriedly, Count Ninbal, the morning classes have already ended. You are not disturbing us at all. Then I am very lucky. Ninbal turned to look at Selija and Freya. Miss Selija, Miss Freya, His Majesty is hosting a grand banquet at the palace, and both of you are invited guests. Please allow me to escort you to the palace. The students' gazes immediately converged on Selija. Freya was the daughter of a duke, so it was only natural for her to be invited to a banquet at the palace. Selija had a commoner's surname. Why was she also invited by His Majesty? Seli. Freya walked up to Selija openly. Since it is His Majesty's invitation, let's go to the palace together. Selija looked at Freya at a loss. Lady Freya, to attend a banquet, one should wear formal attire, right? I don't have clothes for a banquet. Seli, we are still little girls. Freya explained with a smile. Because we are not young ladies of marriageable age, it is fine if we don't wear formal gowns or dresses. After saying this, Freya pulled Selija directly toward Ninbal. Arriving in front of Ninbal, Freya showed a sly smile. Count Ninbal, this banquet must be held for the delegation from the Kasana's City-State Alliance. Ninbal shook his head. Miss Freya, you guessed wrong. Freya showed an expression of incredulous surprise. Ninbal's gaze turned to Selija. The guest of honor for this banquet is our Empire's White Dragon Duke, Lord Vaya Helios. All right, legends, that's it for today. If you're ready for the next chapter, smash that like button and flood the comments right now. Remember, we've got 3 days to prove this story needs to continue. Subscribe so you don't miss the drop, and I'll meet you in the next audiobook.